Chapter 1, The Last Supper and a New Beginning. Jannet smoothed the apron over her trim waist, her manicured fingers trembling slightly. The roasted chicken, browned to perfection, sat atop the dining table beside bowls of buttered peas and mashed potatoes. A bouquet of daisies sat as the centerpiece, and the room smelled of cinnamon from the pie cooling on the counter. "Everything's ready," she murmured, her voice light and sweet, practiced to avoid the hint of tension that lay beneath. Her husband, Walter, entered the room first. He always did. His broad shoulders brushed the doorway as he stopped to inspect the table. His dark hair, slicked back with pomade, gleamed under the overhead light. He didn't smile. Walter rarely smiled. "Dinner smells good," he said, voice gruff but approving. "Thank you, darling," Jannet replied, though her heart clenched as she watched him take his place at the head of the table. Her father, Richard, came next, his heavy footfalls echoing down the hallway. "Jannet, don't forget my scotch," he barked before even reaching the dining room. Jannet rushed to fetch the glass she'd already poured, setting it by his seat just in time. She sat down at her spot, head bowed like a servant awaiting further commands. The men began their meal without so much as a nod of acknowledgement. The sound of forks clinking against plates filled the air. Jannet allowed herself only the smallest bites, though her stomach twisted in hunger. Her life had always been like this, a rigid, carefully orchestrated dance. Her father dictated her youth, and Walter took over the reins as soon as she was married. The expectations were clear: obedience, grace, and silence. But today, the silence in her mind was louder than ever. It had been a routine grocery trip that shattered her world. Pushing her cart through the produce aisle, she spotted Walter across the store. He wasn't alone. A woman, much younger, hung off his arm. She laughed at something he said, her head tilting in an exaggerated way that sent Janet's stomach plummeting. Jannet couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. For minutes, she simply stared, her mind unraveling. When she confronted him later that evening, Walter didn't even deny it. "You're imagining things," he said with a wave of his hand. "Stop being hysterical. Do you think I don't have enough stress already?" Janet's words caught in her throat. How could he call her hysterical? The woman had kissed him, right there in the middle of the store. She wanted to scream, to cry, but instead, she nodded, lips pressed tightly together. As the meal wound down, Janet's hands trembled under the table. She could feel the walls closing in on her, the weight of their indifference suffocating. For years, she had bottled everything up, every slight, every insult, every hollow compliment. But tonight, something inside her snapped. Her fork clattered to the plate, startling both men. Walter shot her a disapproving look. "Jannet, what are you?" he began, but she didn't let him finish. "Enough!" she screamed, her voice raw and loud enough to echo off the dining room walls. She shot to her feet, palms slamming onto the table. Both men froze, their expressions a mix of shock and irritation. Walter's mouth opened as if to scold her, but she cut him off. "I can't take this anymore," she yelled, her voice cracking. "Do you think I don't see what's happening, Walter? Do you think I didn't see you with her? Laughing, flirting, kissing her in the middle of the store like I don't even exist. And you?" She turned her fury on her father, who scowled at her like a misbehaving child. "You've spent my entire life trying to control me, telling me what to do, what to think, how to be. Both of you, you don't care about me. You only care about your precious reputation. Well, guess what? I don't care about it anymore." Her chest heaved, her voice echoing in the stunned silence. Walter leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening. "You're hysterical," he said, his tone dismissive. "You're overreacting, Jannet. This is exactly why we don't let you make decisions, because you blow everything out of proportion." Her father chimed in, his voice deep and commanding. "You will lower your voice, young lady. You're embarrassing yourself. Do you want the neighbors to hear? Is that what you want, to drag our family's name through the mud?" Janet's fists clenched at her sides. "You're unbelievable. You're both so worried about appearances that you can't even admit the truth. Walter cheated on me. And instead of holding him accountable, you're sitting here acting like I'm the problem?" She laughed bitterly, a sound more like a sob. "Do you two even hear yourselves? Do you even care what this is doing to me?" Walter stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. His voice dropped, cold and threatening. "You're making a fool of yourself. Sit down, Jannet. Now." "No," she spat, her voice fierce despite the tremor in her hands. "I won't sit down, and I won't shut up. I've had enough of being treated like a servant, like a doll you can dress up and parade around when it suits you. I am a person, Walter. I am a person, Dad. And I'm done pretending that this is okay." Her father exchanged a glance with Walter, a silent understanding passing between them. It sent a chill down Janet's spine. Walter sighed and stepped closer, his expression softening in a way that felt rehearsed. "Sweetheart," he said, his tone dripping with condescension, "you're tired. You're stressed. We get it. But this is why you need us. You're not yourself right now." "I am more myself than I've ever been," Jannet shot back. Her father stood, towering over her. His voice was low and menacing. "Enough of this nonsense. You're going to apologize, Jannet, and you're going to do it now. For your own good." "For my own good?" Jannet laughed bitterly. "Do you even hear yourselves? You're conspiring to gaslight me because I dared to stand up for myself. Because I'm calling out the truth. You two don't care about me, you just care about control. Well, guess what? You've lost it." The room fell deathly silent. Her father's lips pressed into a thin line, and Walter's jaw tightened. For the first time, Jannet saw them not as two separate forces in her life but as a united front, one built on manipulation and control. She stepped back, trembling, but her voice didn't waver. "I'm done. You can't control me anymore." Walter and Richard exchanged another look. This time, there was no mistaking the sinister undertone. Walter's voice was calm, but his words sent a shiver down her spine. "Why don't you sit down and have some pie, sweetheart?" he said, gesturing to the counter. "You'll feel better after you've had something sweet." Jannet hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to leave, to run. But she shook her head, defiantly holding her ground. "I'm not eating your pie," she said coldly. Walter's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Suit yourself." The next week one evening, she prepared dinner as usual. She chopped vegetables, her knife moving faster than it should, her hands trembling with pent-up frustration. The roast chicken sizzled in the oven. The dessert pie cooled on the counter. Everything was as perfect as it could be, just the way they expected. Walter and Richard were already at the table when she brought out the food. Walter's grin widened as she set the dishes down. "That's my girl," he said, his tone condescending. Jannet stood by the table, staring at him. The words she wanted to say burned in her chest. "Do you even care about me? Do you even notice me?" But she swallowed them down. Instead, she poured Richard's scotch and took her place at the table. The meal passed like any other. The men ate heartily, while Jannet nibbled and served. It wasn't until Walter leaned back with a satisfied sigh that her pulse quickened. "Well, that was wonderful, sweetheart," he said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Richard grunted his agreement, but there was a strange glint in his eyes, something Jannet couldn't place. Then it happened. Something hard collided with the back of her skull. Pain exploded through her head, and the world spun. Her body crumpled to the floor, the sounds of the dining room fading into blackness. She wasn't sure how much time had passed before the darkness lifted. A strange warmth surrounded her, like a gentle hug. She felt light, weightless, even, but there was something solid beneath her. Her mind swirled with confusion. Am I dead? She wondered. If this was the afterlife, it was nothing like the fire and brimstone her father had often preached about. No, this was pleasant. She opened her eyes, or at least, she thought she did. The darkness remained, but there was a faint glow, like the flicker of a candle in the distance. Then it faded, leaving her alone again. It wasn't until much later that she noticed the words floating in her mind. They appeared without warning, like a dream she could read. Uranus Komodoensis, Komodo dragon. Name, unnamed, level, 0. Stage, fetus. Age, 3 days. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 months. Egg environmental conditions, 100% optimal. Gender, choice needed. For a moment, Jannet thought she was hallucinating. But the words stayed, unwavering, as if they were carved into her thoughts. Her pulse quickened. What is this? Am I dreaming? More words appeared beneath the first set. Skills. Ectotherm, innate short sprint, innate climbing, innate digging, innate claws, innate marking. Ambush predator, innate stealthy approach, innate strong jaws, innate maiming bite, innate infecting bite, deadly massive bite, innate expandable jaws, innate expandable stomach, innate forced swallow. Red infecting saliva, deadly innate carrion eater. Revulsion to vegetables, innate sun-aided digestion, innate slow metabolism, innate memories of the soul, gifted reptile mimetics, gifted morphic field manipulation, gifted wisdom of the seeker, gifted fabled prodigy, monster trait. The list scrolled endlessly, each word sinking into her like a stone. The pieces began to fall into place. Somehow, impossibly, she was not herself. She was something else. A Komodo dragon, she whispered, or tried to. No sound came out. The realization hit her like another blow to the head. She wasn't human anymore. As the days passed, she floated in and out of consciousness. The darkness became her companion, and the glowing words her only source of distraction. Occasionally, the faint light returned, a comforting warmth she couldn't understand. Over time, she began to notice patterns. The light appeared every few hours, always accompanied by a faint sensation, almost like movement. Was it her mother? The dragon whose egg she was now inside? She wasn't sure how much time had passed when the gender selection flashed again in her mind. It felt significant, though she didn't know why. Gender, choice needed. The words pulsed gently, as if waiting for her decision. Jannet hesitated. Did it matter? She wasn't even human anymore. Let's think this through. There are pros and cons to both options, but deep down, she felt a strange sense of rebellion, against her old life, against her father and Walter, against everything they had forced her to be, and she was a fucking lizard probably in the wild. The bigger and scarier the better. Male, she thought firmly. The words pulsed once, then faded. For the first time, Jannet felt a glimmer of control. Darkness was her world, her only companion. The words that scrolled across her mind like a script from a game she never agreed to play. She could feel her awareness sharpening, expanding, yet the confines of her tiny, fragile body kept her tethered to a bizarre new reality. Uranus Komodoensis. Level, 0. Stage, fetus. Age, 3 days. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 months. Egg environmental conditions, 89% optimal. Gender, male, chosen. The status glowed faintly in her thoughts. She focused on it again, and something shifted, a slight buzzing sensation as if her mind had latched onto a hidden layer. New words unfurled beneath the initial list, a cascade of text detailing something that both intrigued and unnerved her: skills. The moment she concentrated, the list unfurled further, and she felt a faint pulse as each line seemed to demand her attention. Innate skills. Ectotherm, innate, the ability to regulate body temperature through external sources, like sunlight or warm surfaces. Jannet winced. So, I'm cold-blooded now. Wonderful, she muttered internally. The thought of relying on the sun to function sent a ripple of unease through her. She had always hated the heat. Short sprint, innate, a sudden burst of speed over short distances, often used for ambushes or fleeing danger. Handy for a predator, I guess, she thought. But it struck her how limited that burst would be. Not exactly an endurance runner. Climbing, innate, the ability to scale trees and rough surfaces using claws and muscle coordination. Jannet imagined herself, a lumbering reptile, clinging to the side of a tree. The thought was almost comical. At least I'll get a nice view of my kingdom, she joked. Digging, innate, the capacity to dig burrows or uncover hidden prey. The idea of clawing through dirt felt oddly primal but somehow satisfying. It resonated with her newfound existence. Great, I'm a glorified gardener. Claws, innate, sharp, durable claws capable of ripping, climbing, and digging. She flinched, imagining those claws tearing through something. Let's just hope I don't hurt myself before I figure out how to use them. Hunting and combat skills. Ambush predator, enhanced stealth and patience for surprise attacks. Well, subtlety was never my strong suit as a housewife, but I suppose I'll have to learn. Stealthy approach, quiet movement for sneaking up on prey or evading detection. Jannet frowned. Does this come with a tutorial? Or do I just hope for the best? Strong jaws, unparalleled biting force capable of crushing bone. The words sent a shiver through her. I was worried about my manicure before. Now I'm a bone crusher. Maiming bite, a specialized attack designed to disable prey, ensuring it cannot flee. She didn't like the sound of this one. It felt cruel. But then again, nature didn't care about cruelty. Infecting bite, deadly, bacteria-laden saliva ensures that even a minor wound can become fatal to prey. The idea of her mouth being a toxic weapon was both disgusting and fascinating. Deadly bad breath. Charming. Massive bite, a devastating attack that maximizes damage, often used to finish prey. The closer I look at this list, the scarier I get, she mused. Expandable jaws, an adaptation allowing her to swallow prey larger than her head. Okay, that's horrifying. Am I a snake or a lizard? Expandable stomach, the ability to hold large quantities of food, ensuring survival during long periods without hunting. Great, I'm a living trash compactor. Forced swallow, the ability to manipulate prey into the throat even when struggling. Requires tree, she shuddered. I'd rather not think about that one, thank you. Survival and feeding skills. Red infecting saliva, deadly, saliva with additional toxins to incapacitate prey faster. Why does this list keep getting worse? Carrion eater, the ability to consume decaying meat safely. Lovely. A bottom feeder. If Walter could see me now. Revulsion to vegetables, an inability to digest plant matter effectively. This one almost made her laugh. Finally, something familiar. I've always hated Brussels sprouts. Sun-aided digestion, solar energy speeds up digestion. She felt her unease soften. Well, at least the sun has some purpose now. Slow metabolism, reduced energy consumption during inactivity, allowing for extended periods of survival without food. The silver lining of being a reptile, I suppose. Unknown skills. Memories of the soul, gifted, a connection to past lives, granting fragmented memories, insights, or skills from previous incarnations. Past lives? Jannet thought, startled. I don't even believe in that. Or at least, I didn't. A strange sensation washed over her, like distant whispers in her mind. They weren't clear words but impressions, flashes of warmth, laughter, and pain. A sense of familiarity with things she shouldn't know. Could it be true? Could she really tap into lives she had lived before? Wait, this can't mean I've been reincarnated before, can it? She thought. The implications unsettled her. She didn't want to believe in reincarnation. That would mean she'd lived, and possibly suffered, many times before this. Yet, the thought of uncovering forgotten truths was intoxicating. Reptile mimetics, gifted, the ability to implant ideas, instincts, or emotions into the minds of other reptiles, with greater success the closer they are genetically. Jannet winced. The word mimetics sounded eerily clinical, almost sinister. So, I can brainwash other reptiles? She muttered. She couldn't decide if this was horrifying or thrilling. Her mind raced with possibilities. Could I command a swarm of lizards someday? Build my own empire? For the first time, the thought of having power, true power, didn't feel so foreign. Morphic field manipulation, gifted, the ability to subtly influence the biological and instinctual behavior of living creatures through an unseen energy field. The explanation made her pause. It wasn't just reptiles she could affect, this was something bigger. Morphic fields, she recalled vaguely, were a theoretical concept she'd skimmed in a science article once. Now, she was living proof of their existence. So, I can influence living things around me. Does this mean I could make a predator hesitate? Or push prey into my jaws? The skill sent a shiver through her. It felt godlike, in a way, an ability to bend the rules of nature to her will. Wisdom of the seeker, gifted, doubles the experience gained from actions, ensuring faster growth and learning. This one brought a flicker of hope. Finally, something that makes sense, Jannet said, her mental voice tinged with relief. The faster she grew, the sooner she might understand this strange world. At least I won't be stuck as an egg forever. Fabled prodigy, monster trait, a unique marker of extraordinary potential, granting enhanced growth rates, skill acquisition, and influence over other creatures. A prodigy? She repeated, skeptical. The word felt incongruous with her image of herself, Jannet the housewife. The weight of the word struck her like a hammer. Monster trait. The phrase reverberated in her mind, raising questions she wasn't ready to answer. Was this what she was now? A monster? Or had she always been one? Yet, deep down, something stirred. She remembered the suffocating control her father and husband had wielded over her. They had never let her shine, never let her excel beyond their shadow. But now, in this strange new life, she had the chance to be something more. Immense potential, she whispered to herself. What does that even mean? But deep down, the words lit a small flame of determination. If this was her new life, perhaps it wouldn't just be about survival. The first jolt of movement shattered her thoughts. The warmth that had cradled her since her arrival shifted violently, and the darkness seemed to expand. She realized her surroundings weren't entirely still. The faint sense of compression and gravity made her realize she was moving. The glow returned briefly, illuminating her surroundings. She felt pressure and vibration, like being pressed through soft clay. What is happening? She thought, panic surging. The warmth gave way to a sudden rush of cool air, followed by a blinding flash of light, the brightest she'd seen since arriving in this strange new existence. She felt herself tumbling, then settling into what felt like a soft cradle. The light disappeared, replaced by dim shadow and the sound of something heavy moving overhead. Dirt. She could sense it piling on top of her, pressing her down, sealing her away. The realization came slowly, she had been laid. The moonlight had been her only glimpse of the outside world before she was buried. Her new mother, an enormous Komodo dragon, had carefully crafted a nest, and Jannet was now part of it. Time slowed again. She floated between awareness and the strange rhythms of her new existence. Occasionally, vibrations rippled through the dirt, perhaps the movements of her mother, guarding the nest. The faintest hint of safety settled over her. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 0. Stage, egg. Age, 13 days. ETA until next evolution, 6 to 7 months. Egg environmental conditions, 79% optimal. The changes startled her. 10 days had passed, but she hadn't felt hunger or discomfort. Then it dawned on her, she didn't need food. The yolk inside her egg sustained her, keeping her alive and growing. So that's why I don't feel hungry, she mused. But what happens when that runs out? Her world became a cycle of waiting, pondering her strange skills, and trying to make sense of this new existence. Time moved slowly, but she resolved to adapt. She had no choice. Chapter 2, The Hatching. Darkness. Silence. A rhythm of muted vibrations and faint warmth defined Jannet's, or rather, his, world. Time was a shapeless concept in the egg, marked only by the occasional pulse of the profile in his mind and subtle sensations of movement. As he floated in this strange womb of isolation, he thought about the life he had left behind and the peculiar, unfolding reality of his new existence. The first sound broke the monotony like thunder after years of quiet. It started as a faint scratching, so soft Jannet almost missed it. The vibrations that followed were subtle but insistent, sending ripples through the dirt encasing him. He stilled his thoughts and focused entirely on the sound, his heart, or whatever passed for a heart now, thumping in anticipation. Then came the glow of the profile, its familiar light soothing him even as the new information startled him. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 0. Stage, egg. Age, 5.5 months. ETA until next evolution, imminent. Egg environmental conditions, 75% optimal. Jannet's breath, or what felt like a breath, hitched. Imminent. The word reverberated in his thoughts. He concentrated, coaxing additional details from the status menu, but nothing new appeared. The vibrations around him intensified, the scratching growing louder and more frantic. The realization struck him, it's happening. One of my siblings is hatching. The idea of siblings felt foreign and strange, but the sound of another creature clawing its way out of its egg filled him with an unexpected mixture of excitement and fear. He wasn't alone, after all. Somewhere out there, others like him were beginning their new lives. Jannet waited, the muffled commotion around him growing as more eggs began to hatch. He could feel the movement in the dirt, shuffling, scrabbling, and the occasional burst of sudden stillness, as if the tiny creatures were adjusting to their newfound freedom. And yet, he remained enclosed, untouched by the chaos. The status screen didn't waver, it simply glowed in his mind like an anchor. The word imminent felt like a tease now, stretching the moment into eternity. His thoughts spiraled inward, seeking distraction. This really is like a video game, he mused. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh, though no sound came from his reptilian body. The skills, the levels, the progress, all of it seemed designed to mimic something he had once dismissed as a waste of time. Regret washed over him. How many hours had Walter scoffed at video games, calling them childish nonsense? How many times had her father, no, his father, mocked her for indulging in anything that didn't directly serve him? Jannet had let them win. He had spent his life catering to their expectations, abandoning his own interests and joy in favor of maintaining the facade of the perfect housewife. A pang of bitterness twisted inside him. I could have played games. I could have enjoyed myself. Instead, I wasted my life pleasing those bastards. The thought of Walter and Richard, those men, came crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Until now, he had avoided thinking about it too deeply, as if denial might keep the truth at bay. But there was no escaping it any longer. He knew who had killed him. Walter, with his patronizing smirk and empty apologies. Richard, with his booming orders and oppressive expectations. They had conspired against him, united in their toxic need for control. And they had succeeded. They had stolen his life. The betrayal burned hotter than any sun could. He had cooked them dinner, served them their drinks, done everything they demanded, and they had killed him for it. Murdered me. For what? To protect their precious reputations? The realization made him nauseous, though his reptilian body didn't respond the way his human one might have. A sense of helplessness threatened to overtake him, but the glow of the profile steadied him, reminding him that this was not the end. He was alive, different, yes, but alive. Another month passed. The status screen updated again, its glow as familiar as an old friend. Status update. Uranus Comodoensis. Level, 0. Stage, egg. Age, 6.5 months. ETA until next evolution, less than 1 week. Egg environmental conditions, 72% optimal. The numbers fascinated him, though he couldn't make sense of all of them. The egg environmental conditions had steadily declined, but he felt no discomfort. The yolk inside the egg continued to sustain him, though he sometimes wondered when it might run out. The dirt surrounding him was cool, the vibrations of the nest calming. Occasionally, he would hear the faint sounds of movement, his mother, perhaps, or one of his hatched siblings nearby. He tried not to think about what might happen once he joined them. For now, the egg was safe, and he had no desire to leave it prematurely. Still, the status screen's promise of evolution loomed ever closer. It happened suddenly. A sharp crack split the silence, sending vibrations reverberating through the dirt. For a moment, Jannet froze, his mind scrambling to process the sound. Another crack followed, then another, each one closer than the last. The profile blazed to life, its glow brighter than ever before. Congratulations. The single word hung in his mind like a beacon, overwhelming every other thought. Excitement coursed through him, primal and fierce. The cracks multiplied, the egg around him trembling with the force of his awakening. Janet's claws flexed instinctively, ready to test the limits of his shell. It's time. The moment came not with fanfare but with a visceral, instinctual drive. Status update. Uranus Comodoensis. Level, 01. Stage, fetus hatchling. Age, 1 day. Status, active. Janet's mind buzzed with the update, his consciousness snapping into sharper focus. For the first time in months, he could move, truly move. His limbs twitched, and the shell around him cracked further with every flex of his tiny claws. Dirt cascaded into the egg as the fragile barrier gave way. The sensation of the soil against his skin was overwhelming. It was hot, moist, and clung to him like a second skin. Janet's newly awakened body pushed through instinctively, claws scrabbling against the soft earth. His digging skill activated as if it had been a part of him all along, guiding his limbs with precision he hadn't earned but deeply appreciated. Emerging from the egg was like stepping into another world, or, rather, clawing his way into it. The air was heavy with heat and humidity, filling his lungs and pressing against his scales. For a moment, Jannet marveled at the sheer vividness of sensation. After months of darkness, the world was alive, textured, and undeniably real. But the wonder didn't last long. The scene that greeted him was a nightmare. Broken eggs littered the nest, their jagged edges stained with blood and viscera. The oppressive heat of the cave felt suffocating as Janet's gaze swept over the mangled remains of hatchlings. His siblings, dozens of them, lay scattered in various states of decay, their small, fragile bodies torn apart, some half-eaten. The sharp metallic tang of blood mingled with the earthy scent of the soil, making his stomach churn. At the center of the chaos, near the mouth of the nest, stood the perpetrator. A larger hatchling, its scales a darker shade than the others, loomed like a king surveying his conquered kingdom. Its cold, reptilian eyes locked onto Jannet the moment he emerged from the soil. The sibling's jaws, still slick with gore, opened slightly as if sizing him up for the next meal. Panic gripped Jannet. His claws dug into the dirt reflexively as his mind screamed at him to retreat. But where could he go? The nest was a sealed chamber, its only exit guarded by this monstrous sibling. Not again, Jannet thought, steeling himself. I won't let another family betray me. The betrayal of his previous life, the cold, calculating murder by his father and Walter, flashed in his mind like a warning. He hadn't fought back then. He had been the perfect housewife, the perfect victim. But here, in this savage, lizard-eat-lizard world, there was no room for weakness. I won't be their princess. Not this time. The older sibling lunged first, its jaws snapping with deadly intent. Jannet barely dodged, his newly hatched body reacting with an agility he hadn't expected. The lizard struck again, its claws raking across his side. Pain flared through him, sharp and immediate, and his status updated with a sickening prompt. HP, 108-120. Damn it, Jannet thought, stumbling back. He had to think fast. His sibling was larger and stronger, but its strikes were wild, unrefined. It hadn't yet adapted to killing, it was relying on brute force and instinct. Jannet circled, his claws sinking into the soil for better traction. His mind raced as he tried to formulate a plan. His status updated again, his HP ticking lower as another scratch landed. HP, 96-120. It was only a matter of time before the older sibling overpowered him. Then, a spark of inspiration struck. The gifted skills, he realized. Reptile mimetics. Jannet focused, the world narrowing to the single, primal thread of instinct that connected him to his sibling. It was like reaching out with a thought, pushing his will into the other creature's mind. Images and emotions flashed through his consciousness, predatory hunger, territorial rage, but Jannet forced something darker into the stream, the terror he had felt when facing his father's oppressive gaze. The sibling froze mid-lunge, its movements jerky and hesitant. For a moment, its cold eyes mirrored a flicker of fear, as though the shadow of Richard's towering figure loomed over it. Jannet didn't hesitate. With all the strength he could muster, he lunged forward, aiming for the sibling's exposed neck. His jaws clamped down, activating the maiming bite skill. The crunch of scales and cartilage reverberated through his skull, and his sibling thrashed violently, but Jannet held firm. The struggle ended in seconds, the larger hatchling falling limp in his grip. The profile flared to life in his mind, glowing with a triumphant update. Congratulations! You have slain Varanus comodoensis, level 2. Experience gained, 50 XP. Congratulations! You are now level 2. New information flooded his mind, the profile expanding with details he hadn't seen before. Status update. Varanus comodoensis. Level 2. Stage, hatchling. Age, 1 day. Stats. Health, HP, 120-140. Stamina, SP, 80-100. Mana, MP, 30-50. Strength, 15-17. Agility, 8-10. Venom effectiveness, 12-14. Armor/defense, 10-12. Resistance, 5-7. Perception, 10-12. Stealth, 6-8. Climbing ability, 7-9. Note: stat increases doubled due to wisdom of the seeker. The pain in his side dulled as his HP replenished slightly with the level up. Jannet stared down at the lifeless body of his sibling, his chest heaving. The weight of what he had done settled over him, but there was no room for guilt. This was survival. The oppressive heat of the nest seemed to intensify as Jannet surveyed the carnage around him. The remains of his siblings, the destruction of what should have been a sanctuary, it all felt grotesquely fitting. This was his new world, one where survival was earned through blood and instinct. He wouldn't be a victim again. The oppressive silence of the nest lingered as Jannet stood over the lifeless body of his sibling. The heat pressed down on him, and the scent of blood filled his nostrils, mingling with the humid, earthy smell of the pit. The realization that there was no mother here, not guarding the nest, not protecting her young, struck him hard. This wasn't the nurturing family he might have imagined. It was a pit of chaos, death, and survival. He had emerged alone into a brutal world, and any hope for a guiding hand, or claw, was gone. No one is coming to help me. His stomach growled, pulling him from his thoughts. The sound startled him, almost making him laugh. Of course, I'm hungry. I just fought for my life. But even with his enemy vanquished, the nest didn't feel safe. The shattered eggshells, the remains of his siblings, and the stillness were too ominous. Any moment, another predator could emerge, another sibling who had survived just long enough to try their luck at the top of the hatchling food chain. Instinct surged through him, and his claws flexed. A primal urge whispered in his mind, guiding his actions: get to higher ground. Drag the kill. Eat in safety. It wasn't just logic, it was a deep, undeniable pull. Janet's muscles moved before his conscious mind fully grasped the plan. He clamped his jaws around the limp body of his sibling, the weight awkward but manageable in his jaws. The dirt of the pit felt slick and treacherous beneath his claws, but the instincts driving him seemed to adjust for this. He scrambled toward the edge of the nest. He looked out at the sparsely wooded landscape. It was still night. How late he had no idea. He spotted a tree that matched the feeling deep inside of him. Dragging the kill took longer than Jannet would have liked, but something in his stomach wouldn't let him drop it. A large, twisted tree whose roots formed a natural ladder leading up its sturdy trunk. The pale light filtering through the canopy's opening illuminated his path, and Jannet focused entirely on the task at hand. His claws dug into the bark as he began his ascent. The climb was surprisingly smooth, his climbing skill engaging automatically to aid him. Every movement felt fluid, purposeful, as if this tree was meant to be his refuge. The scent of the wood and the slight sway of the trunk beneath his weight grounded him, pulling him further from the horrors of the pit below. Halfway up, he paused to glance back. The nest looked even more desolate from above, a pit of destruction and death. The eggs were scattered, the remains of his siblings stark against the dark soil. The image burned itself into his mind, a reminder of the stakes of this world. I'm not staying there, he thought, the resolve hardening in his chest. I'm not fighting to be the king of a pit full of corpses. Reaching a wide, sturdy branch, Jannet pulled himself onto it and deposited the body of his sibling. The effort had left his limbs trembling, but he ignored it. This was better, safer. Up here, he could eat without worrying about another ambush. The moment he sank his teeth into the flesh, the reality of what he was doing hit him. He was consuming his sibling, a creature he'd shared a nest and a mother with. It was horrifying on some level, but another part of him, the cold, reptilian part, didn't flinch. This was survival. In this world, you didn't waste food. The meat was tough, but his jaws worked through it with surprising efficiency, and his expandable stomach allowed him to consume far more than he expected. The warmth of sustenance filled him, dulling the sharp edges of his earlier panic. As he ate, his thoughts wandered. There's no mother here, no guiding hand to show me how to survive. The absence gnawed at him. The image of a protective mother dragon had been a faint hope, but reality was far crueler. He was alone. That's fine, he thought, the bitterness of his human memories mingling with his reptilian instincts. I've been alone before. And I'm still here. The branch swayed gently beneath him as the oppressive heat of the nest gave way to a cooler breeze higher up. For the first time since hatching, Jannet felt something close to peace. This is better, he decided. I'll stay up here as long as I can. Let the others fight over the pit. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for now, he had a plan. And this time, it wasn't about pleasing anyone else. Chapter 3, A New Dawn. The remnants of Janet's sibling lay below the tree, out of sight but not out of mind. Despite himself, Jannet felt no horror, no remorse. His reptilian instincts had taken over so completely during the fight and the subsequent meal that he hadn't even considered the gruesome reality of eating what had once been his brother or sister. The old me would be disgusted. Human Jannet would be sobbing right now, he thought, his claws gripping the rough bark of the tree branch. The sun had begun to rise, casting a pale glow across the jungle-like expanse around him. He shifted his position, his scaled body adjusting to balance better on the branch. The warmth of the sun seeped into his skin, spreading a pleasant, almost euphoric sensation through his body. It was unlike anything he'd experienced before. He knew, instinctively, that this was part of being cold-blooded. The sun wasn't just a source of light, it was life, energy, and comfort. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the heat settle into his muscles, easing the aches from his battle. The meal in his belly sat heavy, but not unpleasantly so. It was strange to feel so fine. Am I upset that I'm not upset? He mused. The thought lingered as the sunlight grew brighter, illuminating his surroundings. It wasn't just the act of eating his sibling that bothered him, it was his own lack of horror. The part of him that had once been a housewife, horrified by even a speck of blood, seemed so distant now. And yet, that meal had kept him alive. It had given him strength. Maybe this is just how things are now, he thought. Maybe survival means letting go of what I used to be. As the sun rose higher, the world below came alive. Janet's perch gave him a clear view of the terrain around the tree, and the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The ground, covered in dense undergrowth and patches of sunlit grass, seemed to ripple with activity. Creatures began to emerge from burrows, nests, and hidden dens, shaking off the quiet of night. At first, they seemed familiar, echoes of Earth's fauna, but the longer Jannet watched, the more he realized just how strange and alien this world truly was. Near the base of a tree not far from his own, a group of small, horned rabbits darted out from beneath the roots. Their sleek black fur shimmered faintly in the sunlight, and their curved, glinting horns seemed entirely out of place on their otherwise adorable forms. Further away, a strange, gelatinous creature slithered out of a shaded hollow. Its translucent, slime-like body shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and Jannet swore he could see small bones and half-digested plant matter suspended inside it. The creature oozed forward lazily, leaving a faint, wet trail behind. In a nearby clearing, a wild boar stomped into view. Its massive tusks jutted out in jagged, uneven arcs, and its bristling fur gave it a menacing, prehistoric appearance. A pair of smaller boars followed close behind, their sharp little hooves kicking up dirt as they snorted and searched for food. Higher up in the distance, a herd of deer wandered into view, their long legs moving gracefully through the underbrush. But even they weren't quite right, each deer's nose was elongated and segmented, almost insect-like, twitching as they sniffed the air for danger. And then there were the chickens. Jannet almost laughed when he saw them, at least, until he realized they weren't ordinary chickens. Their feathers gleamed like polished blades, the edges sharp enough to reflect the sunlight. One flapped its wings, and the blades clanged together with a sound like metal striking metal. The scene wasn't just fantastical, it was violent. A shadow darted past the chickens, and Jannet spotted a pack of wolves moving through the underbrush. Their fur shifted with the light, blending seamlessly into the shadows as they moved, almost as if they were part of the forest itself. The lead wolf paused, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto a horned rabbit. The rabbit had no chance. The wolf lunged, and a blur of movement ended in silence. Jannet watched as the pack descended on the kill, tearing it apart with ruthless efficiency. It was beautiful and terrifying, this violent dance of life and death. Every creature below was either hunting or being hunted, each one struggling to carve out its existence in a world that seemed designed to challenge them at every turn. This definitely isn't Earth, Jannet realized, the thought hitting him with surprising clarity. For months, he'd assumed he might still be somewhere on his home planet, perhaps in some isolated jungle. But nothing about this place fit with what he remembered. Where am I? He wondered. The question hung in his mind, unanswered. Despite the chaos below, Jannet found himself relaxing. The tree felt safe, high above the ground, removed from the violence of the forest floor. The sun's warmth continued to flood his body, aiding in digestion and filling him with a sense of calm he hadn't expected. He stretched lazily on the branch, his claws digging into the bark for stability. His body felt stronger, more alive, and the sunlight seemed to amplify that vitality. For the first time since his transformation, he allowed himself to simply be. The creatures below could fight their battles, hunt their prey, and run their endless races. Jannet had already eaten his fill, and for now, he had no need to join them. This is better, he thought, leaning back against the tree's trunk. Let them tear each other apart. I'll stay up here where it's safe. The nest had been a battlefield, a place of carnage and betrayal not too different from his home on Earth, ironically, he thought. But here, in the tree, with the sun warming his scales and the world laid out before him, Jannet felt a small measure of peace. For the morning, at least, he was content to simply exist. The warmth of the sun and the stillness of the tree worked their magic. Jannet felt his eyelids grow heavy, the rhythmic sounds of the forest below blending into a soothing lullaby. For the first time in this strange, violent world, he allowed himself to relax. His claws gripped the branch firmly, anchoring him in place as his breathing slowed. Just a little nap, he thought, his mind drifting. The rustling came softly at first, a faint disturbance that blended with the swaying leaves. But the subtle vibrations on the branch beneath him snapped Jannet out of his doze. His eyes fluttered open, and his body tensed, instinctively clinging tighter to the bark. Something had joined him. The creature stood just a few feet away, its sleek, segmented body gleaming faintly in the sunlight. It was about the same size as Jannet, and its presence was anything but small. Two long, scythe-like forelegs curved menacingly in front of it, their razor-sharp edges glinting with a predatory sheen. Its triangular head tilted slightly, compound eyes fixing on Jannet with an intensity that sent alarms blaring through his mind. It looked like a nightmare version of a praying mantis, but larger and more menacing. The predatory insect swayed slightly, its sleek body blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding leaves. It radiated danger, its every movement precise and deliberate. He glanced down at his own claws, their dark tips gripping the bark tightly. The branch beneath him, thick and gnarled, could easily have supported an animal 10 times his size. Even the leaves above and around them dwarfed the razor mantis's sleek form. We're tiny, Jannet realized with a strange mix of clarity and unease. Small enough to be prey for something bigger, something much worse. The thought was unsettling. His human memories clashed with the reality of his new body, reminding him of just how fragile and insignificant he was in this world. The mantis, for all its predatory menace, wasn't much bigger than a large kitchen knife. And yet, the way it moved, the way its forelegs flexed with predatory intent, sent a clear message: size didn't matter. Skill and speed would decide who survived. Janet's heart, or whatever passed for one in his new form, raced. The sight of the creature put into stark perspective just how small he truly was in this world. This wasn't Earth, where a praying mantis might have been a harmless oddity. Here, it was a hunter, and Jannet was the prey. The razor mantis took a cautious step forward, its forelegs flexing as if testing the air. Its head tilted again, the motion almost curious. For a moment, Jannet hoped it might lose interest. Then it lunged. The mantis struck with blinding speed, one of its scythe-like limbs slicing through the air. Jannet twisted instinctively, but the sharp edge grazed his side, sending a searing pain across his scales. HP 132-140. The status update flashed in his mind, but there was no time to process it. His claws dug into the bark as he scrambled backward, narrowly avoiding another strike. The razor mantis pressed its advantage, its attacks relentless and precise. Jannet growled low in his throat, a primal sound that surprised even him. His wounded side burned, and he realized with growing alarm that he hadn't fully recovered from last night's battle. I can't keep dodging forever, he thought, his reptilian instincts urging him to fight back. He struck out with his claws, aiming for the mantis's sleek body. The blow connected, sending the insect skittering back a few inches, but its exoskeleton absorbed most of the impact. It hissed, a high, chittering sound, and lunged again. Janet's jaws snapped open, and he lunged forward to meet the attack. His teeth clamped onto one of the mantis's scythes, the force of the bite cracking the limb slightly. The mantis screeched, pulling back and striking wildly with its remaining foreleg. Another sharp edge raked across Janet's flank. HP 118-140. Pain flared again, but Jannet forced himself to hold his ground. The mantis was fast, its strikes deadly, but its movements were becoming slower, less precise. It was expending its energy with each attack, while Janet's reptilian instincts pushed him to conserve his strength. The opening came suddenly. The razor mantis hesitated for a fraction of a second, its segmented body coiling for another strike. Jannet didn't wait. He lunged forward with all his strength, his claws raking across the mantis's abdomen as his jaws clamped down on its spine. Skill activated, maiming bite. The crack of the mantis's exoskeleton echoed through the tree, its body jerking violently before going limp. Jannet growled, his jaws tightening as instinct took over. He felt his muscles shift, his expandable jaws opening wider to accommodate his prey. Janet's body sagged against the branch, his claws trembling as the mantis fell still in his jaws. The tension of the fight ebbed away, replaced by exhaustion and a dull ache from his wounds. As he struggled to catch his breath, the familiar glow of the status screen flared to life in his mind, delivering its now familiar cascade of updates. Congratulations! You have slain Razor Mantis, Level 2. Experience gained, 80 XP. Congratulations! You are now Level 3. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 3. Stage, hatchling. Age, 2 days. Stats. Health, HP, 140-160. Stamina, SP, 100-120. Mana, MP, 50-70. Strength, 17-19. Agility, 10-12. Venom effectiveness, 14-16. Armor/defense, 12-14. Resistance, 7-9. Perception, 12-14. Stealth, 8-10. Climbing ability, 9-11. Note: stat increases doubled due to wisdom of the seeker. Jannet blinked as the information settled into his mind. He felt stronger. His wound still throbbed, but the fresh level up seemed to dull the worst of the pain. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him going. For a brief moment, he allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. He had fought, survived, and grown. Skill activated, forced swallow. Jannet slammed his body against the tree trunk, the impact forcing the limp mantis deeper into his gullet. It wasn't graceful, but it was efficient. The razor mantis disappeared down his throat in a series of rough gulps, its segmented legs folding awkwardly as he swallowed. Janet's sides heaved as he finished the meal, his body trembling with exhaustion. The pain from his wounds lingered, but the warmth of digestion had already begun to spread through him, dulling the edges of his discomfort. But he wasn't safe yet. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees. The fight had been loud, and the smell of blood was thick in the air. Predators could be nearby, drawn by the commotion. Janet's instincts screamed at him to hide. Slowly, carefully, he climbed higher into the tree, his claws finding purchase on the rough bark. His scales, naturally camouflaged to blend with the leaves, provided him with some security as he nestled into a dense cluster of foliage. The pain from his wounds made every movement ache, but the cover of the leaves brought a measure of relief. He pressed his body flat against the branch, his breath steadying as he tried to blend into his surroundings. The jungle around him carried on, oblivious to his struggles. The sounds of creatures moving, hunting, and feeding filled the air, a constant reminder of the brutal cycle of survival. Jannet closed his eyes briefly, his mind racing despite his fatigue. This is my life now, he thought, the realization sinking in. Every day is going to be a fight. Every meal, every moment of rest. I'll have to earn it. But even as exhaustion pulled him toward sleep, a small, defiant thought lingered: I survived. And I'll keep surviving. The canopy swayed gently around him, and Jannet let the rhythm of the jungle lull him into a cautious rest. The familiar glow of the status screen flared to life in Janet's mind as the morning sun warmed his scales. It was his constant companion, a strange tether to this new existence. Today, however, the update was brief, only two small changes catching his attention: the daily age increase and the new Ada until the next evolution. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 3. Stage, hatchling. Age, 12 days. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 9 years. Jannet blinked, trying to wrap his head around the numbers. 7 to 9 years? The thought was overwhelming. It wasn't the slow pace of evolution that bothered him, but the sheer scale of time. I'm going to be stuck like this for years. He flexed his claws, gazing down at his still tiny form. Despite gaining strength and growing steadily, he was nowhere near ready to face the dangers of the forest floor. His instincts screamed at him to stay high, safe, and hidden. The tree had become his sanctuary, a fortress against the chaos below. The days leading up to the 2-week mark had fallen into a routine, one that felt surprisingly comfortable despite the alien nature of his existence. The tree was more than just a hiding place, it had become his home. Its branches provided safety, its leaves ample camouflage, and its abundant insect life a ready source of sustenance. Jannet had even discovered a hollow in the trunk, snug and protective, where he could curl up for the night. It wasn't much, but it was his. He'd quickly learned, however, that maintaining this small slice of peace came with challenges. Other lizards, similar to himself, would occasionally wander too close, seeking food or shelter. Jannet braced himself for battle the first time it happened, but his instincts, and the growing familiarity with his skills, provided another option. Lizard mimetics and morphic field manipulation had become his go-to tools for avoiding unnecessary combat. With careful focus, he could project a sense of menace, planting the idea in the minds of his would-be rivals that he was much larger and far more dangerous than he actually was. Most of the time, the tactic worked, and the other lizards would retreat without a fight. Still, his size remained a constant reminder of his vulnerability. Even though he was growing steadily, he was painfully aware that venturing to the forest floor could spell disaster. Every glance down into the jungle reminded him of the wolves, boars, and mantises that could end him in an instant. By the time Jannet reached the 2-week mark, his tree had become a world unto itself. The occasional territorial squabbles and constant need to hunt insects filled his days. Though insects were plentiful and easy to catch, he couldn't help but notice that they didn't invoke the same leveling screen as the razor mantis had. Why doesn't eating bugs count? He wondered as he chomped down on a particularly crunchy beetle. His jaws worked through the chitin with ease, the taste bland but satisfying. Despite the lack of apparent progress, the meal kept his belly full and his body strong. As he lounged on one of the higher branches, the warm sun filtering through the leaves, something unusual caught his attention. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light. A figure moved into the clearing below, emerging from the dense underbrush. Jannet froze, his claws gripping the bark tightly as he watched. The figure was humanoid. Janet's mind reeled as he processed the sight. A man, no, not quite, stepped into the clearing, his movements deliberate and fluid. He was dressed simply, his clothing rugged and practical, but his appearance was far from normal. Cat-like ears perched atop his head, flicking slightly as he moved. A tail, sleek and furred, swayed behind him, perfectly balanced with his every step. Despite these distinctly animalistic features, the rest of him was startlingly human. The hunter, there was no mistaking him for anything else, carried a long, sharp blade at his side. A quiver of arrows was slung across his back, and a bow rested against a nearby tree. Janet's gaze followed the hunter's movements as he knelt beside the body of a boar. The boar was unlike any Jannet had seen before. Its pelt shimmered faintly, catching the light with a metallic sheen. The hunter worked methodically, skinning the creature with practiced ease. Janet's instincts screamed at him to retreat, but he couldn't look away. The sight of a human, or something close to one, brought a flood of emotions. Fear, confusion, and even a strange sort of yearning. He hadn't seen another human being, or anything close to it, since his rebirth. But this wasn't the world he had known. The hunter's tail and ears were proof enough of that. Whatever this place was, it wasn't Earth. As the hunter worked, Jannet felt his scales prickle with unease. The sheer presence of the humanoid figure, so close yet so alien, set him on edge. The man radiated power, confidence, and danger. If Jannet hadn't been perched high in his tree, hidden among the leaves, he doubted the hunter would have missed him. Finally, the hunter finished his task, slinging the cleaned hide over his shoulder and gathering his tools. He disappeared back into the jungle as silently as he had come, leaving the clearing empty once more. Jannet let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The encounter had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. Slowly, he crept back toward the hollow in the tree trunk, his body low and cautious. The hollow, which had once felt spacious, now seemed a little too snug. Jannet shifted uncomfortably as he wedged himself inside, curling up tightly. I'm getting bigger, he thought, the realization bittersweet. Growth meant strength, but it also meant that his sanctuary would soon be too small to hold him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the jungle came alive with its usual chorus of night sounds. Jannet pressed himself deeper into the hollow, his scales blending with the bark as he tried to calm his racing thoughts. The image of the hunter lingered in his mind, a reminder of just how dangerous this world could be. For now, he was safe in his tree. But for how much longer? The question lingered as the days passed, each one bringing subtle changes to Janet's life in the tree. The hollow that had once been his refuge was rapidly becoming too small, his growing body forcing him to stretch out along the branches instead. The snug security of the trunk was gone, replaced by a quiet tension as he became increasingly aware of his vulnerabilities. Still, the tree remained his sanctuary, offering safety and sustenance. Janet's days were a careful rhythm of hunting, hiding, and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. The skills he developed, ambush predator, lizard mimetics, and morphic field manipulation, proved invaluable. With each passing day, his instincts sharpened, and his ability to survive in this brutal world became more refined. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 3. Stage, hatchling. Age, 30 days, 1 month, ETA until next evolution, 7 to 9 years. By the time he reached his 1-month mark, Jannet had grown significantly, both in size and confidence. His body, now stronger and more agile, had adapted fully to the tree's environment. He had also learned to be patient, a skill that proved vital for his survival. It was during one of these patient moments that he spotted the bird. The creature flitted into the tree in the early morning, its metallic feathers shimmering faintly in the dappled sunlight. It was pigeon-sized, sleek, and impossibly fast, darting between the branches with practiced ease. Jannet froze, his body flattening against the bark as his instincts took over. The bird hadn't noticed him yet, its sharp beak busy pecking at a cluster of insects clinging to the tree. "It's fast," Jannet thought, his eyes narrowing. "But it's not paying attention." The bird hopped closer, its sleek head turning occasionally to scan its surroundings. Jannet remained perfectly still, his breath slow and shallow. His status screen didn't identify the creature, it didn't have to. His instincts labeled it as prey. Skill activated, ambush predator. The moment came when the bird flitted down to a branch just below Janet's perch, still unaware of the predator lurking above. Without hesitation, Jannet struck. He launched himself from the branch, his claws extended and jaws wide. The bird squawked in alarm, its metallic wings flapping frantically, but it was too late. Janet's claws dug into its body, pinning it against the bark. His teeth found purchase on its neck, and he bit down with all his strength. The struggle was brief but intense, the bird's sharp talons scratching at his scales as it thrashed in vain. Finally, the fight ended, the creature going limp in his grasp. "Congratulations! You have slain Skyraiser Sparrow, Level 2. Experience gained, 50 XP, doubled by Wisdom of the Seeker." Jannet blinked as the notification faded from his mind. The amount of experience surprised him, it was enough to push him halfway to the next level. So, only things that have an adaptation to fight back give experience, he mused, the thought settling uncomfortably in his mind. Insects, for all their convenience, didn't count. Only creatures capable of defending themselves, or, in the case of the mantis and this bird, attacking, seemed to matter. Jannet shifted his grip on the bird's limp body, his claws scraping against its metallic feathers. It was lighter than it looked, its hollow bones making it easy to carry back to his branch. As he began to eat, the sun rising steadily above the horizon, his thoughts drifted. This wasn't the first time he'd taken a life, nor the second. The act had become easier, the shock of killing replaced by a cold pragmatism. Each fight, each kill, was a step forward, a way to grow stronger and secure his place in this unforgiving world. The Skyraiser Sparrow's meat was lean and flavorful, its metallic feathers leaving a faint tang on his tongue. Jannet ate quickly, his eyes scanning the forest for any signs of movement. The bird's flock, if it had one, hadn't come searching yet, but he knew better than to linger. As he finished his meal and settled back into the leaves, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He had survived another challenge, grown stronger, and proven himself once more. The tree was still his sanctuary, and for now, he was content to stay. But the question returned, gnawing at the edges of his mind as he curled into the branches for rest: how much longer can I stay here? Chapter 4, Hunger Games. Status update. Uranus comodoensis. Level 3, 80% more experience needed to level stage, hatchling. Age, 3 months. Size, approximately 3.5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 9 years. The status screen's glowing text faded as Jannet perched on one of the thicker branches of his tree. 3 months into his new life, and things were changing fast, too fast, in some ways. His growing size made navigating the branches more precarious. Where he had once darted nimbly across even the thinnest limbs, now the weaker branches groaned alarmingly under his weight. He peered down at the jungle floor below, the thick canopy doing little to lessen the shadows cast by the early morning sun. The world below was alive with movement and sound, rustling leaves, distant roars, the occasional snap of something far too large crunching through the underbrush. The tree had been his sanctuary, but now it felt less like a fortress and more like a fragile tower. Every creak beneath his claws reminded him that he couldn't stay here forever. His growing bulk demanded something more stable, more grounded. But the ground. The ground was terrifying. Jannet had tried to explore. It had been a nerve-wracking endeavor, his movements awkward and hesitant as he clung to the base of the tree like a toddler taking their first steps. His instincts screamed at him with every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig. He darted from bush to bush, his belly close to the ground, his eyes scanning constantly for danger. The jungle floor was a chaotic place, teeming with life, every sound and shadow a potential threat. He had managed to catch a few insects, even a small rodent, but the constant tension made his expeditions brief. His fears were confirmed one fateful afternoon when he spotted something that froze him in his tracks. It was a Komodo dragon. At least twice his size, the lizard prowled through the undergrowth with a confidence and power that made Janet's heart race. Its scales glistened in the dappled sunlight, and its massive jaws hung slightly open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It could have been his mother. Or his killer. Jannet wasn't sure which, but he wasn't about to find out. He scrambled back up the tree as fast as his claws would allow, his heart pounding. From his perch high above, he watched the larger lizard disappear into the shadows, its movements smooth and unhurried. The ground, he decided, was not safe. For weeks, Jannet fell into a strange rhythm, one that alternated between courage and fear. He would venture down the tree, skittering cautiously from one patch of cover to the next, only to retreat at the first sign of danger. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow moving too close, sent him scrambling back to the safety of the branches. And yet, the need to explore gnawed at him. The tree was no longer enough. His instincts urged him to push further, to test his boundaries, even as his fear held him back. One day, his profile updated once again. Status update. Borderlands Comodoensis. Level 3, 60% more experience needed to level stage, hatchling. Age, 4 months. Size, 4 feet from snout to tail. Jannet had been eyeing a potential meal for hours, a massive rat-like creature that moved cautiously through the underbrush, its long, whip-like tail swishing behind it. It was easily twice the size of the rodents he'd caught before, its matted fur streaked with mud and something darker. This could feed me for days, he thought, his body pressed low against the tree branch as he watched. He waited patiently, his ambush predator skill active. The rat moved closer, oblivious to the danger above. Janet's claws flexed in anticipation, his muscles coiling like a spring. Just a little closer. Suddenly, a blur of movement shattered the stillness. The larger Komodo dragon burst from the underbrush, its massive jaws closing around the rat with terrifying precision. The rodent didn't even have time to squeal before it was hoisted into the air, its lifeless body dangling from the lizard's maw. Jannet froze, his eyes wide as he watched the larger lizard devour the rat in a series of quick, brutal bites. The meal that would have sustained him for days was gone in seconds. The larger dragon lingered for a moment, licking its jaws before disappearing back into the jungle. Janet's stomach growled. That night, The gnawing ache of hunger kept him awake. Curled in the hollow of the tree, he tried to ignore the emptiness in his belly. It wasn't the first time he'd gone hungry, but the frustration of losing his meal to the larger lizard made it sting even more. He thought about the rat, the way its fur had bristled, its tail had twitched. He thought about the larger Komodo dragon, its effortless power and confidence. And then, his thoughts drifted to food in general. Back on Earth, in his human life, food had been complicated. Walter had demanded perfection, restaurant-quality meals every night, with no room for mistakes or shortcuts. A slightly overcooked roast, a slightly under-seasoned soup, and his condescending remarks would start. But here, in this strange new life, Jannet had discovered something unexpected. He liked the food. Raw meat, slimy insects, crunchy beetles, they should have been disgusting, revolting. And yet, his reptilian instincts made them enjoyable. The taste, the texture, the satisfaction of a full belly, it was all so simple, so primal. Walter would lose his mind if he saw this, Jannet thought with a faint smile. He'd probably gag at the sight of me swallowing a rat whole. The thought was oddly comforting. Walter, Richard, those men who had controlled his life, who had demanded so much of him, were gone. They weren't here to judge him, to dictate his every move. They'll have to make their own meals now, he thought, a flicker of dark humor warming him. And knowing them, they'll burn everything and end up eating canned soup. As the jungle hummed with its nighttime symphony, Janet's hunger slowly gave way to a strange sense of contentment. Status update. Uranus Comodoensis. Level 4. Stage, hatchling. Age, 6 months. Size, 4.5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 9 years. The tree had once been everything to Jannet, a sanctuary, a home, and a vantage point to survey the jungle below. But now, its branches sagged beneath his weight, and the hollow he had once curled into at night could no longer accommodate him. He spent most of his time at the base of the tree, lounging in the cool shadows or patrolling the area for food. His hunts had become easier as he grew stronger and more confident. Creatures like the horned rabbits and the gelatinous slimes, which had once seemed too daunting to challenge, were now fightable prey. Jannet lay sprawled at the base of the tree, his belly full from a successful hunt. A horned rabbit carcass lay nearby, its dark fur matted with blood. The sun filtered through the canopy, warming his scales as he rested. He had been growing stronger, adapting to this harsh world in ways that his past self could never have imagined. The jungle floor, once a source of terror, now felt almost familiar. He knew its sounds, its rhythms, its dangers. He was no longer just surviving, he was thriving. But his peace didn't last. The sound of soft footfalls reached his ears, accompanied by the faint rustle of leaves. Jannet tensed, his claws digging into the dirt as he lifted his head to survey his surroundings. A lizard emerged from the underbrush. It was another Komodo dragon, about his size, its sleek body gliding over the ground with practiced ease. Its forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air as it moved closer. Janet's instincts flared. This wasn't a horned rabbit or a slime. This was competition, a potential threat. His mind raced, calculating his options. The lizard stopped a few feet away, its tongue flicking again. Jannet mirrored the action, tasting the air and catching the other's scent. It was strange, familiar, yet alien. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, their bodies coiled like springs, ready to strike. Janet's plan was simple: fight, drive the other lizard away, and assert dominance over the territory. But just as he prepared to launch his attack, a thought stopped him. What if I don't have to fight? His mind flashed back to his time in the egg, floating in darkness and contemplating his skills. He remembered thinking about starting an empire, a vision of lizards working together, building something greater than the endless cycle of eat or be eaten. The idea had seemed laughable then, a silly daydream. But now, faced with this other Komodo dragon, it didn't seem so impossible. What if I could make this lizard an ally? Jannet's thoughts raced. He knew he had tools at his disposal: morphic field manipulation and reptile mimetics. These weren't just skills for survival, they were tools for influence, for connection. He focused on the other lizard, letting the morphic resonance between them grow stronger. It was like tuning into a frequency, a subtle thread of instinct and understanding that bound them as members of the same species. He could feel the lizard's wariness, its territorial instincts, and its hunger. Jannet racked his brain, searching for a way to communicate what he needed. He had no words, no language, only images, feelings, and the faint hope that his skills would bridge the gap. Then, a memory surfaced. It was from his human life, one of the rare dates he'd shared with Walter. They had gone to the movies, and the film had been something about apes banding together to survive in a hostile world. The line that stuck with him came rushing back: "Ape together strong." Jannet's reptilian lips couldn't form the words, but his mind could shape the idea. He poured everything he had into the thought: teamwork, cooperation, the promise of shared strength and safety. Lizard together strong, he thought, willing the phrase into being. He packed it with every ounce of meaning he could muster, weaving images of hunting together, defending territory, and sharing the spoils of survival. He felt the resistance against the morphic fields immediately. The other lizard's mind was a fortress of suspicion and instinct, its thoughts guarded by territorial fear. But Jannet pressed on, using the resonance to hold it down. The seconds stretched into an eternity as the other lizard's body tensed, its muscles coiling as it prepared to strike. There was no time left. With one final push, Jannet willed the thought into the lizard's mind: lizard together strong. The world seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 5: Friends. Jannet stared into the other lizard's cold eyes, his thoughts still ringing with the phrase he had willed into existence: lizard together strong. The tension in the air was suffocating, each flick of the other dragon's tongue sending shivers down his spine. For a moment, nothing happened. The larger lizard held its ground, muscles coiled, and Jannet braced himself for an attack. Then, slowly, the other dragon's posture shifted. Its claws relaxed against the dirt, its tail swayed gently behind it, and the hard, territorial edge in its gaze softened. Jannet felt the bond click into place, a strange sensation like a door unlocking in his mind. A connection hummed between them, tentative, fragile, but undeniably there. Before he could fully process what had happened, the profile flared to life with a triumphant glow. "Congratulations! You have unlocked the achievement, first of its kind." Achievement, first of its kind. Description: against all odds, you have forged a bond of friendship with a species that has never before trusted another. Your compassion and perseverance have bridged the unthinkable, rewriting history in both their world and yours. Requirements: successfully establish a meaningful bond of friendship with a creature or species that has no recorded history of cooperation or trust with others. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, World Bridge. Grants a small charisma boost, +5, when interacting with other species or creatures. Skill reward, Harmony Pact. Skill unlocked, Harmony Pact. Type, active skill. Cooldown, moderate. Effect: shared strength, both parties receive a 10% increase to combat stats when fighting together. Lifeline bond, if one member of the pact is critically injured, the other receives a temporary boost in power or healing. Communication link, enables deeper understanding between bonded creatures and people, facilitating more complex interactions and commands. As the glowing text faded, Jannet's mind buzzed with the implications. This wasn't just a victory, it was a breakthrough. The skill had already activated, cementing the bond between him and the larger lizard. His gaze shifted back to his new companion, who stood a little more at ease, its forked tongue flicking in a slower, almost curious rhythm. Above its head, an icon appeared in Janet's vision, glowing faintly like an overlay in a video game. Uranus comodoensis. Level 5. Age, 1 year. Size, 5 feet. Gender, male. The information sent a fresh wave of relief through Jannet. The lizard was slightly bigger and older, making it the perfect first ally. Its size and presence alone would be enough to scare off most predators that might wander too close. For a moment, they simply stood there, tasting the air, sharing the space. Jannet felt a strange sense of accomplishment, not the cold, pragmatic satisfaction of surviving another day, but something deeper. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about building something, forging connections in a world that seemed designed to tear them apart. The other lizard tilted its head slightly, the gesture oddly familiar, almost like a nod. Janet's instincts told him that this was an acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of their bond. Janet's thoughts swirled as he processed the bond he had just formed with the other Komodo dragon. For a moment, his mind wandered back to his old life, to Walter, to Richard, to the constant weight of their judgment. Walter's condescending smirk flashed in his mind, followed by Richard's booming voice. They had never approved of anything he enjoyed, especially not something as science fiction as this. Walter had scoffed at it, calling it a waste of time. Richard had been even harsher, claiming that people should worry about Earth, not some stupid stories about space. Those memories, sharp and bitter, clawed at Janet's mind like old wounds. His chest tightened, his breathing shallow and uneven. The other lizard reacted immediately. It wasn't a threat to Jannet, not directly. Instead, it raised its head, its tongue flicking rapidly as its body tensed, scanning the surroundings with sharp, calculated movements. Its cold eyes darted from shadow to shadow, its claws flexing against the dirt. Jannet blinked, his spiraling thoughts snapping back to the present. He realized what was happening. His stress, his anxiety, had put his new companion on edge. The larger lizard wasn't guarding against Jannet, it was guarding for him. The realization sent a wave of guilt through him. I'm making him think there's danger when it's just my stupid old memories. Jannet took a deep breath, willing his body to relax. Slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, flattening his belly against the cool dirt. His companion watched him closely, its tongue flicking less frequently as it mirrored Janet's movements. Sorry, Jannet thought, though the word felt hollow. Still, the tension between them eased. Now calm, Jannet tried something new. He focused on the lizard, willing the bond they shared to strengthen. He didn't have words, not like before, but he could gesture, project feelings, and send thoughts. He moved cautiously, tilting his head slightly and flicking his tongue toward the other lizard in what he hoped was a friendly gesture. The larger lizard mirrored the motion, its body language cautious but curious. It wasn't speech, nowhere near it, but there was something there. Jannet focused harder, trying to convey a simple idea: friend. Work together. The other lizard responded, though not in words. It was more like an impression, an understanding of cooperation, though tinged with territorial hesitation. The two of them exchanged more gestures and thoughts, the communication clumsy and slow. Jannet tilted his head, pointed with his claws, and even mimed the sound of a bird's flapping wings to indicate their next prey. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. As they settled into their strange partnership, Jannet decided his companion needed a name. Calling him the other lizard felt impersonal, and Jannet was trying to build something bigger than that. He mulled over the possibilities, his mind drifting back to his old life. A guilty pleasure resurfaced, his favorite sci-fi show on Earth, one about space exploration and the unity of a starship crew. Walter and Richard had hated it, of course, but Jannet had adored it, sneaking episodes late at night when the house was quiet. The show's captain always referred to their first officer as Number 1. It was a simple name, but it carried weight, a sense of importance, trust, and partnership. "You're Number 1, Jannet thought, looking at his companion. The lizard, of course, didn't react to the name, but it felt right to Jannet. Days turned into weeks, and the two lizards fell into a rhythm. They hunted together, stalking prey through the underbrush and coordinating their movements with a surprising level of synchronization. Janet's ambush predator skill paired well with Number 1's sheer strength and size, allowing them to bring down creatures they could never have managed alone. The hunts weren't always successful, but they went hungry less often. Even if Jannet sometimes had to share a bit more food than he'd like, it was a small price to pay for the safety and companionship Number 1 provided. Not that Number 1 was as generous. The larger lizard still hoarded its kills when it could, snarling softly if Jannet got too close. But even that was starting to change, albeit slowly. When they weren't hunting, the two lizards lounged under the tree, basking in the sun's warmth or taking shelter from the midday heat. Jannet found comfort in these moments, the simplicity of their existence a stark contrast to the chaos of his old life. Jannet leaned back against the tree's thick trunk, watching as Number 1 flicked his tongue lazily in the air. Walter and Richard would hate this, he thought with a faint smirk. They'd hate the raw meat, the dirt, the lack of perfection. They'd hate that he was thriving in a world without their rules, their control. Let them hate it, Jannet thought, the smirk growing. I'm doing just fine without them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the jungle, Jannet closed his eyes, the presence of his first companion a steady reassurance at his side. Status update. Uranus Komodoensis. Level 5. Name, unnamed stage, hatchling. Age, 8 months. Size, 5.5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 9 years. Stats. Health, HP, 200-220. Stamina, SP, 160-180. Mana, MP, 90-110. Strength, 22-24. Agility, 15-17. Venom effectiveness, 20-22. Armor/defense, 18-20. Resistance, 11-13. Perception, 18-20. Stealth, 14-16. Climbing ability, 13-15. Note: stat increases doubled due to wisdom of the seeker. Skills. Innate skills. Ectotherm, regulate body temperature through external sources like sunlight. Short sprint, a sudden burst of speed over short distances. Climbing, the ability to scale trees and rough surfaces. Digging, create burrows or uncover prey. Claws, sharp, durable claws for digging, climbing, and combat. Ambush predator, enhanced stealth and patience for surprise attacks. Stealthy approach, quiet movement for evasion or sneaking up on prey. Strong jaws, crushing force capable of breaking bone. Maiming bite, designed to disable prey and prevent escape. Infecting bite, deadly, bacteria-laden saliva ensures fatal wounds. Expandable jaws, swallow prey larger than the head. Expandable stomach, hold large quantities of food for long survival periods. Carrion eater, safely consume decaying meat. Revulsion to vegetables, inefficient digestion of plant matter. Sun-aided digestion, solar energy speeds up digestion. Slow metabolism, reduced energy consumption during inactivity. Gifted skills. Memories of the soul, access fragmented memories and insights from past lives. Reptile mimetics, implant ideas, instincts, or emotions into reptilian minds, success increasing with genetic similarity. Morphic field manipulation, influence biological and instinctual behavior of creatures through unseen energy fields. Wisdom of the seeker, doubles experience gained from actions for faster growth and learning. Fabled prodigy, monster trait, enhanced growth rates, skill acquisition, and influence over creatures. Unlocked skills. Harmony pact, active. Shared strength, both bonded creatures gain plus 10% combat stats when fighting together. Lifeline bond, boosts power or healing if one bonded party is critically injured. Communication link, enables deeper understanding between bonded creatures, allowing more complex commands and interactions. The glowing text faded from Jannet's vision, marking yet another milestone in his strange, reptilian life. 8 months since hatching, his partnership with Number 1 had grown into a seamless rhythm of survival. The territory beneath their sprawling tree had become their shared domain, and even the once daunting horned rabbits were now manageable prey. Jannet and Number 1 stood amidst the aftermath of their latest hunt. The scent of blood lingered in the air as Jannet clamped his jaws onto the limp form of a rabbit, its curved horns broken in the struggle. Number 1, larger and more powerful, finished off another with a crushing bite. Together, they were a formidable team. As they prepared to feast, a sharp, anguished hiss sliced through the stillness of the jungle. Both lizards froze, their tongues flicking out to catch the scent of distress. The noise was close, urgent, and unmistakably Komodo. Number 1's head whipped toward the sound, his body coiling with readiness. Jannet tensed, instincts screaming caution. Another lizard meant danger, competition for territory, food, or worse. But the cry wasn't aggressive. It was pained, desperate. Jannet's thoughts raced. "We have to see," he thought, gesturing with a flick of his tongue. Number 1 hesitated but followed as Jannet cautiously led the way toward the source of the sound. They found her not far from the edge of their territory, trapped and struggling in a jagged contraption that gleamed cruelly in the filtered sunlight. The other Komodo dragon hissed and thrashed, her powerful tail slapping against the ground. Blood smeared the dirt beneath her broken front leg, pinned between the sharp metal jaws of a trap that looked eerily like something Jannet remembered from his human life. The sight made Jannet's stomach twist. He edged closer, his movements slow and deliberate. The trapped lizard was massive, larger than both him and Number 1, her scales dark and glistening despite the dirt and blood. She flared her throat in a warning display, her tongue flicking wildly as she tried to assess the newcomers. Number 1 hung back, his body tense, his instincts wary. Jannet could feel the weight of the decision pressing on him. This wasn't just a matter of survival anymore. It was something bigger. Lizard together strong, he thought, the words echoing in his mind. They had worked with Number 1, and now he needed them to work again. Jannet turned to Number 1, projecting calm and reassurance through their bond. He gestured with his body, a slow, deliberate signal that said, "Let me handle this." Number 1's tongue flicked in acknowledgement, but he didn't relax, his gaze fixed on the struggling lizard. Jannet approached cautiously. The trapped lizard hissed again, her panic rising. Her sharp claws scrabbled at the dirt, her tail whipping in frustration. Jannet paused just out of reach, feeling the resonance between them as he focused his thoughts. Calm. We are not enemies. Lizard together strong. It was harder this time, the trapped lizard's fear and pain creating a wall of instinctual resistance. Jannet pushed harder, drawing on the bond he had with Number 1 and the months of partnership they'd shared. He projected images of cooperation, of hunting and resting together, of safety and strength in numbers. Slowly, the lizard's thrashing lessened. Her breathing slowed, her tongue flicking hesitantly in the air. The moment clicked, the resonance settling like a calm wave. A faint glow appeared above her head. Uranus Comodoensis. Level, 8. Age, 1 year. Gender: female. Janet's thoughts reeled. She was even larger and stronger than number 1, though her broken leg and the bloodied trap dulled her ferocity. Still, this wasn't just another lizard. She could be an ally, or a deadly rival if things went wrong. Jannet turned his attention to the trap, examining it closely. It was rudimentary but effective, 2 jagged metal jaws clamped shut by tension, its edges biting cruelly into the female's leg. It reminded Jannet of bear traps he'd seen on Earth, though it was rustier and more primitive. His human memories tugged at him, filling his mind with frustration. I don't have hands anymore, he thought bitterly. But his claws and jaws would have to do. Searching the ground, he found a thick, sturdy stick, a piece of fallen branch that seemed strong enough to wedge the jaws open. Gripping it in his mouth, Jannet turned back to the trapped lizard. He sent a wave of reassurance through their tenuous connection, trying to convey his plan. Wait. Trust me. Lizard together strong. The female's body remained tense, her eyes wary, but she held still, her instinctual panic giving way to cautious hope. Number 1 hovered nearby, watching the scene unfold with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Jannet moved quickly. The stick slid between the jagged teeth of the trap, and he braced his claws against the mechanism. It took all his strength, and more than a few moments of grunting effort, but the jaws began to loosen. The trap creaked and groaned, the rusted metal protesting against the pressure. Finally, with a snap, the trap sprang open. The female darted out in a blur of movement, her injured leg dragging awkwardly behind her. She hissed once, a sharp sound of pain and relief, before retreating to a safe distance. Jannet stepped back, his body tense, watching her carefully. If she decided to turn on them now, there would be little he could do to stop her. But she didn't. Instead, she settled into a crouch, her injured leg tucked close to her body. Her tongue flicked slowly, tasting the air around Jannet and number 1. The tension between them eased, replaced by a tentative understanding. Relief washed over him as the immediate danger passed, but before he could process what had just occurred, the familiar glow of the system filled his mind. Achievement unlocked, forging a new path. Achievement, forging a new path. Description: with ingenuity and creativity, you have unlocked the potential of a species or being by introducing them to the use of tools. This marks the dawn of a new era for them, and a legacy for you as the catalyst. Requirements: successfully teach a species or individual how to use a tool for the first time in recorded history. This could involve crafting a tool and guiding the creature in its use, sparking their understanding of how to manipulate their environment. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Innovator. Grants a small intellect boost, +5. Grants a 10% bonus to crafting success rates. Skill reward, Toolmaster's Insight. Skill unlocked, Toolmaster's Insight, passive effect. Enhanced innovation, boosts creativity and effectiveness in crafting and tool use. Improved tool durability, tools crafted or used by the skill user last 20% longer. Enhanced combat tools, tools used in combat gain a 10% damage bonus and a chance to trigger unique effects, for example, blinding enemies with a hammer strike or creating a gust with a shovel. Teaching synergy, creatures or NPCs taught by the skill user gain a 10% efficiency boost when using tools and may develop unique abilities based on the tools they wield. The glowing notification faded, leaving Jannet momentarily stunned. The magnitude of what he had done wasn't lost on him. Using tools had been an instinctive solution to a problem, but the system's reward hinted at something far greater. He wasn't just adapting to this new world, he was changing it. Jannet turned back to the injured lizard, who was watching him with a mix of wariness and curiosity. For the next few hours, the 3 lizards lingered near the tree. The female, Jannet needed a name for her, but nothing came to mind yet, was cautious but didn't leave. Her injury made movement difficult, and she seemed to recognize that, for now, safety lay with them. Jannet felt a swell of pride, and something more. This wasn't just about survival anymore. With number 1 and now this new companion, he wasn't just scraping by. He was building something. But as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the jungle floor, a new thought gnawed at him. The tree wasn't enough. Not for 3 of them. They needed something better, somewhere safer, more permanent. Shelter. A home. For the first time in months, Janet's mind buzzed with the possibilities. Lizard together strong, he thought again, the words carrying a weight they hadn't before. Together, they could survive. Together, they could thrive. Status update. Uranus Komodoensis. Level 6. Stage, hatchling. Age, 10 months. Size, 6 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 years. Jannet lounged under the now familiar tree, his mind buzzing with ideas. The tree had served him, number 1, and Rose, who Jannet had named after his favorite flowers from Earth, well enough for the past few months, but it was becoming increasingly apparent that their growing size and numbers demanded something more permanent. Shelter, he thought, his tongue flicking out instinctively as he scanned the terrain around him. The wilds offered little in terms of safety. Even the larger predators prowling at night made privacy and warmth a fleeting luxury. Something better had to be made, and Jannet was determined to be the one to create it. The idea of building entirely with sticks was laughable. Without hands to bind them together, creating anything complex seemed impossible. Yet Janet's reptilian mind was resourceful. His claws dug absent-mindedly into the dirt, and a thought struck him. Sticks. Sticks could serve as rudimentary supports, just as wooden beams did in the houses he once called home. Walter and Richard's cold, impersonal mansion came to mind. It had never truly felt like his space. This time, though, the home would be his. A place built not for obligation but for comfort and survival. He'd do it for himself, for number 1, and for Rose. A network of tunnels and rooms, supported by carefully wedged sticks, seemed achievable. The ground would retain heat during the night, providing much-needed warmth, while the dirt walls would give them privacy and safety. His claws and strong jaws, along with his digging skill, would be his tools. He shared his idea with number 1 and Rose the only way he knew how, through shared gestures and the faint impressions sent via morphic field manipulation. Though they didn't fully grasp the details, their willingness to follow his lead was enough. And so, the work began. The next 2 months became a grueling cycle of digging, hunting, and resting. Janet's claws ached from the constant excavation, and his stomach growled with hunger far more often than he liked. The physical toll was immense, but the progress he made spurred him on. By the time he finished, the underground structure had taken shape. It was rudimentary but functional, a simple network of 3 main chambers, each serving a purpose. The sleeping room, a quiet, cozy space lined with soft moss and dry leaves that Jannet had painstakingly gathered. It would be their safe haven during the nights. The kitchen, a central area where they could store extra food, shielded from scavengers and the elements. The living room/entrance, the largest chamber, serving as both an entryway and a communal area where the 3 could bask in the warmth of their shared presence. Jannet stood at the entrance of the completed shelter, dirt clinging to his scales and exhaustion weighing heavily on his limbs. He glanced back at number 1 and Rose, who had been observing his efforts with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Their presence reassured him that all the effort had been worth it. Home, he thought, pride swelling in his chest. The word felt more significant than it ever had before. Achievement unlocked, pillar of creation. As Jannet stepped back to let number 1 and Rose explore the finished structure, the familiar glow of the system filled his mind, its text unfolding in a triumphant cascade. Achievement, pillar of creation. Description: through vision and craftsmanship, you have introduced the art of architecture to a species, transforming their shelters into sanctuaries, their villages into civilizations. The foundations you have laid will stand for centuries as a testament to your influence. Requirements: successfully inspire or guide a species or individual in constructing a structure with advanced techniques or materials for the first time. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Architect of Ages. Grants a +5 boost to creativity. Grants a 10% increase in structural durability for skill user-built or influenced constructions. Skill reward: Blueprint of Potential. Skill unlocked, Blueprint of Potential, passive effect. Structural stability: buildings constructed or influenced by the skill user are 20% more resistant to damage, for example, weather, combat, or erosion. Enhanced auras: nearby structures grant minor buffs to allies within range, for example, faster stamina recovery, reduced incoming damage, or boosted crafting speed. Design synergy: teaching architecture to entity or creatures increases their productivity by 15% and unlocks the potential for unique, self-evolving designs, for example, creatures developing personalized homes or fortified bases over time. A text appeared upon the unlock. Stone by stone, beam by beam, you've transformed the dreams of shelter into the reality of civilization. Where once there was wilderness, now there is permanence. Jannet watched as Number 1 and Rose moved cautiously through the chambers, their tongues flicking as they explored. The dirt walls were sturdy, the stick supports wedged firmly into place. It wasn't perfect, but it was theirs. For the first time since his rebirth, Jannet felt a sense of permanence. The jungle was still dangerous, and the challenges ahead would no doubt be immense, but now he had a foundation, both literal and metaphorical. As he settled into the sleeping room that evening, Rose and Number 1 resting nearby, a new thought took root in his mind: if I can build this, what else can I create? The possibilities felt endless. Chapter 6: Art and Science. The dim light filtering through the cave entrance painted soft shadows on the dirt walls as Jannet studied Rose's injured leg. Her massive form sprawled across the cool ground of the living room chamber, her dark scales shimmering faintly in the low light. Rose's leg, though healed on the surface, bore the evidence of an improperly set break. The twisted alignment of the bone made her movements awkward and strained. Her hunting was hampered, and with her size and strength, she was vital to the group's ability to thrive. Leaving her in this state wasn't an option. Janet's reptilian instincts warred briefly with his human memories. The lizard part of him wanted to leave it, let nature take its course. But the echoes of his former life, his human mother's care and determination to always do right, pushed him forward. Jannet clicked his jaws softly, drawing Rose's attention. Her tongue flicked in the air as she gazed at him, her golden eyes calm but cautious. She was still adjusting to the idea of trust, even after months of partnership. Jannet moved closer, projecting calm and care through their tenuous bond. The morphic resonance between them pulsed gently as he shared his intent: this will hurt, but it's necessary. Trust me. He repeated the thought, interspersing it with soothing images of warmth, comfort, and shared meals. Rose let out a low hiss, her body tense, but she didn't lash out. Her gaze darted to Number 1, who lingered near the entrance. Jannet turned toward him, flicking his tongue in a sharp motion: watch, but don't interfere. Jannet surveyed the situation, focusing on the tools he'd need. The sticks scattered around the cave were sturdy enough for his purpose. He nudged two into position with his claws and began shaping them with the precision granted by Toolmaster's insight. It didn't take long to create makeshift splints, extremely crude and simple, yet sturdy. A caveman was a master artisan in comparison, but it would work. He returned to Rose, clicking softly to reinforce his intentions. His claws hovered over her leg as he projected soothing thoughts: this time pulling from memories of his mother's gentle care. He remembered her comforting touch after a scraped knee, her patient whispers of encouragement. He pushed these emotions toward Rose, wrapping her in a mental blanket of reassurance. Rose settled slightly, her tail flicking in an almost nervous rhythm. Jannet took a deep breath and hooked his claws into the splints. With a sharp pull, he realigned the bone with a sickening crack. Rose let out a piercing hiss, her body thrashing instinctively. Number One's head shot up, his posture bristling with alarm, but Jannet remained focused, his claws steady. The system voice chimed in his mind, breaking the tension. Achievement, the healing hand. Where others hesitated in the face of mortality, you steadied your hands and defied the impossible. This moment will inspire healers and save lives for generations to come. Achievement description. With knowledge, precision, and courage, you performed the first surgical procedure ever recorded. Where others saw an impossible challenge, you saw a chance to preserve life and open the path to advanced healing. Your work will be remembered as the turning point in the art of medicine. Requirements. Successfully perform a surgical procedure, saving the life of a creature, NPC, or ally where traditional healing methods would fail. Resolve a critical condition, demonstrating innovation and skill in the face of a life-threatening challenge. Achievement rewards. Title unlocked, Lifeweaver, +5 dexterity, +10% to healing actions effectiveness. Skill unlocked, surgical precision, active skill. Skill, surgical precision. Life-saving expertise, when an ally is below 10% health, heal them for 30% of their maximum health and remove debuffs, poison, bleeding, paralysis. Pain suppression, temporarily grants the target immunity to pain effects and reduces incoming damage during recovery. Medical training aura, allies taught by the skill user gain +10% increased healing proficiency. Jannet didn't waste time savoring the achievement. He activated pain suppression, the warmth of the skill flooding into Rose's trembling form. Her frantic thrashing subsided, and her breathing slowed as the pain dulled. Janet's memories of his mother surged again, and he channeled them into soothing memes, soft reassurances, protective care, and the unconditional love he'd once known. Rose calmed, her golden eyes fluttering shut as exhaustion took over. In the days that followed, Jannet, Number One, and Rose fell into a new routine. Jannet ensured that Rose stayed still, the splints holding her leg in place as it began to mend properly. Number One was reluctant to share food at first, often returning with nothing but a distended belly. Jannet, however, refused to let him off the hook. He projected his displeasure forcefully, using reptile mimetics to convey frustration and expectation. Gradually, Number One began to understand, though not without the occasional hiss of protest. By the end of the week, he was bringing back prey, albeit grudgingly. The shared meals fostered a growing sense of unity among them. Rose's recovery progressed steadily, her leg showing signs of proper alignment. The system chimed periodically, updating Jannet on her status. Status update, Rose. Injury, healing progress, 40%. Pain suppression active, recovery speed enhanced. Bond strengthening, trust level increased. The quiet moments of care and shared survival forged a deeper connection between Jannet and his companions. Rose's trust in him grew, her once defensive posture softening. She would often nudge him with her snout, a gesture that felt almost affectionate. Jannet marveled at the transformation, not just in her, but in their group as a whole. They weren't just surviving anymore. They were thriving. Together, they were building something greater than the sum of their parts. One evening, as the group lounged in the living room of the cave, Janet's thoughts wandered. He gazed at Rose, her leg propped carefully on the soft moss bed he had arranged. Number One rested nearby, his powerful body coiled protectively. This is just the beginning, Jannet thought. For the first time since his rebirth, Jannet didn't just feel like a survivor. He felt like a leader. Time passes with the routine taking care of Rose. It does wonders for her leg. Then one day Jannet lounged near the entrance, his scales glinting faintly in the dappled sunlight. Beside him, Number 1 and Rose rested in a comfortable sprawl, the cave now a true home after months of survival and growth. As Janet's gaze swept over his companions, the familiar glow of the system filled his vision. This time, however, the text was different. It shimmered brighter, more vivid, and carried a sense of significance that made him immediately sit up straighter. Status update. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Level, 6. Stage, hatchling prodigy. Age, 1 year. Congratulations. You have reached a milestone, 1 year of age. The achievement conditions for prodigy hatchling stage have been met. This marks the culmination of exceptional growth, adaptation, and survival instincts. Your potential has surpassed the norm, and you are now recognized as a hatchling prodigy. The glow intensified as Janet's profile unfolded before his eyes, the details laid out with cold precision. Stage. Komodo dragon hatchling prodigy. Growth modifier. Hatchling, standard rate of stat increases per level. Hatchling prodigy, 1.2x faster stat growth across strength, agility, and perception. Unique features. Traits. Hatchling. Venomous bite, inflicts a debuff on enemies, reducing health regeneration and stamina recovery. Ambush predator, bonus damage, plus 10%, when attacking from stealth. Hatchling prodigy. Enhanced venom, the venom also applies a stacking weaken effect, reducing enemy damage output by 5% per stack, max 3. Prodigious instinct, increased XP gain, plus 10%, from combat and exploration. Ambush savant, deals plus 15% bonus damage from stealth and gains a brief speed boost after attacking. Abilities. Hatchling. Basic bite, a standard attack with moderate damage and venom application. Climb, allows traversal of vertical surfaces with moderate stamina cost. Hatchling prodigy. Predator's lunge, a powerful, leaping bite attack with increased damage and guaranteed venom application on hit. Adaptive survival, temporarily boosts defense or speed based on the last type of damage received. Silent prowler, greatly improved stealth capabilities, reducing the chance of detection by enemies. Achievement unlocked, prodigy hatchling. You have transcended the boundaries of a standard hatchling through unparalleled growth and adaptation. This stage unlocks hidden potentials for your kind, making you a rare and exceptional example of evolutionary brilliance. The glowing text faded, leaving Jannet stunned. For months, the system had been a constant companion, offering updates and rewards with detached neutrality. But this was different. The system's cold voice didn't even acknowledge him by name, referring to him only by his species, Varanus comodoensis. Janet's claws flexed against the dirt as he processed the revelation. The prodigy hatchling stage wasn't something he had chosen or even known about, it was a hidden potential, a secret goal buried within the system. And now, he had unlocked it. The realization sent a thrill through him. Each new trait and ability felt like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Predator's lunge promised devastating attacks, while adaptive survival hinted at a flexibility he hadn't known was possible. And then there was Silent Prowler, a skill that would make his stealth nearly undetectable. But the most significant revelation was the enhanced venom. The stacking weaken effect added a new layer of lethality to his attacks, turning his bite into a tool not just for killing but for weakening even the strongest foes. Jannet glanced at Number 1 and Rose, who were still resting. Did they have hidden potentials too? The thought stirred his curiosity. If he had this level of growth locked within him, perhaps his companions did as well. The detached nature of the system lingered in his thoughts. It had guided him, rewarded him, and now unveiled this new stage of evolution. Yet it never addressed him as an individual, never as Jannet, never acknowledging the human mind that drove this reptilian body. Am I just an experiment? A piece in some larger puzzle? The thought was unsettling, but he pushed it aside. For now, the focus was clear: survival, growth, and the path ahead. Janet's claws scraped the dirt as he rose to his feet, his body humming with newfound strength and potential. The air felt sharper, his surroundings more vivid. The system's upgrade had given him more than just stats, it had sharpened his instincts, heightening his awareness of the jungle around him. The midday sun poured through the cave entrance, illuminating the walls with a soft, golden glow. Rose lay in the living room of their home, her injured leg stretched awkwardly as she rested. The faint hum of insects and the occasional rustle of leaves outside filled the otherwise quiet air. Her boredom, however, was palpable. Her tail twitched lazily, and her tongue flicked out with barely concealed irritation. Jannet watched her from his usual spot near the entrance, his own tail resting still against the dirt floor. Rose's restlessness stirred a memory deep within him, one from a lifelong past. It was his mother. Not Walter or Richard, but her, the one bright spot in his childhood. He could see her now, kneeling beside a much younger Jannet at the kitchen table, her warm hands guiding his tiny fingers over a piece of paper. She had taught him to draw, patiently encouraging him as he fumbled with crayons and pencils. Art was their escape, a sanctuary from the cold rigidity of Richard's rule. She had called it their secret language, a way to express the things they couldn't put into words. The memory lingered as Jannet turned his gaze back to Rose. An idea sparked in his mind, and he rose to his feet, claws scraping gently against the dirt floor. If art had brought him peace in his human life, perhaps it could do the same for Rose. It would give her something to focus on, a way to pass the long days of healing, and, perhaps, a way to connect more deeply. He moved closer to her, his body language calm and non-threatening. Rose tilted her head, curious but cautious as he began to project thoughts and images through skill mimetics. Images of drawing filled her mind. Simple lines in the dirt. Shapes becoming pictures. The sensation of creating something new, something that could last longer than a fleeting moment. Jannet layered the thoughts with emotions, calmness, focus, and the joy of expression. He shared fragments of his own memories, his mother's loving encouragement, the pride he had felt when he completed his first drawing, the quiet joy of creating something uniquely his. Rose's tongue flicked out as she absorbed the ideas, her claws flexing slightly against the dirt floor. Her tail stilled, the earlier boredom giving way to curiosity. Slowly, she shifted her weight, her injured leg tucked carefully beneath her as she focused on the wall beside her. Jannet guided her with a low hiss, demonstrating the technique himself. He raised a claw and dragged it gently through the soft dirt of the cave wall, creating a simple line. Then another, crossing the first to form an X. Rose watched intently, her head tilting as she processed the unfamiliar action. With a flick of her tail and a soft grunt, she raised her own claw and imitated the motion. The line was jagged and uneven, but it was there, a mark made with purpose. Jannet clicked his jaws softly in encouragement, projecting images of more shapes and patterns. He gestured again, this time drawing a rough circle beside the X. Rose hesitated for a moment, then tried again. Her claws moved with more confidence, carving a shaky but recognizable oval into the wall. She paused to inspect her work, her tongue flicking out rapidly as if tasting the air for approval. Jannet projected a wave of warmth and pride, the same feelings his mother had given him so many years ago. He added another layer to the mimetic connection, the joy of storytelling. He showed her how drawings could capture moments, emotions, and even ideas. Through their shared bond, he encouraged her to add more, to make the wall her canvas. The hours passed as they worked together. Rose's initial hesitation gave way to growing enthusiasm, her claws carving increasingly complex patterns into the dirt. Jannet joined her, demonstrating new shapes and symbols, layering the process with feelings of calm and satisfaction. Number 1 even wandered in at one point, his curiosity piqued by the strange activity. Though he didn't participate, he watched closely, his tail swishing in slow arcs. By the time the sun began to dip lower in the sky, the once bare wall of the cave had transformed. Simple lines and shapes gave way to crude but meaningful images, the outline of a horned rabbit, a jagged representation of their home tree, and even a wavy pattern that might have been meant to represent water. Rose sat back, her injured leg still awkwardly stretched, but her posture radiated satisfaction. Her tongue flicked out lazily, her earlier boredom replaced by contentment. The glow of the system filled Janet's vision once again, its detached voice breaking the quiet triumph of the moment. Achievement unlocked, a stroke of unity. Achievement, a stroke of unity. Description: in a world where creativity speaks louder than words, you have introduced the art of pictorial expression to a species or race for the first time. Your efforts have given rise to a new language of emotion, storytelling, and identity, forever changing their culture. Requirements: successfully teach or inspire a species or race to create their first piece of pictorial art. This could involve demonstrating drawing techniques, providing materials, or guiding their expression of emotions or stories through visual mediums. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, visionary artist. Grants a +5 boost to creativity. Increases crafting speed for artistic tools and decorative items by 15%. Skill reward, canvas of connection. Skill unlocked, canvas of connection, active cooldown, moderate. Effect: inspiring mural, temporarily boosts allies' morale and restores stamina when in the vicinity of the artwork. Binding sigil, creates an artwork that weakens or immobilizes enemies who step into its area of influence. Cultural catalyst, boosts the cultural or emotional development of the species that interacts with the artwork, unlocking unique storylines or skills for them. The glow faded, leaving Jannet with a profound sense of accomplishment. He turned back to Rose, who had begun adding another pattern to the wall, a crude representation of the three of them, side by side. The simplicity of it tugged at something deep within him, a reminder of what art had always meant: connection, expression, and the power to create something lasting. For the first time in months, Jannet allowed himself a moment of quiet pride. The cave wasn't just a shelter anymore. It was a home. Chapter 7, Home Defense. Profile Update, Comprehensive Skill Summary. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, Hatchling Prodigy. Level, 6. Age, 1 year 3 months. Size, 5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 years. Base stats. Health, HP, 240. Stamina, SP, 200. Mana, MP, 120. Strength, 26. Agility, 20. Perception, 24. Venom effectiveness, 25. Armor/defense, 22. Resistance, 15. Stealth, 18. Climbing ability, 17. Note: stat increases benefit from wisdom of the seeker and prodigy growth multipliers. Innate traits and skills. These are abilities and advantages naturally tied to your species or biological design. Venomous bite. Inflicts a debilitating venom that reduces regeneration and stamina recovery. Ambush predator. Enhanced stealth and precision during surprise attacks, granting a +15% damage boost. Short sprint. A burst of speed over short distances, ideal for ambushes or evasion. Claws. razor-sharp claws for climbing, digging, or combat. Expandable jaws and stomach. Enables consumption of prey larger than expected, storing sustenance for extended survival periods. Red infecting saliva, deadly. Bacteria-laden saliva ensures that wounds become fatal over time. Slow metabolism. Reduces energy consumption during periods of inactivity, prolonging survival without food. Carrion eater. Allows safe consumption of decayed or partially consumed prey. Revulsion to vegetables. Inability to digest plant matter effectively, a strictly carnivorous diet is preferred. Sun-aided digestion. Solar energy accelerates the digestive process when basking. Gifted skills. Abilities granted by the system or tied to unique opportunities arising from your actions and memories. Memories of the soul. Access to fragmented memories and insights from past incarnations. These grant wisdom and creativity beyond natural constraints. Reptile mimetics. Implant ideas, instincts, or emotions into other reptiles, with higher success rates for genetically similar creatures. Morphic field manipulation. Subtle influence over biological and instinctual behavior through unseen energy fields, aiding in taming, bonding, and strategy. Wisdom of the seeker. Doubles the experience gained from all actions, accelerating growth and evolution. Fabled prodigy, monster trait. Marked as a unique entity of extraordinary potential, with enhanced stat growth, skill acquisition, and influence over others. Unlocked skills and abilities. Combat-oriented. Maiming bite, active. A targeted attack designed to disable prey, preventing escape. Effect, inflicts deep wounds and critical damage, causing heavy bleeding. Predator's lunge, active. A devastating leap forward to deliver a high-damage bite with guaranteed venom application. Effect, boosted speed and attack power when engaging from mid-range. Silent prowler, passive. Improved stealth, reducing the chance of detection by enemies in both movement and rest. Adaptive survival, active. Temporarily adjusts defense or speed based on the last type of damage received. Effect, increases survival chances during extended engagements. Utility and support oriented. Pain suppression, active. Grants the target temporary immunity to pain and reduces incoming damage during recovery. Medical training aura, passive. Allies taught by you gain enhanced healing capabilities, plus 10% healing proficiency. Toolmaster's insight, passive. Enhanced innovation, creativity and effectiveness in crafting and tool use are amplified. Improved durability, tools last 20% longer and gain combat use bonuses. Canvas of connection, active. Inspiring mural, boosts morale and restores stamina to allies near the artwork. Binding sigil, creates art with temporary effects that immobilize or weaken enemies within range. Blueprint of potential, passive. Structures built or influenced by you are 20% more durable and resistant to damage. Adds minor buffs, for example, stamina recovery or damage resistance, for allies within range of your constructions. Leadership and bonding. Harmony Pact, active. Shared strength, plus 10% to combat stats when fighting alongside bonded creatures. Lifeline bond, boosts power or healing when a bonded ally is critically injured. The morning light filtered through the newly added skylights in the living room, casting soft, dappled patterns on the smooth dirt floor. The stick grates, carefully arranged and cemented into place with mud Jannet had, begrudgingly, crafted by peeing into the dirt, had proven to be a worthwhile addition. He felt a flicker of embarrassment whenever he thought about the process, but the results spoke for themselves. The sunning living room, now bathed in warmth and light, had become a serene retreat for the group. Jannet stretched out on the cool floor, basking in the sunlight. Beside him, Rose reclined lazily, her injured leg still showing faint signs of stiffness but healed well. Number 1 lay on the far side of the room, his bulk coiled comfortably as his tongue flicked out at regular intervals, testing the air for any unusual scents. For a moment, everything was peaceful, a day like any other. But peace was fleeting in the jungle. Janet's tongue flicked, catching a new scent that sent a chill down his spine. It was strong, musky, and carried a faint metallic tang of aggression. He stiffened, his eyes darting to the entrance of the cave. A shadow loomed there. The creature that stepped into their home was massive. Its scales were dark and worn, crisscrossed with scars that spoke of a lifetime of battles. Its eyes were cold, calculating, and filled with an intensity that Jannet recognized all too well. It was an adult Komodo dragon, easily twice the size of Jannet and his companions. Its sheer presence was enough to make the air feel heavier. The beast's tongue flicked once, twice, tasting the air as it surveyed the living room. Its gaze locked onto the group, and a low, guttural hiss escaped its throat. Janet's instincts screamed at him to run, but he forced himself to stay still, his mind racing. This wasn't just a territorial threat, this was an invader, a predator, and it had no intention of leaving without asserting its dominance. He reached out with morphic resonance, projecting calm, territorial warnings, and even offers of cooperation. But the older dragon shook it off with a snarl, its aggression too deeply ingrained. Jannet tried again, layering his reptile mimetics with images of retreat and mutual respect, but the dragon's hardened instincts deflected every attempt. It reminded him of Walter, unyielding, aggressive, and unwilling to see reason. The memory ignited a spark of defiance in Jannet. He wasn't the same person, or creature, he had been back then. This time, he had allies. Jannet turned to number 1 and Rose, his thoughts focused and sharp. Through their bond, he projected urgency and unity. We must do this together. It's the only way to win. Both lizards responded instantly. Number 1 uncoiled from his resting position, his massive form radiating tension as he stepped forward. Rose, despite her recently healed leg, moved into position with a fierce determination. The three of them formed a loose triangle, surrounding the intruder. The adult Komodo snarled, its tail whipping against the dirt as it prepared to attack. The fight erupted in a blur of scales, claws, and teeth. The adult dragon lunged first, its powerful jaws snapping toward Jannet with terrifying speed. He dodged to the side, his claws scraping against the dirt as he tried to counter with a bite to its flank. The beast twisted, its tail lashing out and catching Jannet squarely in the ribs. HP 180-240. The impact sent him sprawling, but he scrambled to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins. Number 1 charged in from the side, his jaws clamping down on the larger lizard's tail. The adult roared in fury, whipping its body around and throwing number 1 off balance. The sound of scales colliding was deafening, and number 1 tumbled into the wall with a heavy thud. #1 horsepower, 120-220. Rose took the opening, lunging forward with a ferocious hiss. Her claws raked across the adult's side, drawing blood, but the larger dragon retaliated with a crushing bite to her shoulder. Rose hissed in pain, her injured leg faltering as she staggered back. Rose HP 160-240. Jannet saw his chance. He darted in low, his predator's lunge activating as he aimed for the soft underside of the beast's throat. His jaws clamped down, venom surging into the wound. The larger dragon thrashed violently, its claws raking across Janet's side in retaliation. HP 140-240. The adult dragon roared, its movements growing more frantic as it struggled against the trio. It lashed out at number 1, who had recovered and was now biting and tearing at its flank. Rose, despite her injury, circled to the other side, her claws finding purchase on the beast's leg. Together, The group's relentless assault began to wear the larger lizard down. The adult's attacks became slower, more erratic, as it bled from multiple wounds. Its eyes darted between its assailants, confusion and frustration evident in its movements. This wasn't a lone fight, it was a coordinated pack hunting it, something it had likely never encountered before. With a final, desperate lunge, the adult dragon tried to take down Jannet, but number 1 intercepted the attack, his powerful jaws locking onto the creature's neck. Rose followed through, her claws raking across its exposed flank. Jannet surged forward one last time, sinking his teeth into its throat with all his strength. The adult dragon collapsed with a heavy thud, its body twitching before finally going still. The living room was silent save for the trio's labored breathing. Blood smeared the dirt floor, the once serene space now a battlefield. Jannet staggered back, his sides heaving as the adrenaline began to fade. Rose limped to the side, her golden eyes wary but triumphant. Number 1 stood over the fallen dragon, his chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. Then, the system voice echoed in Janet's mind, breaking the silence. Congratulations! Your group has slain adult Varanus Comodoensis, level 21. Experience awarded, 3,500 XP. Level up. Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10, Level 11, Level 12. Janet's vision filled with the familiar glow of the system, a detailed profile update unfurling before him. Species, Varanus Comodoensis. Stage, Hatchling Prodigy. Level, 12. Age, 1 year 3 months. Base stats. Health, HP, 240-320. Stamina, SP, 200-280. Mana, MP, 120-200. Strength, 26-34. Agility, 20-28. Perception, 24-30. Venom effectiveness, 25-35. Armor/defense, 22-30. Resistance, 15-25. Stealth, 18-25. Climbing ability, 17-23. New skill unlocked, Pack Instinct, passive. Effect, fighting alongside allies grants a 15% increase to all combat stats and boosts coordination. The glow faded, leaving Jannet with a renewed sense of strength, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The battle had pushed them to their limits, but they had won. Together. He turned to number 1 and Rose, his thoughts heavy with gratitude. They were battered and bloodied, but alive. The pack had proven itself, not just as a group of survivors but as a unit that could stand against even the fiercest of threats. This was their home, and they would defend it. As the afternoon sun poured through the skylights, Jannet allowed himself a rare moment of pride. They had faced the worst, and come out stronger for it. But as the adrenaline began to fade, another feeling crept in, one that made his tail flick with amusement, excitement. Jannet turned to number 1 and Rose, who were still catching their breath. Rose had settled into a resting position, her injured leg tucked beneath her as she licked at her claws, her golden eyes sharp with triumph. Number 1 stood tall over the fallen dragon, his broad chest rising and falling as his tongue flicked out to taste the air. Jannet clicked his jaws softly, a sound that caught their attention. He projected his thoughts to them, layering it with humor and enthusiasm. Did you see that? We didn't just survive, we won. And look at what it brought us. He gestured toward the massive corpse of the adult Komodo dragon, its scarred, muscular body sprawled across the dirt floor. A meal like this doesn't just happen. He conveyed, adding a playful undertone to his mimetic connection. It walked right into our home. It's almost like it wanted to be dinner. Rose let out a low huff that almost sounded like a laugh, her tail swishing against the dirt. Number 1, always more stoic, tilted his head slightly and flicked his tongue in what Jannet chose to interpret as agreement. Come on, Jannet thought, his energy renewed despite his battered state. He padded toward the fallen dragon and clamped his jaws around one of its massive legs. "Help me drag this feast into the kitchen." Rose pushed herself up with a soft grunt, limping over to grab the beast's tail in her jaws. Number 1, as always, took charge of the heavy lifting, sinking his powerful teeth into the dragon's neck. Together, they heaved the massive corpse toward the kitchen area, their combined strength turning a grueling task into a coordinated effort. Once they had the dragon positioned in the center of the kitchen, the three of them stepped back to admire their work. The sheer size of the corpse was staggering, its bulk taking up much of the room. Janet's stomach growled at the sight, the scent of fresh blood filling the air. He turned to number 1 and Rose, his thoughts brimming with shared excitement. "We've never had a meal this big before. This will keep us full for days." Rose flicked her tongue in agreement, her golden eyes bright with anticipation. Number 1, ever the pragmatist, began circling the corpse, his body language already calculating the best way to carve it up. Jannet felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This wasn't just a victory, it was a celebration of everything they had built together. The three of them weren't just surviving anymore. They were thriving, growing stronger, and facing the challenges of this world head-on. As the light from the skylights bathed the kitchen in a warm glow, Jannet allowed himself to dream. If they could take down a predator this massive, what else could they achieve? The jungle was vast, dangerous, and full of mysteries, but for the first time, he wasn't afraid of what lay ahead. With a flick of his tail, Jannet moved closer to the dragon, his claws poised to carve into the feast. "Let's dig in. We've earned it." After Jannet delivered the triumphant thought, "Let's dig in. We've earned it," the group tore into their well-earned feast. Time passed in a blur of tearing flesh, satiated growls, and the rhythmic crunch of bones. The immense adult Komodo dragon provided more than enough to satisfy their hunger, and for the first time in a while, Jannet felt a sense of true abundance. But as he rested, basking in the warm light filtering through the skylights, another thought began to gnaw at him, a darker one, less celebratory. His gaze drifted to the massive pile of remains in the kitchen. "How the hell am I going to defend this house if something like that comes again?" The truth hit him like a slap to the snout. They'd been lucky. That lizard had wandered in alone, confident in its size and strength, and they'd barely managed to take it down as a group. Next time, they might not be so fortunate. If a larger predator, or worse, a pack, decided to target their home, it could all be over. The thought of losing everything they'd built, the house, the safety, the bonds, was intolerable. Janet's tail twitched with frustration, and he knew he couldn't leave it to chance. He had to find a way to defend their sanctuary. Over the next few days, Janet's mind raced with ideas, fueled by the ingenuity the system seemed determined to reward. The solution he landed on was simple, primitive, but effective: a trap. Using his claws and Toolmaster's insight skill, Jannet crafted a rudimentary deadfall trap at the baited entrance. The concept was straightforward: a large, heavy rock, one the group had scavenged together, would be hoisted above the entryway. A trip stick, carefully positioned in the middle of the passage, would hold the rock in place. If the stick were disturbed, the rock would fall, crushing anything beneath it. Setting it up was a grueling task. Jannet had to demonstrate the mechanics repeatedly to Rose and Number 1, ensuring they understood how to arm and disarm the trap safely. He used images and mimetic impressions to emphasize the danger of the device, making it clear that this was a last resort defense. "You step here," he projected, nudging the trip stick with his claw, "and the rock falls. No exceptions. If you're in the way, it'll kill you too." Rose tilted her head, her tongue flicking thoughtfully as if processing the danger. Number 1, always the more cautious, stayed back, watching with wary eyes as Jannet demonstrated again. But the trap wasn't enough. They needed another way to enter and exit the house without triggering the deadfall. After some consideration, Jannet came up with another solution, a hidden back door. Far from the main entrance, Jannet, Rose, and Number 1 began digging a new tunnel. The work was exhausting, but the need for safety drove them forward. The tunnel was long, twisting, and carefully concealed. It exited beneath a dense bush far enough away that their scent wouldn't lead predators directly back to the house. Jannet tested it thoroughly, ensuring that the tunnel was wide enough for all three of them to pass through quickly if they needed to escape. When they finished, he felt a sense of relief. If an enemy attacked through the baited door, they could retreat and regroup without being cornered. The day came to test the trap. Jannet gathered his companions near the baited door, where the trip stick was firmly in place beneath the suspended rock. Carefully, he used another stick to prod the trip mechanism, standing well back to avoid the deadly consequences. The moment the stick moved, the trap activated. The heavy rock came crashing down with a loud, bone-shaking thud, kicking up a cloud of dust as it smashed into the dirt. The force of the impact was enough to crack the ground beneath it, and Jannet felt a shiver of satisfaction. It worked. As the dust settled, the familiar glow of the system filled his vision, and the voice returned. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked, the first snare. Achievement, the first snare. Description: in a groundbreaking moment of ingenuity, you have guided a species to craft and lay their very first trap. This simple act of cunning has armed them with a new way to hunt, defend, and shape their survival, forever altering their approach to the world. Requirements: successfully teach or inspire a species or race to create and use a trap for the first time. This could involve showing them how to set a basic snare, crafting a pitfall, or using environmental features to capture prey or ward off predators. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Trailblazer of Cunning. Grants a +5 boost to perception. Increases success rate for laying traps and detecting hidden dangers by 10%. Skill reward, Ingenious Snare. Type, passive skill. Effect: trap efficiency. All traps set by the skill user or influenced by them last 25% longer and deal 20% more damage or effectiveness. Trap knowledge aura. NPCs or creatures taught by the skill user develop unique hunting techniques, improving their effectiveness over time. Where once survival was a matter of instinct, now it is guided by foresight. Your teachings have transformed them into thinkers and tacticians, forever changing their destiny. Jannet stared at the message, a mix of pride and disbelief washing over him. The first Komodo dragon to make a trap, he thought, shaking his head. Of course I am. He turned to Rose and Number 1, who were watching the fallen rock with expressions that could only be described as impressed. Jannet projected his satisfaction to them, along with a firm warning: this trap is dangerous. Never forget that. Rose flicked her tongue in acknowledgement, and Number 1 gave a soft grunt, his gaze lingering on the rock. Jannet allowed himself a moment of satisfaction as he surveyed their handiwork. The house was safer now, fortified not just by their strength but by their ingenuity. If another predator tried to challenge their home, it wouldn't find an easy fight. As the sun set, casting long shadows over the jungle, Jannet felt a growing sense of purpose. They weren't just surviving anymore, they were building something. And with every new achievement, every new skill, he was transforming not just himself but his entire species. Chapter 8 Newcomers. Profile Update. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, Hatchling Prodigy. Level, 12. Age, 1 year 9 months. Size, 5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 years. The last 6 months had settled into a steady rhythm of survival and comfort. Hunting packs of horned rabbits and blade chickens had become routine. The group worked with an almost seamless efficiency, coordinating their movements to corner and subdue prey. While the surplus meat offered little in terms of leveling progress, it had transformed their lives, giving them more than they needed to thrive. Jannet found himself growing fond of the quiet monotony. The constant pressure to perform and be perfect, ingrained into him by Walter and Richard, had melted away in the jungle's endless warmth. Life as a reptile was simple. Eat, bask, and occasionally fight off something bigger. It was a stark contrast to his old life, and for the first time, he truly felt at peace. Stress was for mammals, Jannet thought lazily, his body stretched across the sunroom. The stick grate above dappled the warm light, creating a perfect spot for the group to lounge after a successful hunt. Rose lay nearby, delicately picking at a blade chicken thigh, while number 1 rested on the far side of the room, his sharp gaze watching the cave entrance even in moments of relaxation. Jannet shifted slightly, the familiar scent of rotting meat wafting in from the storage chamber. Over the months, he had trained the group to bring back surplus meat, leaving it to decay just enough to enhance its flavor and digestibility. The practice had become second nature, and their stockpile was more than sufficient. Everything was perfect, until the new arrival. The sound of small claws scrambling against dirt broke the midday calm. Janet's eyes snapped open, his body tensing as a tiny figure darted into the sunroom. It stopped just inside the entrance, panting heavily, its thin sides heaving with exertion. It was a hatchling. No more than 3 weeks old by its size, its scales dull with exhaustion and its tiny limbs trembling. The little lizard barely looked around before collapsing onto the floor, its tongue flicking weakly. Rose and number 1 reacted instantly. Rose's body shifted protectively toward the rear of the room, her throat puffing slightly in a warning display. Number 1 moved closer to the entrance, his tail swishing as he positioned himself between the newcomer and the group. Jannet held his ground, focusing on the tiny creature with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Its ragged state made it clear it wasn't a threat, but instincts ran deep in their kind. One wrong move, and even a hatchling could trigger an attack. Before anyone could act, Jannet activated his mimetic resonance, carefully weaving thoughts and feelings into the hatchling's mind. He projected a concept of parental care, layering it with warmth and acceptance. Slowly, he added the idea of permission to stay, reinforcing it with images of safety and food. The connection was almost immediate. The hatchling's trembling eased, and its tiny eyes blinked up at Jannet with a flicker of understanding. It crawled closer, hesitating for only a moment before nuzzling against his side. Jannet exhaled, glancing at Rose and number 1. It's okay, he thought, projecting reassurance. He's just a baby. Let him stay. The tension in the room ebbed. Rose relaxed first, her throat deflating as she turned her attention back to her meal. Number 1 remained wary, his tail swishing once more before he finally settled near the entrance, his gaze still flicking toward the newcomer. Jannet lowered his head to the hatchling, letting his tongue flick out in a mimicry of parental affection. You're lucky you're small, he thought. If you'd tripped the bait door, this might have gone differently. He sent a mental image of the deadfall trap they'd set, ensuring the hatchling understood the danger. The little one blinked up at him, its tiny tongue flicking in what almost seemed like acknowledgement. It scurried toward the center of the room, collapsing again with a soft sigh. Its exhaustion was palpable, but its sense of safety was stronger. The familiar system prompt showed itself above the baby's head. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, hatchling. Level, 2. Age, 6 weeks. Size, 1.5 feet from snout to tail. Janet's brow furrowed. 6 weeks. You're a runt, he thought. The hatchling's small size made its age surprising, but its condition painted a clear picture. Likely bullied out of its tree, it had wandered into their home out of sheer desperation. "You're lil guy now," Jannet decided. The thought settled in his mind, and a faint ripple of understanding passed through their bond. The hatchling's name, simple as it was, felt fitting. The next few weeks passed in a blur of activity. The group's focus shifted to ensuring Lil Guy had a safe space to grow. Jannet took it upon himself to train the little one, using his memetics to accelerate its understanding of hunting and survival. Lil Guy responded faster than any of them had expected, his young mind absorbing concepts with ease. Rose and Number 1, meanwhile, worked tirelessly to expand the cave. Their coordinated efforts created a new chamber, a cozy, smaller space lined with soft moss and leaves where Lil Guy could rest without fear of being disturbed. Jannet supervised, ensuring the structure remained stable as they dug deeper into the earth. Outside of their work, the group's dynamic continued to evolve. Rose and Number 1 had grown noticeably closer, their interactions tinged with a warmth Jannet couldn't help but find endearing. Number 1's awkward attempts at affection, bringing Rose the choicest cuts of meat or standing guard a little too protectively, reminded Jannet of childhood friends slowly falling for each other. "It's cute," he thought one evening, watching as Number 1 nudged a piece of blade chicken toward Rose, only to turn away as if he didn't care. Rose accepted the offering with a soft hiss, her tail flicking in what Jannet could only interpret as amusement. As for Lil Guy, his energy and curiosity brought a new vibrancy to the group. Though still too small to join the hunts, he thrived under their care, eating voraciously and growing stronger by the day. One afternoon, as the group basked in the sunroom, Jannet watched Lil Guy dart around the room, chasing an insect with single-minded determination. Rose and Number 1 lay side by side, their tails occasionally brushing as they rested. The scene filled Jannet with a quiet sense of pride. "This," he thought, his gaze sweeping over his pack, "is what I always wanted. A family." As the sun dipped lower, casting the room in a warm, golden light, Jannet couldn't help but smile. The jungle was still dangerous, but together, they were stronger than ever. Lil Guy had found his place, Rose and Number 1 had found each other, and Jannet had found something he'd never thought he could have again: peace. Maybe Jannet had jinxed himself when he'd finally allowed himself to feel peace. That moment weeks ago, basking in the sunroom with his pack, felt like a distant memory now. The group was out hunting, crouched low in a patch of thick shrubbery as they stalked a particularly fat blade chicken that had wandered too far from its flock. The crisp snap of a branch somewhere distant caused them all to freeze. Janet's tongue flicked the air, but the scent was faint, mixed with something unfamiliar. It wasn't prey. Then, they heard it, a strange, rhythmic creaking accompanied by vibrations that pulsed faintly through the ground. Jannet stilled, his instincts immediately shifting from predator to survival mode. The sound was utterly foreign, unlike anything they had encountered in the jungle before. "Hide." The thought was sharp and urgent, projected through Janet's mimetic resonance as he pressed his belly flat against the ground. Rose and Number 1 mirrored his movement, their breathing slowing as they blended into the underbrush. The sound grew closer, the vibrations stronger. Whatever was making it wasn't small. Jannet peered through the gaps in the foliage, his heart pounding as a large, wheeled structure emerged from the trees, a cart, its wooden frame groaning with each turn of the spoked wheels. It was pulled by an animal unlike any the group had seen before, large and muscular, with a mane cascading down its neck. A horse. Jannet barely had time to process this strange creature before the cart came to a halt in a clearing across from their bush. The man driving the cart, a human, climbed down with practiced ease, his heavy boots crunching against the forest floor. Janet's heart raced as he watched the man approach a tree, one the group knew well. It was the same tree where they had saved Rose from that awful snare months ago. The realization hit Jannet like a cold wave. This human was a trapper. His kind had set the trap that nearly killed Rose, and now he was back. Janet's tongue flicked out, catching faint traces of scent on the air. Bait. The man was setting another trap. Jannet suppressed a low hiss, his mind spinning. The trappers weren't just passing through, they were working in the jungle, laying snares and baiting prey. Worse, their direction of travel was clear, and it was heading straight toward their home. Lil guy, Jannet thought, panic blooming in his chest. The hatchling was still back at the cave, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. The idea of that runt, so small and fragile, wandering out and falling victim to one of the trappers' snares was unbearable. We need to move. Now. Janet's thought cut through the group's tension, and both Rose and Number 1 nodded, understanding the urgency. They slunk backward, keeping low and silent, careful not to draw the trappers' attention. Jannet led the way, weaving through the underbrush in a wide arc to avoid detection. The vibrations of the cart faded as they put distance between themselves and the clearing, but Janet's anxiety only grew. Every moment they spent out here was another moment Lil Guy was vulnerable. For all the independence and instincts Jannet had gained in this life, he realized that the core of his being hadn't changed. His old self, Jannet, had always craved connection, always wanted to nurture and protect. Walter and Richard hadn't wanted pets, but Jonathan had dreamed of having someone to care for. Now he had Lil Guy, and there was no way he was going to let these monsters take him. The group moved faster, their sleek bodies darting through the sparse forest with practiced ease. Jannet forced himself to focus, keeping their route as concealed as possible. The last thing they needed was to be spotted by the trapper or his strange, creaking contraption. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the familiar scent of the cave reached Janet's tongue. Relief flooded him as they approached the hidden back entrance, the cleverly concealed tunnel they'd dug weeks ago. They slipped inside one by one, the cool, damp air of the cave wrapping around them like a shield. Lil Guy was curled up in his corner, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. Jannet nudged the little runt with his snout, the relief so strong it almost felt like weakness. Lil Guy stirred, letting out a soft chirp before nuzzling against Janet's side. Rose and Number 1 took up positions near the main entrance, their bodies tense as they listened for any signs of pursuit. Jannet joined them, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the cave. The humans had come too close, and their presence changed everything. The jungle wasn't just theirs anymore. If the trappers were working this area, it was only a matter of time before they stumbled upon the cave, or worse, laid a snare that one of the group couldn't avoid. Janet's mind raced, memories of his old life blending with his new instincts. He had to protect them. Not just Lil Guy, but Rose and Number 1, too. They were his pack, his family. The trappers had to be dealt with, or at least avoided at all costs. But first, they needed a plan. Profile update. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, hatchling prodigy. Level, 12. Age, 1 year 10 months. Size, 5 feet from snout to tail. ETA until next evolution, 7 to 8 years. Janet's thoughts churned as he paced the cool floor of the cave, his claws clicking faintly against the stone. His memories drifted, unbidden, to a rare moment of rebellion from his previous life, a reckless, impulsive adventure that stood out starkly against his otherwise orderly childhood. It was from his first life, long before Walter and Richard, back when he was just a restless teenager. He'd snuck out one night with a boy from school, one of those bad boys who wore leather jackets and had a devil-may-care attitude. Jannet had been eager to impress him, even if it meant risking getting caught. Between the fumbling attempts at making out and the heady rush of rebellion, they'd gone to see a movie. It had been a hyper-violent action flick, part of a long and seemingly endless series of Vietnam War movies. Though Jannet couldn't remember the film's name, something cheesy, probably with a number tacked onto the end, its imagery had stuck with him. The protagonist, a scrappy and resourceful soldier, had waged a one-man war against an overwhelming enemy force. Traps, ambushes, hidden-drawn tactics. He turned the jungle into his weapon, using it to dismantle the enemy's strength piece by piece. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the air as his mind worked. The hunters weren't just his enemy, they were here for a reason. They weren't walking through the jungle for fun, they were here to make money, to collect pelts or exotic prey to sell. That was their weakness. They didn't care about the jungle itself, just what they could take from it. He couldn't fight the hunters directly, they were too big, too smart, too well equipped. But he didn't have to fight them, he had to fight their jobs. If he made it too costly, too risky, or too unprofitable for them to work here, they'd leave. And Jannet the Komodo dragon was going to make damn sure these hunters regretted setting foot in his jungle. We'll fight smart, not strong, Jannet thought, sending the idea to Rose and Number 1. They both turned to him, their sharp eyes gleaming with interest. Rose's tail flicked, almost eagerly, while Number 1 tilted his head in that curious, calculating way he always did when Jannet presented something new. The plan came together as Jannet outlined it in his mind. They would treat the hunters like prey. Not in the sense of attacking them outright, that would be foolish, but by disrupting their work. The traps they set. The group would sabotage them, either dismantling them entirely or moving them to areas where they'd be useless. The bait they left. Jannet and his pack would steal it, adding it to their own growing food stores. And the hunters themselves? Jannet had no illusions about their intelligence or persistence. If they weren't getting results here, they'd be forced to spend more time and effort tracking down new prey. And if they got too close, they would run into traps of his own. He communicated his thoughts to the group, sharing flashes of imagery and intent through mimetic resonance. As for Lil Guy, he was still too young to help, but that was fine. Jannet would keep him safe, no matter what. The group began practicing hidden-drawn tactics, honing their coordination as a pack. Jannet led mock hunts where they ambushed targets, then scattered and regrouped in unpredictable patterns. It was grueling work, but it paid off. By the end of the week, the group moved with a level of precision that even Jannet hadn't anticipated. Through it all, Jannet couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions. In his past life, he'd been a housewife, a nurturer, a caretaker. He'd spent years of that life dreaming of a simple, peaceful existence. Now, as a Komodo dragon, he was leading a pack in what felt like the prelude to war. And yet, the same instincts that had driven him to care for his family in his old life now fueled his determination to protect this one. For better or worse, this was his reality now. And if the trappers wanted to take it from him, they were in for a rude awakening. Before they could begin crafting new traps, Jannet found himself facing a practical challenge, securing the mechanisms in place. The crude stakes and sticks they'd been using so far worked well enough, but they were limited. A more reliable material was needed, something flexible yet strong enough to hold a trigger or bind parts of a trap together. The solution, as it turned out, was right under his feet, literally. Jannet had noticed a tough, fibrous grass growing in patches along the trails they frequented. It was dense and wiry, clinging stubbornly to the soil even in dry conditions. Sitting in the shade near the cave entrance, he picked up a strand and began to twist it experimentally between his claws. It frayed at first, but with careful pressure and a steady rhythm, the fibers began to spiral into a thin yet sturdy strand. It took hours of trial and error, but Jannet eventually managed to twist several strands together into a crude piece of twine. It wasn't pretty, but it held firm when he tugged on it. More importantly, it was something he could make with his lizard body, a task he wouldn't have thought possible when he'd first been reborn here. The others watched curiously as he worked, and Jannet shared the idea through mimetic resonance, planting the concept of twisting fibers into usable materials. While Number 1 and Rose didn't quite grasp the finer points, They seemed intrigued, occasionally nudging at the twine or mimicking the motions. Lil Guy, on the other hand, simply crawled over it and fell asleep. The process was slow and tedious, but Jannet didn't mind. His reptilian brain found the repetitive task oddly soothing, a meditative counterpoint to the chaos of survival. As he worked, he thought about the implications. String, rope, nets, woven mats, this was the foundation of advanced crafting, something that could transform not just their survival, but their way of life. Then, as he finished another piece of twine, the voice spoke in his mind once more. Congratulations! Achievement unlocked, Threads of Civilization. Description: with patience and creativity, you have introduced the concept of string and textile making to a species or race. This simple yet revolutionary act has laid the foundation for advanced crafting, trade, and cultural expression, marking the dawn of a new era for them. Requirements: successfully guide or inspire a species or race to create their first piece of string or textile. This could involve demonstrating fiber twisting, weaving, or crafting a usable material from natural resources like plants, animal hair, or silk. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Weaver of Worlds. Grants a +5 boost to dexterity and a 10% increase in crafting speed for tools, textiles, and clothing. Skill reward, Thread of Innovation. Type, passive skill. Effect, enhances the player's ability to create and influence the crafting of textiles and woven materials, while also unlocking unique applications. Efficient weaving, reduces the material cost for crafting string, rope, and textiles by 20%. Enhanced durability, increases the durability of crafted items that include woven components. Inspiring craftsmanship, species or NPCs taught by the player develop advanced crafting techniques, allowing them to create decorative or reinforced materials with unique properties. From the simplest fibers, you wove the fabric of progress. What was once untamed nature now bends to their ingenuity, and a new age of creation begins. Jannet chuckled to himself as the voice faded. A new age of creation, he murmured, holding up the rough twine with a wry smile. More like a new age of creative death traps. He shook his head, amused by the irony. Back in his human life, the idea of making textiles had always been associated with peace and domesticity, quilts, sweaters, curtains. Now, here he was, weaving fibers into tools of survival, all to fend off the constant threats of this wild world. Still, he couldn't deny the humor of it. From homemaker to hunter, from fabric to fatality. Life really had a strange sense of humor. Satisfied with his progress, Jannet passed some of the twine to number 1 and Rose, demonstrating its use in basic knots and bindings. The group seemed to pick it up quickly, and Jannet couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. It wasn't just survival anymore, they were building something that might last. And with this new tool in hand, it was time to turn their attention to the traps. We'll start with the traps. The first part of the plan was to expand their use of the primitive deadfall trap that had already proven effective. Jannet showed the group how to replicate the design, modifying it slightly to use thorny vines and sharpened sticks to make the traps even more lethal. He also devised new types of snares, some meant to trip humans and others designed to injure or immobilize their prey animals. The goal isn't to kill them all, Jannet thought, his instincts balancing survival with pragmatism. It's to make them waste time and energy. If they lose more than they catch, they'll leave. Rose and number 1 quickly grasped the concept, their natural intelligence shining through as they adapted and refined Janet's instructions. Rose, in particular, seemed to have a knack for placing traps in the most inconspicuous spots, her keen eyes and steady claws ensuring that each snare was nearly invisible to human eyes. Next, we need distractions. Jannet remembered a scene from the movie, the protagonist setting small fires and creating noise to lure enemies away from their intended paths. The group couldn't use fire, but they could use sound. Jannet showed them how to create makeshift noise traps using hollowed logs, loose stones, and dangling vines. When triggered, these traps would create loud, startling noises, sending humans running in the wrong direction. Finally, we control the battlefield. The last part of the plan was the most ambitious. Jannet led the group in digging shallow pits near high-traffic areas identified by the cart and horse tracks, covering them with leaves and loose dirt to create rudimentary pitfalls. They marked the spots in their own unique way, subtle scent trails and scratches that only they could recognize, to avoid falling into their own traps. They also scouted new escape routes, ensuring they always had multiple ways to retreat if things went wrong. Jannet emphasized the importance of secrecy, making sure the group understood that the trappers couldn't know they were being targeted by intelligent beings. After days of preparation, the group implemented their plan. They worked carefully, timing their movements to avoid detection. The traps were set, the noisemakers positioned, and the pitfalls disguised. Jannet and the group watched from a distance as the first human returned to check his traps. The man's frustration was palpable. 2 of his snares had been sprung with no catch, and a noise trap had startled his horse, nearly causing it to bolt. When he stepped into a concealed pit and twisted his ankle, he cursed loudly, limping back to his cart. Jannet felt a surge of satisfaction as the man packed up and left earlier than usual, muttering under his breath. It was a small victory, but it was proof that their plan could work. As the group returned to the cave that evening, Jannet allowed himself a rare moment of hope. They had turned the jungle into a battlefield, and for the first time, they weren't just surviving, they were fighting back. Still, Jannet couldn't shake the lingering unease. The humans weren't stupid. If the traps continued to fail or the dangers escalated, they might come back in greater numbers, or with deadlier tools. "We've bought ourselves time," Jannet thought, curling up in the sunroom with the others. "But this isn't over. Not by a long shot." Lil Guy wriggled into the pile, his small body radiating warmth as he snuggled close. Jannet nuzzled the runt gently, his resolve hardening. "They'll learn to fear this place. This is our home. And we'll protect it." Chapter 9, My Land. The jungle heat clung to Henry like a second skin as his cart rattled through the dense underbrush. Old Scar was a sight for sore eyes when he finally reached it, its crude wooden walls leaning against the jagged ravine cliffs like a man too tired to stand upright. The city wasn't much, a collection of ramshackle huts, smoky taverns, and trading posts crowded around a central square, but it was home. And for a man like Henry, that counted for something. The cart creaked to a halt near a weathered post where a pack of scavenger birds fought over scraps of dried meat. Henry jumped down, his boots sinking into the dirt-packed road. His mind churned as he made his way to the Drunken Scythe, Old Scar's only real tavern in his opinion. The place was buzzing with rough voices, the clink of mugs, and the hum of low conversation. Inside, he found his sons, Marn and Joss, sitting at a corner table, their broad shoulders hunched over bowls of stew. They straightened when they saw him, their expressions sharpening. A few of Henry's old friends joined them, drawn by the promise of work and the quiet authority the old hunter carried. Henry leaned over the table, his voice low but urgent. "Someone's been poaching on my land," he growled, his fists clenching at the thought. "Triggered my traps, spooked off game with soundmakers, even dug pits to bust up carts. They're taking food out of your mouths and out of mine." Marn exchanged a glance with Joss, his jaw tightening. "Who's bold enough to do that?" he asked, his tone dark. Henry shook his head. "Don't know. But they're organized. Not just setting snares, but leaving signs behind, Komodo dragon tracks. That's what's got me scratching my head. These marks are all over the place, covering any sign of who laid the traps. One of the men, a grizzled trapper named Billy, leaned forward. "You think they've got a pet lizard doing their dirty work?" Henry snorted. "Maybe, but it doesn't make a lick of sense. Keeping one of those beasts around is risky as hell. Could turn on you in a heartbeat. Either way, I'm calling on you boys to help. We'll track these bastards down and make sure they think twice about stepping into my territory again." The group nodded grimly, and Henry laid out his plan. They'd arm themselves, gather supplies, and head out at dawn. He'd show these poachers what it meant to cross a man like him. The jungle had been quiet for days, and Jannet was finally starting to relax. The hunters hadn't shown their faces since the traps had been set, and the group's stockpile of food had grown to impressive levels. Sunbathing in the renovated living room, Jannet basked in the dappled light streaming through the mud grate skylights. Lil Guy was nestled beside Jannet, his tiny body soaking up the warmth, while Number 1 lay sprawled nearby, his massive form a picture of lazy contentment. Jannet stretched, savoring the moment. "Maybe I really can get used to this," he murmured to himself, though a faint unease lingered at the back of his mind. Rose interrupted the peace, entering the hidden door and lifting her head abruptly, her tongue flicking out as she scanned the air. Her body tensed, and she let out a low, guttural hiss. "What is it?" Jannet thought, immediately alert. Rose turned toward him, gesturing with her head toward the entrance. She led him into the shrubland near their home, her movements deliberate but cautious. Number 1 followed closely, his claws barely making a sound against the dirt. When they reached the edge of the shrubland, Jannet saw them, 2 carts trundling through the undergrowth, their wheels bouncing over the uneven ground. 8 men and 2 beast folk jumped down from the carts, their voices carrying faintly through the trees. Jannet squinted, his enhanced perception picking out weapons, bows, traps, and what looked like a heavy, gleaming blade strapped to one of the beast folk's back. "They're preparing for war," Jannet thought, the realization chilling. He signaled to the others, projecting a clear image: hide, retreat, regroup. The group slipped away silently, their instincts guiding them home. Henry crouched beside a cluster of disturbed earth, his sons and companions standing nearby. The jungle was oppressively hot, the air thick and buzzing with insects. He traced his fingers along the faint tracks leading away from a damaged snare. "Here's the thing," he said, half to himself. "Whoever's doing this knows their stuff. No footprints, no dropped tools, nothing. But these Komodo tracks, they're everywhere." Marn leaned over his shoulder, frowning. "You think it's bait? Something to throw us off?" Henry grunted. "Could be. Or maybe they've got a lizard trained up for this. Problem is, these tracks ain't random. They lead from trap to trap like the damn thing's helping set them up." Billy spat into the dirt. "If that's the case, these poachers are smarter than we thought." Henry nodded, frustration simmering under his calm exterior. He was a skilled tracker, but the deliberate masking of signs was slowing him down. Don't matter how smart they are. They're gonna slip up eventually, and when they do, we'll be ready. Back in the safety of the cave, Jannet paced restlessly, his mind racing. The sight of the armed group had shaken him more than he cared to admit. They weren't just trappers, they were soldiers in their own way, disciplined and deadly. His instincts screamed at him to run, to find a new home far from their reach. But another part of him, the part that had once been human, rebelled against the idea of retreat. They won't stop, Jannet thought, his claws scraping against the dirt floor. Not until they've taken everything. The morning had been a whirlwind of preparation. Jannet had spent hours scratching lines into a flat stretch of soft clay, using sticks and pebbles to represent landmarks, traps, and enemy positions. Rose and Number 1 had watched in awe, their heads tilting as they began to grasp the concept. Lil Guy, still too small to contribute much, sat off to the side, his wide eyes darting between the map and Janet's deliberate movements. When the last detail was in place, the voice echoed in Janet's mind once more. Achievement: charting the unknown. Description: with patience and foresight, you have introduced the concept of mapping to a species or race. This first depiction of their world marks the dawn of exploration and understanding, forever altering how they perceive and interact with their surroundings. Requirements: successfully guide or inspire a species or race to create their first map. This could involve teaching them to observe landmarks, mark paths, or represent their territory using tools or natural materials. Achievement rewards. Title unlocked: Pathfinder. Grants a +5 boost to perception and a 15% increase in exploration rewards, for example, resources, hidden treasures, or XP. Skill reward: Cartographer's Insight. Type: active skill. Cooldown: moderate. Effect: enhances the player's ability to map and understand territories, while also influencing the species or NPCs they've taught. Reveal the unseen: temporarily highlights nearby landmarks, resources, or hidden threats within a wide radius. Mapping precision: increases the detail and usefulness of maps created by the player or those they influence, revealing hidden paths or environmental hazards. Navigational inspiration: grants a 10% movement speed boost to allies when traveling in areas covered by player-influenced maps. Where there was once only wandering, now there is clarity. Through your guidance, they have captured their world on parchment, unlocking the potential for exploration and discovery. The notification faded as Jannet glanced at the group, their gazes locked on the map. It was time for the meeting. Jannet gestured at the map, sending a wave of calm understanding through the group with memetics. This, he thought firmly, is how we fight back. Rose and Number 1 leaned in, their heads swiveling as they studied the simple but effective map. Jannet focused their attention on the clustered stones representing the human tents. We wait until nightfall, Jannet projected, an image of darkness settling over the jungle filling their minds. The heat will still be high enough to keep us quick, but it'll be dark enough to hide us. Humans don't see well in the dark. The group nodded, the idea settling like a solid stone in their collective understanding. Jannet continued, we'll start by watching their fire. Humans sleep in tents to stay safe, but they also need to keep watch. They'll have someone awake while the others sleep, trading shifts. We'll watch for when the guards switch, when they're distracted. That's when we move. To emphasize, Jannet scratched another line into the clay, showing how they would circle around to the weakest side of the camp. We'll tear their tents. Cloth is fragile, he projected, linking the idea of biting through leaves or thin bark. Once the tent is down, we pull one out. One at a time. Divide and conquer. Rose flicked her tongue, her eyes gleaming with understanding. Number 1 rumbled low in his throat, his tail tapping against the floor. Jannet sent a final thought, an image of their teeth sinking into flesh, the bleeding wounds weakening their prey, and the venom ensuring they wouldn't survive long without help. Our teeth will do the rest. We'll wound them, make them sick. If they're busy taking care of each other, they won't have time to hunt us. The plan settled into the group's minds, each member exuding a sense of focus and readiness. The voice returned, ringing in Janet's head like a triumphal call. Achievement: minds aligned. Description: for the first time, a species has set aside instinct and chaos to plan its actions with deliberation and strategy. Through your guidance, they have taken their first steps into collective decision-making, forging a path toward unity and foresight. Requirements: successfully inspire or organize the first strategy meeting for a species or race. This could involve coordinating a discussion for hunting, defense, or tackling a communal challenge, teaching them to think and act as a unified group. Achievement rewards. Title unlocked: Tactician of Tomorrow. Grants a +5 boost to intelligence and a 10% increase in group effectiveness during battles or tasks influenced by the player. Skill reward, strategic directive. Type, passive skill. Effect, enhances the player's ability to organize and lead, empowering allies or NPCs influenced by their strategies. Coordinated strike. Allies under the player's leadership gain a 10% damage boost when attacking the same target as the player. Focused defense. When defending a location or objective, allies within range gain a 10% resistance to incoming damage. Tactical vision. Highlights optimal positions for allies and weak points in enemy formations, increasing efficiency during group efforts. The seeds of thought have blossomed into action. Through your vision, they have learned to shape their future not with instinct alone, but with the power of deliberate choice. Jannet blinked, the reward solidifying his resolve. He looked at his team, his family. The plan was set. All they needed now was the courage to carry it out. The jungle had an eerie stillness under the velvet blanket of night. The air was warm and heavy, the faint sounds of distant insects and rustling leaves the only noise as Jannet, Rose, and Number 1 crept silently through their familiar woodlands and shrublands. They moved low to the ground, every step deliberate. Janet's mind buzzed with the weight of the plan, every detail etched into his thoughts. Lil Guy was back at the den, given clear instructions through mimetic suggestion to stay ready. If anyone returned hurt, it would be his job to help. Though young, the runt had a quick grasp of the situation when Jannet had shared images of blood and injury alongside the soothing sense of resolve. Jannet, meanwhile, activated tactical vision, a reward from his earlier achievement, allowing him to guide the group with unnerving precision. He could almost sense the paths ahead, optimal routes weaving through the dense undergrowth. Landmarks and threats stood out clearly in his mind, as if the jungle itself had unfolded a map just for him. They avoided branches that would snap, the dry leaves that would crunch. The humans would never hear them coming. The camp came into view as the night deepened. 2 tents stood in the clearing, their shapes silhouetted by a faint glow from the dying fire. 8 men and 2 beastmen slept inside, their outlines barely visible through the thin fabric. A lone guard sat slumped by the fire, a spear balanced lazily across his lap. Jannet watched intently, sending waves of calm and focus through the group. Coordinated strike hummed in the back of his mind, a passive force linking their efforts, sharpening their movements. They were in sync, a single mind in multiple bodies. The hours stretched. The jungle seemed to hold its breath as they waited for the moment. Finally, the guard stirred, standing and stretching with a groan. He tapped on the nearest tent, rousing the next guard, and trudged off toward the bushes for his start of shift piss. Now, Jannet thought, the urgency rippling through the group. Rose and Number 1 followed Jannet as they darted toward the smaller of the 2 tents. Every move was precise, silent. Jannet gave a sharp nod, and Number 1 extended a claw, slicing through the fabric with a practiced swipe. The sound was almost imperceptible, the tear blending into the rustle of the jungle. Rose slipped inside first, her movements fluid and quick. Jannet followed, and Number 1 brought up the rear. They loomed over the sleeping man sprawled on a thin mat. Jannet sent a wave of urgency, coupled with an image of their target: immobilize, drag, bleed. Rose struck first, her sharp teeth sinking into the man's collarbone. Number 1 clamped down on his arm, while Jannet latched onto his leg. The man barely had time to gasp before he was yanked off his mat and dragged toward the torn opening of the tent. His groggy thrashing turned into screams as his body registered the pain. Blood sprayed from his wounds, and his struggling grew frantic. The 3 Komodos worked as one, tearing through muscle and sinew with each bite, weakening him. But the man's size and strength became apparent as adrenaline surged through him. With a wild kick, he broke free of Janet's grip, clawing at the ground to pull himself away from Rose and Number 1. Run, Jannet projected sharply, sending a burst of clarity through the group. Rose hesitated for a heartbeat, but number 1 nudged her, and the two took off toward the shadows of the jungle. Jannet stayed behind, lingering just long enough to let the flicker of torchlight illuminate him. His golden eyes locked with the man's, a deep, primal fear flashing across the human's face. The moment held, frozen in time. Then Jannet turned and bolted into the underbrush. Chaos erupted behind them as the humans scrambled. Shouts and curses filled the air, torches flaring to life. Janet's heart pounded as he zigzagged through the jungle, every sense heightened. He activated mapping precision, the jungle's paths crystallizing in his mind, showing every hidden route and obstruction. The group split into 3 directions, a plan they had practiced countless times. Rose darted left, number 1 veered right, and Jannet continued straight, leading the humans further from their den. The confusion among the hunters worked in their favor, their torches flickered erratically, casting long shadows as they stumbled over roots and underbrush. Jannet slowed once he was certain he wasn't being followed. The jungle embraced him, its thick foliage hiding him completely. He inhaled deeply, the scent of earth and vegetation grounding him. Slowly, he doubled back, circling around toward the den. When Jannet finally reached home, he found Rose and number 1 waiting, their tongues flicking anxiously. Lil Guy skittered toward him, nudging his leg with a mix of worry and excitement. Jannet gave a soothing rumble, projecting images of safety and success to calm the group. It wasn't a perfect victory, the human had escaped, bloodied but alive. Yet the plan had worked. They had struck fear into their enemy, disrupted their camp, and escaped unscathed. For now, that was enough. Morning in the camp. Marn woke to pain radiating through his body. His arm throbbed where the first bite had latched onto him, the skin around the wound swollen and red. The collarbone bite burned like fire, and his leg felt stiff and weak. The sickness had come fast. He could feel the fever setting in, his body betraying him with chills despite the humid jungle air. Gods above, he muttered through gritted teeth. His vision blurred, but the memory of the attack was crystal clear. The weight of the creatures, the precision of their strikes, it hadn't been random. And those eyes. That Komodo dragon had looked at him, its golden gaze searing into his mind. That wasn't an animal. That thing had understood. Nearby, the camp was a flurry of activity. His companions were packing up, their faces tense and pale. The decision had been made, they couldn't afford to stay out here, not with Marn deteriorating so quickly. "We're heading back to Old Scar," someone muttered. "We can't risk more of those things showing up." Marn tried to sit up but immediately regretted it, a wave of nausea forcing him back down. "It wasn't just an animal," he croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It knew. It was thinking." One of the hunters glanced over but quickly looked away, muttering something about fevered ramblings. The others ignored him entirely, too focused on dismantling the tents and loading supplies onto the carts. The infection was spreading rapidly, the telltale darkening around his wounds creeping further up his arm and leg. He felt the fire of it in his chest, the sickness coursing through his veins like poison. Marn clenched his fists. The carts creaked their way through the jungle, the humid air oppressive even in the shade. Henry sat at the reins of the lead cart, his jaw set in a grim line. His eldest son, Marn, lay sprawled in the back, his breathing labored. The infection had taken hold quickly, faster than any animal bite Henry had seen in his decades of hunting. "They got him good," muttered Joss, Henry's younger son, as he jogged alongside the cart. "Never seen wounds like that fester so fast." Henry nodded, his grip on the reins tightening. Those damned things were rabid, probably carrying all kinds of jungle sickness. Could have been worse, though, could have been all of us. Around them, the remaining hunters murmured their agreement, though unease was etched on every face. They'd set out to deal with poachers, but this was something else. Traps set off, no tracks left behind, and now a man down. It didn't make sense. They pulled into Old Scar by late morning, the hidden ravine city bustling with its usual mix of rough-hewn hunters, traders, and outlaws. The sight of the familiar streets did little to ease the knot in Henry's stomach. Henry's sons and a few close friends gathered in his small, shaded cabin as Marn was carried inside, his body feverish and trembling. The local healer, a wiry woman with a sharp tongue, took one look at him and shook her head. "He's got maybe a day, 2 if he's lucky, even with my skills applied," she said bluntly. Whatever bit him, it wasn't clean. That infection's in his blood now. Henry clenched his fists, his weathered face betraying no emotion. "Do what you can," he said curtly. The healer left, muttering under her breath about fools who didn't respect the jungle. In the dim light of the cabin, Henry turned to the others. "We need to figure out what the hell happened out there." "It's obvious, isn't it?" said one of the men, a grizzled hunter named Tobias. "Poachers turned feral. They're using animals to cover their tracks. Maybe even trained that Komodo to attack." Henry shook his head. "No poacher I've ever met would risk keeping a Komodo dragon as a pet. Too dangerous, too unpredictable." "Then how do you explain this?" Hank asked, gesturing toward the other room where Marn lay coughing weakly. Henry didn't have an answer. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the table as if it might reveal some hidden truth. "They're smart," he said finally. "Smarter than any animal has a right to be." "Smart enough to lead us into a trap," Tobias muttered. "But that don't make 'em people, Henry." A muffled groan from the other room made them all pause. Marn's fevered voice carried weakly through the thin walls. "It knew. It knew." The group fell silent. Henry shook his head and stood, his boots scraping against the floor. "He's delirious. Don't pay him any mind." But even as he dismissed the words, a gnawing doubt crept into his thoughts. Something wasn't right out there in the jungle, and it was only a matter of time before they'd have to face it again. Chapter 10, Years already? Stat changes. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, hatchling prodigy. Level, 12-14. Age, 2 years. Size, 6 feet from snout to tail. Stat adjustments. Strength, +3, total, 27-30 agility, +2, total, 20-22 endurance, +4, total, 25-29 intelligence, +2, total, 30-32 perception, +2, total, 28-30 charisma, +1, total, 18-19 other changes. Venom potency increased naturally due to physical growth and experience. Enhanced stamina and faster regeneration rates from regular hunting and combat experience. Jannet basked in the warmth of the sun on a boulder just outside the den, the rest of the group sprawled around him. He couldn't shake the satisfaction that came with knowing the hunters hadn't returned, not that week, not even that year. Besides the occasional lone scout that wandered too close for comfort, the humans had left the jungle untouched. "That's right," Jannet thought, his lizard lips curling slightly at the edges. "I scared them off. Smart little mammals." His instincts told him to revel in this victory, to focus on the peace and plentiful food. They were catching horned rabbits and blade chickens in such numbers that their stores of aging meat had never been higher. Even Number 1 and Rose had taken to the easy rhythm of the hunts, leaving Jannet to think about other things. As his sharp teeth tore into a strip of dry, stringy blade chicken meat, his mind wandered to thoughts of the fire he had seen during the humans' first incursion. The way it had glowed, crackled, and licked at the meat on their sticks. A memory bubbled to the surface, humans on Earth talking about how fire made everything better. Jannet couldn't remember much from those conversations, but the desire to replicate the experience consumed him. He squinted at a nearby patch of open ground, an idea taking root. "If they can make fire," he muttered aloud, his raspy voice startling Rose from her nap, "then so can I." The next week was a chaotic experiment in frustration and discovery. Jannet scrounged through the jungle, gathering sticks, dry leaves, and anything else he could remember being associated with fire. His claws scraped furiously against stone as he tried to create sparks, his tongue flicking out to taste the air in mounting irritation. "Come on," he hissed, watching a tiny spark leap from the stones only to fizzle out. On the fifth day, with number 1 and Rose watching curiously from the side, the pile of dried leaves finally caught. A lick of flame sputtered to life, small and tenuous but undeniably real. Jannet froze, the primal part of his brain urging him to snuff it out before it grew dangerous. But his human memories held him still, reminding him that fire could be controlled. "Careful," he muttered, dragging more dry leaves toward the flame and gently blowing to encourage it. The fire grew, casting flickering shadows across the den's entrance. Once the fire was stable, Jannet skewered a strip of blade chicken meat onto a sharpened stick and held it above the flames. The meat hissed and popped, its smell changing from raw blood to something richer, deeper, and mouthwatering. When he finally bit into the cooked meat, he felt a rush of satisfaction unlike anything he had experienced in this life. Achievement unlocked, Master of Flame. Description: in a moment of ingenuity, you have harnessed fire, a transformative force that has reshaped civilizations and survival across worlds. By creating and using fire for the first time, you have taken the first step toward redefining your existence and that of your species. Requirements: successfully create and utilize fire for cooking or survival purposes for the first time. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Fire Starter. Grants a +5 boost to intelligence and perception. Fire-based tools and weapons created by Jannet gain 10% increased effectiveness. Skill reward, Primal Cookery. Type, Passive. Effect, improves the nutritional and restorative effects of cooked food by 25%. Grants the ability to identify the ideal cooking methods for different types of meat. Jannet shared the roasted blade chicken with number 1 and Rose, watching their curious expressions shift to delighted surprise as they tasted the cooked meat. Achievement unlocked, Culinary Pioneer. Description: for the first time, you have introduced the concept of cooked food to a species or race. This milestone marks a shift in their evolution, enhancing their nutrition, survival, and cultural potential. Through your guidance, they have tasted a world beyond raw sustenance. Requirements: successfully cook and consume food for the first time, teaching or inspiring others to adopt this practice. Achievement rewards: title unlocked, Flame Chef. Provides a +5 boost to intelligence and charisma. Grants a 20% increase in the restorative and stamina-boosting effects of cooked meals. Skill reward, Gastronomic Flair. Type, Passive. Effect, enhances the player's ability to cook food for themselves and others. Taste enhancement, cooked meals are more satisfying, improving morale and loyalty among those who consume them. Specialized preparation, unlocks techniques for preparing food that optimally suits various species' dietary needs. The achievement notification flashed in Janet's mind as he watched Rose and number 1 tear into their portions of roasted blade chicken with visible relish. The idea that cooked food could so profoundly change their lives hadn't been fully realized until now. Where raw meat sustained them, cooked food invigorated them, restoring strength faster and reducing fatigue after a hunt. This changes everything, Jannet thought, his reptilian heart thudding with excitement. Fire wasn't just a tool, it was a weapon, a shield, a means of transformation. With fire at their disposal, the pack's potential had just expanded exponentially. As the flames crackled and danced into the night, Jannet couldn't help but feel a strange sense of destiny. His claws flexed against the dirt as he gazed into the fire, visions of the future flickering within its glow. "Let's see what else I can teach you," he murmured, already planning his next experiment. Species: Varanus komodoensis. Stage: juvenile prodigy. Level: 22. Age: 6 years. Size: 10 feet from snout to tail. Next evolution: 2 years. Base stats: age 6 strength, 30, plus 18 since year 1 agility, 28, plus 15 since year 1 endurance, 32, plus 16 since year 1 intelligence, 24, plus 12 since year 1 perception, 26, plus 10 since year 1 charisma, 22, plus 11 since year 1 skill overview. Below is the complete list of Jannet's current skills, categorized by type. Core survival skills. Hunting instinct, enhanced tracking and prey recognition. Ambush predator, increased stealth and first strike damage. Pack dynamics, passive bonus to coordination and teamwork efficiency. Utility and environmental skills. Basic shelter construction, ability to design and build functional shelters using natural materials. Primitive engineering, improved ability to create and maintain basic traps and defensive structures. Cartographer's insight, active mapping of the environment, highlighting resources and hazards. Combat and defense skills. Bleeding bite, inflicts severe bleeding, reducing enemy stamina over time. Venomous strike, enhances saliva venom potency, slowing and weakening enemies. Coordinated strike, allies gain a bonus when targeting the same foe. Focused defense, improves group resistance when defending key areas. Lacerating claw, enhanced muscle laceration and damage output during attacks. Social and leadership skills. Morphic resonance, mental influence over other creatures, enabling pacification or motivation. Mimetic teaching, ability to impart abstract ideas and concepts to others via mental links. Tactical vision, highlights weak points and optimal positions for allies during coordinated actions. Culinary inspiration, boosts morale and restores stamina through cooked meals. Exploration and awareness skills. Gastronomic flair, increases efficiency and satisfaction of prepared meals. Reveal the unseen, temporarily exposes hidden resources or threats in the vicinity. Taste for discovery, increases rewards from exploration and hunting efforts. Advanced passive skills. Trailblazer's path, 15% bonus to perception and movement speed in mapped areas. Ingenious snare, enhanced trap damage and durability, with elemental infusion options. Adaptive evolution, small, incremental stat boosts from consistent use of unique abilities. Survivalist's edge, general enhancement of stamina recovery and resistance to harsh environments. New skills from age 1 to 6. Firestarter's art, ability to create and manage fires for cooking or defense. Pack dominance, subtle, passive authority over allies, increasing morale and cohesion. Cunning predator, improved ability to create diversions and mislead enemies. Cooking mastery, increases the restorative value and nutritional benefits of prepared meals. Environmental manipulation, subtle understanding of terrain, enabling better defensive strategies. Old Scar. The humid air of Old Scar buzzed with tension as merchants and hunters haggled in the town square, their voices bouncing off the crude wooden walls of the Borderland outpost. Among the crowd, a cluster of grizzled hunters nursed drinks in the shadow of a weathered tavern, their conversation growing louder with each retelling. "You're telling me it's been 6 years and no one's figured out where they're holed up?" one burly man exclaimed, slamming his tankard on the table. "A tribe of goblins? This far into the Borderlands? If they've got a shaman controlling dragons, we're in real trouble." The others murmured in agreement. Old Henry's land had been an endless source of eerie stories, traps rigged with inhuman precision, strange markings carved into trees, and reports of hunters who dared venture into the area never returning. It was enough to make even the hardiest of men hesitate. "The city ain't gonna send a force unless we've got proof," muttered another. "We need a raid, something that gets the council's attention." "By the time that happens, we'll be dead," the burly man grumbled. "Mark my words, the goblins will come, and they'll bring their pet lizards with them." The group fell into uneasy silence, their imaginations conjuring images of snarling dragons under the thrall of a cunning goblin shaman. The tavern door creaked open, letting in a burst of light before it slammed shut again, leaving the hunters to their dark musings. Jannet stood at the edge of the new den, admiring the culmination of years of ingenuity and labor. What had once been a simple hole in the ground, just enough to shield them from predators and the elements, had transformed into a sprawling subterranean mansion. It was a sanctuary unlike anything he could have imagined in his early days as a small, disoriented hatchling. The old den, still functional, now served as a kind of front porch, a welcoming space for lounging and sunning. Deeper within, the new chambers sprawled out like the roots of a great tree. The central hub was a massive common area lit by beams of sunlight cleverly redirected using polished stones. Jannet had painstakingly arranged these shiny rocks to catch and bounce the light through the den's winding tunnels, ensuring every corner had a warm, natural glow. Unlike the cramped shared space of the early days, every member of the group now had their own room. Each was tailored to its occupants' preferences: larger nests for the bigger lizards like Number 1 and Rose, cozy nooks for the younger ones like Lil Guy, and even a corner crammed with collected interesting things for Randall, whose curiosity led to a hoard of odd-shaped rocks, feathers, and other treasures. Janet's own room was tucked away in the deepest part of the den, surrounded by moss-covered walls that emitted a faint, earthy scent. It reminded him of the quiet comfort of a favorite blanket. His floor, like everyone else's, was lined with dried moss and leaves, creating a soft, insulating layer perfect for a lizard's belly. One of Janet's proudest accomplishments was the fire kitchen, located in a chamber with a carefully crafted ventilation system. A narrow tunnel led smoke from the cooking fire up to a distant outlet near a riverbank. The location of the outlet was deliberate, far enough from the den to prevent predators or humans from sniffing out their home, yet close enough to be functional. The kitchen was equipped with stone counters, a rudimentary spit for roasting meat, and flat rocks that Jannet used as pans for cooking smaller cuts. Cooking had become a nightly ritual, and the improvement in the group's health and size was undeniable. Blade chickens roasted to a crispy perfection, horned rabbits seared with a sprinkle of foraged herbs. Meals were no longer just sustenance, they were a source of joy. The jewel of their home, however, was the hot spring bath, nestled in a chamber further down a gently sloping tunnel. Jannet had stumbled upon the spring years ago and realized its potential as both a relaxation spot and a tool for health. With the help of the others, he'd redirected its flow into a basin he had carved out of the stone floor. The warm, mineral-rich water pooled in the center, sending up gentle wisps of steam that clung to the air. Smooth stones surrounded the spring, providing a place to bask after a soak. This bath had become a favorite retreat for everyone, their scales gleaming brighter and their movements livelier after every visit. As Jannet observed their home, he couldn't help but think back to a favorite animated movie from his past life. It was the one where robots lived like normal people in a city of their own, upgrading themselves and their surroundings in ways that pushed the boundaries of their world. Jannet had embraced that same philosophy: upgrades, people. Upgrades. Every improvement to their home, every innovation, was a step toward something greater. The den was no longer just a shelter, it was a thriving, functional habitat that embodied the group's growth. They weren't just surviving anymore, they were living, innovating, and thriving. Jannet stretched out on the moss-covered floor of the main chamber, his eyes wandering over the carefully constructed tunnels and chambers. The firelight from the kitchen flickered in the distance, casting warm shadows that danced along the walls. His packmates moved about in quiet contentment, their bellies full and their bodies gleaming with vitality. A sense of pride swelled in Jannet's chest. He had done this. They had done this. Together, they had taken the raw, untamed jungle and shaped it into a home, a world of their own. The den wasn't just bigger, it was livelier, thanks to the arrival of 3 new members over the years. Each of them brought something unique to the pack, shaping their growing community in unexpected ways. First was Randall, a curious and quirky young lizard who seemed to absorb every bit of knowledge Jannet shared like a sponge. Unlike the others, who had a more primal air, Randall always seemed to be thinking, his head tilting this way and that as if pondering the mysteries of the universe. Jannet often caught him poking around the den's upgrades, observing how the light stones worked or how the fire kitchen vented its smoke. Randall quickly earned the affectionate nickname the Nerd from Jannet, and though he didn't fully grasp what it meant, Randall wore it with pride. Then came Michelangelo and Raphael, a pair of lizards that arrived within weeks of each other, leading Jannet to humorously name them after the wacky turtles from Earth's Saturday morning cartoons. Michelangelo was a laid-back jokester who had an uncanny knack for keeping the group's mood light, while Raphael was fiery and competitive, often sparring playfully with number 1 or Rose. Despite their differences, the two were inseparable, often working as a team during hunts or lounging side by side in the sunlit corners of the den. They had become the group's morale boosters, each in their own way, Michelangelo with his easygoing nature and Raphael with his fierce determination. With their arrival, the den shifted from being just a safe haven to feeling like a true home. Each lizard had their own place, their own role, and their own quirks. The dynamic had evolved, much like the group itself. Jannet, as the de facto leader, watched them grow with pride, feeling the warmth of a family forming around him. Their shared bond became even more evident during mealtime. With the fire kitchen producing roasted blade chicken and horned rabbit regularly, the group's steady diet of cooked food began to show its effects, shaping not only their bodies but their collective spirit. The steady diet of cooked food had transformed the group over the years, and the changes were most striking in their physical growth. Rose, already the largest and most imposing of the group, had become a true juggernaut. Her size was awe-inspiring, her scales shimmering like polished stone and her muscles rippling with raw power. She moved with the grace of a creature completely at ease in her domain, her sheer presence commanding respect. Number 1, always the stoic and dependable second, had grown broader and sturdier. Though not as large as Rose, his frame had filled out with a solid, muscular bulk, making him the tank of their little community. His movements carried a quiet confidence, and his strength was unmatched except by Rose herself. Lil Guy, once the runt of the group, had experienced the most dramatic transformation. No longer frail and underdeveloped, he was now a lean, agile lizard with a wiry strength that belied his still smaller stature. His quick reflexes and speed had made him a vital part of the group's hunting team, and his playful energy brought a spark of life to their home. Jannet, too, had changed. His body was stronger, his tail thick and powerful, his claws sharper and more precise. He had grown in both size and presence, his frame lean and balanced, suited perfectly for his dual role as leader and strategist. His mind, sharpened by years of guiding the group, complemented his physical prowess. Even the newer members of the pack, Randall, Michelangelo, and Raphael, had grown into their own. Though younger, their cooked meat diet and access to the group's advanced lifestyle had given them a head start in development, and they thrived in their roles within the pack. The shared meals and the rich nutrients had unified the group, ensuring every member was strong and capable. The changes weren't just physical. With each passing year, Jannet noticed a greater intelligence in their eyes and a deeper understanding of the world around them. They were no longer just animals reacting to their environment, they were thinkers, planners, and creators. They were, in every sense, evolving. Marn's younger brother, Joss, was no stranger to the dense woodlands of the Borderlands jungle. Crawling through the thick underbrush, he moved like a shadow, silent and deliberate, his senses honed by years of survival. This wilderness was his home, the tangled vines and sprawling roots as familiar to him as the streets of Old Scar. But today, something was off. The usual stillness of the jungle felt alive with a strange energy, an unshakable feeling that something, or someone, was near. Joss's sharp eyes caught it first, a faint, curling wisp of smoke rising above the canopy. It wasn't like the wildfires or cooking pits he was used to. This smoke was precise, controlled, almost intentional. The faint aroma hit his nose next, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of cooked chicken. His brows furrowed. Goblins? It had to be. He crept closer, his heart pounding as he stalked the source of the smoke. Through the thick brush, he finally found it, a cleverly hidden tunnel poking out from the ground. The opening was small and masked by thick foliage, but the smoky aroma was unmistakably drifting from its depths. Kneeling, Joss examined the ground around it, noting faint claw marks in the dirt. "Got you," he whispered to himself, a smirk crossing his face. He was certain he'd stumbled upon the goblin's lair at last. No beast he knew of could create something like this. Still, Joss didn't rush. He had grown up hearing stories of careless hunters meeting their ends at the hands of goblin ambushes. This wasn't a discovery to act on alone. He needed proof and, more importantly, backup. Reaching into a small satchel at his side, he pulled out a strip of red cloth and tied it tightly around a nearby branch, his mark for the hunters of Old Scar. As he rose to leave, Joss glanced back at the tunnel, an odd mixture of triumph and unease settling over him. He would return to the village and bring others. It would take time on foot, but he didn't mind. This was his chance to prove himself, not just as Marn's younger brother, but as a hunter of his own standing. With that thought, Joss melted back into the jungle, leaving the marked area behind as he retraced his steps toward Old Scar. What he didn't know was that his discovery would set into motion a chain of events far greater than he could imagine. Chapter 11: A New Kind of Family. Life in the jungle was steady for Jannet and the group. The mansion, now a sprawling network of rooms and features, continued to grow with each passing season. Despite its grandeur, the den had remained functional and practical for their reptilian needs. The group itself had grown closer, especially Rose and Number 1, whose cozy shared room symbolized the success of Number 1's persistent courtship efforts. Their bond was a source of amusement and warmth for Jannet, though he often teased them through subtle mimetic nudges to make their affection less awkward for the rest of the group. For the past year, however, an unusual pattern had begun to emerge. The sound traps and alarms scattered around their territory frequently triggered, not from hunters or local fauna but from a new, strange presence. These intruders weren't humans but short, green-skinned goblinoid creatures. Jannet hadn't seen anything quite like them in his previous life, though he couldn't help but recall the creatures from Labyrinth. Unlike the goofy puppets of Earth movies, these goblins were very real. They moved in frantic packs, carrying sacks of belongings and looking over their shoulders as if pursued. Occasionally, one would trip a trap or get caught, only for its companions to work together and free it with surprising efficiency. They weren't here to fight, they were fleeing. Something was driving them south, and their numbers were growing. Jannet had been mulling over the implications of this migration when Number 1's unusual behavior pulled his attention back to the present. Usually energetic and focused, Number 1 was oddly lethargic today, barely touching his food. He sat near the den's edge, staring off into the distance. When Jannet nudged him with mimetics, trying to communicate concern, Number 1 didn't respond. Instead, a faint glow began to shimmer around him. "Number 1?" Jannet hissed, alarmed. The glow intensified, becoming a blinding flash of light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded and Jannet looked back, the familiar number 1 was still sitting there, but he was different. Larger, with thicker limbs and scales that gleamed with a deeper hue. Above his head, a new identification floated in Janet's vision. Varanus priscus. Level 1. Size, 15 feet from snout to tail. Name, unnamed stage, mature. Age, 8 years. Gender, male. Jannet blinked, struggling to process the change. Just moments ago, number 1 had been a Varanus komodoensis at level 33. Now, he was something entirely new, a different species altogether. By the looks of it, a primitive, more powerful version of their kind. Janet's mind raced. This was evolution, an undeniable transformation, and it wasn't just his system at work. The others were growing, changing, evolving. It hit him like a thunderclap. The system wasn't unique to him. The others were experiencing it too, in their own way. He wondered if they had achievements, hidden milestones of their own, but his thoughts were interrupted by a more immediate concern. "This house isn't going to be big enough anymore," Jannet muttered, glancing around. "We're going to need upgrades." The following day, the group moved with precision to check the latest alarm trigger. Jannet, Rose, and the now larger number 1 blended seamlessly into the underbrush, their camouflage skills honed by years of practice. The traps and alarms had been ringing out frequently, but this time felt different. Janet's eyes narrowed as they reached the trigger site. There, crashing through the undergrowth, was a small group of goblins. It wasn't a raiding party or a scouting patrol, this was a family. Adults, children, and even what looked like infants clung to scraps of cloth and each other, their eyes wide with panic. Their movement was frantic, bordering on desperate, as if whatever was behind them would give no mercy. Jannet signaled the others to hold their position and watch. Rose and number 1 stilled, their eyes locked on the goblins. Then, from deeper in the forest, an arrow whistled through the air. It struck a tree mere inches from one of the adult goblins, who yelped in fear. The group's panic intensified, the children stumbling and crying as the adults tried to carry them faster. Janet's claws flexed against the ground, his instincts warring with his thoughts. This was a level of desperation he hadn't seen before. What could drive them so relentlessly? Another arrow flew, missing by a hair. The goblins screamed louder, but Jannet noticed something odd. These weren't organized fighters, they were terrified survivors. Whatever was hunting them wasn't trying to drive them off, it was trying to kill them. "Rose," Jannet whispered, mimetically nudging her to stay calm. "Stay low. Watch." Rose's sharp eyes locked on the deeper shadows of the forest, where faint human shapes moved. Janet's heart sank as he saw the goblin children struggling to keep up. Whatever was happening, it wasn't going to stop at the goblins. His home, his group, they could be next. But for now, all he could do was observe, his mind racing to piece together the puzzle of what lay to the north. Joss knelt at the edge of the clearing, his bowstring drawn tight, an arrow nocked and ready. He watched the goblins stumble through the sparse undergrowth, their frantic flight making them careless. He smirked. These pitiful creatures had no discipline, no survival instincts worth a damn. It wasn't surprising, they were vermin, after all, barely capable of thought. "Moving kids and property like that," he muttered to himself, spitting on the ground. "They've got to have a stronghold nearby. Stupid bastards." Behind him, his hunting group murmured in agreement, eager to strike. Joss felt his pulse quicken. The anger he carried for these creatures burned hotter with every breath. These weren't just goblins to him, they were the reason Marn was dead. They'd used their filthy tricks, those damn lizards, to bleed and maim him. Marn had spent his last days delirious and fevered, raving about eyes filled with intelligence and cruelty. Joss's hand tightened around his bow as he signaled to his companions. "No quarter," he hissed. "Take them all." The first arrow flew, striking one of the adult goblins in the back. It fell with a strangled cry, its sack of belongings spilling to the ground. The children screamed, their tiny legs scrambling to find cover as more arrows rained down. Joss watched with grim satisfaction as they fell, one by one, their small bodies crumpling like broken twigs. The clearing reeked of panic and death as the hunters closed in, stepping over the bodies to retrieve their arrows. Joss crouched over the fallen adult, rifling through its belongings with disgust. Broken trinkets, bits of cloth, and worthless scraps, it was always the same with these creatures. He yanked his arrow free with a grunt, flicking off the blood. "Nothing but trash," one of the hunters muttered, kicking a sack aside. Joss's stomach twisted with rage as he thought of Marn. These vermin didn't even understand what they'd taken from him. His brother had deserved better than to die at the hands of these lizard-loving monsters. Then, from the tree line, a low hiss cut through the air like a blade. Joss froze, his hand instinctively reaching for another arrow. He turned his head slowly, his heart pounding as he saw movement in the shadows. 3 massive lizards emerged, their eyes gleaming with a predatory focus that sent a chill down his spine. The largest of the 3 was a monster, easily 15 feet from snout to tail. Its powerful frame moved with a deliberate grace, its scales gleaming faintly in the dappled sunlight. Joss felt his throat tighten. It wasn't just big, it was intelligent. The way it watched them, its head tilting slightly, reminded him of a commander surveying a battlefield. "Oh gods," one of the hunters whispered, stepping back. "What the hell is that?" The lizards didn't attack, but they didn't retreat either. The largest one stood between the hunters and what they now saw was the last remaining goblin, its tail swishing lazily through the dirt. The 2 smaller lizards flanked it, their bodies tense and ready to strike. Joss swallowed hard, his grip on his bow tightening. His group outnumbered the creatures, but the sheer size of the largest one made his stomach churn. It hissed again, the sound low and rumbling, and Joss felt the primal part of his brain screaming at him to run. "Back up," he said, his voice low but firm. Slowly. The hunters began to retreat, their movements cautious and deliberate. The lizards didn't follow, but their eyes never left the humans, watching every step they took. Joss's heart hammered in his chest as he retreated into the trees, the weight of the lizard's gaze pressing down on him like a physical force. When they were far enough away, one of the hunters exhaled shakily. "What the hell was that thing?" Joss didn't answer. He couldn't shake the image of those cold, calculating eyes. That wasn't just an animal. Back in the clearing, Jannet watched the humans disappear into the trees, his body coiled with tension. The hunters had come too close to the goblins, too close to their home. He hissed softly, his tail flicking as he turned to look at Rose and Number 1. Rose's massive frame was a reassuring presence, her claws scraping against the dirt as she prowled the perimeter. Number 1 stood beside her, his size and strength now rivaling hers, his keen eyes scanning the forest for any signs of movement. Janet's eyes fell on the remaining goblin huddled against a tree in the aftermath of the attack. The child trembled with fear. He didn't care much for goblins as he looked upon it, they were outsiders, strangers, but he couldn't deny the strange pull he felt to protect it. Maybe it was the system at work, pushing him to act as a guardian. Or maybe it was something deeper, a lingering fragment of humanity that refused to let him ignore suffering. Whatever the reason, he knew one thing: the humans were a threat. And if they came back, they wouldn't leave alive. The little goblin clung tightly to Janet's back, its small hands gripping his scales for dear life as they moved through the jungle. Compared to Jannet and the other lizards, it was barely more than a speck, a fragile bundle of nerves and fear. Still, its warmth against his back was oddly comforting, a sensation Jannet hadn't felt in years. The jungle's shadows danced around them, but Janet's thoughts were elsewhere. Mimetically nudging Rose and Number 1, he communicated the gravity of the situation. We need to prepare. This is no longer about survival. If we're going to hold this territory, we'll need a plan. They acknowledged him with subtle gestures, their movements as silent as the rustling leaves. Despite the tense thoughts swirling in his mind, Jannet couldn't help but glance back at the goblin. It was clearly exhausted but also curious, its wide eyes darting around at every vine and branch they passed. The way it marveled at the world around it made Jannet pause. It was a stark reminder of how little the goblin knew of what lay ahead. The den came into view, its entrance hidden among dense foliage and well-placed traps. Crawling inside, Jannet felt the goblin loosen its grip and slide off his back. The little creature stood frozen, staring at the enormous cavern that served as the group's home. To Jannet and the others, the mansion was a comfortable, functional space. To the goblin, it must have seemed like a palace. The goblin's gaze swept over the kitchen, its wide eyes locking on the meat pile stacked near the cooking pit. Drool pooled at the corners of its mouth, and its little stomach let out an audible growl. The sound made Rose chuckle, an intimidating, throaty rumble that the goblin didn't seem to register in its excitement. It wandered deeper into the den, finding Rose's artistic wall carvings in the dirt. The goblin reached out, tracing the patterns with its fingers before suddenly crouching on all fours. With an intensity that surprised Jannet, it began to draw its own pictures in the dirt floor. Jannet tilted his head, watching as the goblin sketched a crude but clear scene, a small goblin standing alone. The goblin pointed at the drawing, then at itself, nodding emphatically. Jannet let out a soft hiss of amusement but stayed silent, waiting to see what came next. The goblin continued, its tiny fingers scratching furiously at the dirt. It drew a towering figure, a lizard, unmistakably modeled after Jannet, and added a group of goblins bowing before it. Finally, it pointed at Jannet and mimicked the bowing motion from the drawing. Jannet blinked in surprise. Worship? Me? He hadn't expected this level of reverence, especially from a creature so young. Still, the humor of the situation wasn't lost on him. With a flick of his tail, he joined the goblin on the floor, carving his own picture beside its work. Janet's depiction was simple but clear, the goblin standing shoulder to shoulder with a group of lizards. He added a small heart above them, his tail dragging delicately across the dirt to complete the image. The goblin tilted its head, processing the drawing. Then, to Janet's astonishment, it gave a wide, toothy grin. Using his tail and forelimbs, Jannet gently scooped up the goblin, placing it back on his broad back. The creature seemed delighted, clapping its hands as Jannet carried it toward the cooking pit. The rest of the group was already waiting, and the air was rich with the scent of roasted blade chicken. Jannet set the goblin down beside the fire, where it immediately dove into the slightly charred meat. The little creature ate with abandon, tearing at the food with a reckless joy that made the other lizards tilt their heads in amusement. Lil Guy, always the most nurturing of the group, settled beside the goblin, nudging it affectionately with his snout. The goblin responded by hugging Lil Guy's face, its tiny arms barely reaching halfway around. Jannet watched the scene unfold, his thoughts briefly calm. The sight of the goblin's rounded, contented belly filled him with an odd sense of peace. It reminded him of what family should feel like: warmth, safety, and togetherness. Then, the familiar voice echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked, bound beyond blood. By extending compassion and care, you have formed a bond beyond species boundaries, adopting and nurturing a being as your own. This act of unconditional love and commitment sets a precedent that will inspire future generations across both species. Rewards. Title unlocked, Guardian of Kinship. +5 Charisma. +10% increase in ally loyalty and effectiveness with the adopted creature or its species. Skill reward, heart bond. Empathetic link, sense the emotional and physical state of the adopted being. Shared strength, plus 5 to 10% stat boost for both when working together. Kinship aura, nearby allies gain morale and stamina regeneration in the presence of the bond. Before Jannet could process the implications, another notification followed. Achievement unlocked, chains forgiven. In an unprecedented act of compassion and courage, you have guided a species to break free from an age-old cycle of hatred and slavery. Instead of vengeance, they chose love and acceptance, redefining their shared destiny. Rewards. Title unlocked, Harbinger of Grace. Plus 5 Charisma, plus 5 Wisdom. Plus 20% effectiveness in peace-building actions or diplomatic negotiations. Skill reward, Cycle Breaker. Empathy aura, reduces hostility and fosters trust in conflicted factions. Unity catalyst, plus 15% success rate for collaborative efforts. Chain reversal, converts fear and hatred into loyalty over time. Jannet shook his head, a bemused hiss escaping his throat. He glanced at the goblin, who now dozed peacefully against Lil Guy's side. Above its tiny head, a status bar floated into view. Goblinoid? Stage, infancy. Size, 1 foot, head to feet age, 9 months. Level, 3. Gender, male. Looks like you're part of the family now, Jannet thought, the barest hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lizard mouth. The goblin stirred slightly, its contented expression unchanging. Lil Guy shifted closer, wrapping his tail protectively around the sleeping goblin. As the fire crackled and the lizard settled in for the night, Jannet let himself relax. For the first time in a long while, he felt something resembling hope. Chapter 12, Plans of War and Wonders of the Unknown. Janet's profile update. Species, Voranus comodoensis, Komodo dragon stage, hatchling prodigy. Level, 42. Age, 6 years. Size, 10 feet from snout to tail. Attributes. Strength, 78. Dexterity, 68. Endurance, 74. Intelligence, 56. Charisma, 52. Wisdom, 60. Skills and abilities. Core skills. Morphic resonance, level 6. Allows Jannet to amplify pack cohesion and emotional bonds. Can subtly influence others' actions through shared feelings or instincts. Enhanced precision in group coordination. Passive improvement to group morale and teamwork. Mimetic guidance, level 5. The ability to implant simple thoughts or directives into the minds of allies. Influence over instinctual responses of creatures or companions. Greater effectiveness with younger or less experienced beings. Survivor's instinct, level 7. Heightened ability to identify and avoid threats while locating safe paths or resources. Environmental hazards are easier to detect and circumvent. Improved reactions in dangerous or high-stakes scenarios. Trap mastery, level 5. Expertise in designing, setting, and maintaining various types of traps for both hunting and defense. Passive effectiveness bonus to all traps set by Jannet. Ability to adapt traps to environment and prey. Cartographer's insight, level 4. A skill for creating and reading maps with remarkable precision. Maps are more detailed and useful. Can highlight unseen paths or hidden features within a known area. Genesis Arts skills. Heart bond, level 3. A deep, empathic link with Baby Goblin, granting mutual benefits. Sense Baby Goblin's emotional and physical state. Plus 5% shared stat boosts when fighting or working together. Allies gain morale and stamina regeneration near both Jannet and Baby Goblin. Cycle Breaker, level 3. Passive ability to foster peace and unity in hostile situations. Reduces hostility between factions in Jannet's presence. Converts negative emotions, for example, fear, hatred, into trust and loyalty over time. Cooking mastery, level 3. Enhances the preparation of food for improved nourishment and taste. Passive improvement to cooked foods benefits. Reduced resource waste during food preparation. Special combat skills. Bleeding bite, level 6. Jannet's bite causes deep lacerations that induce blood loss and fatigue. Bleeding effect scales with target size and endurance. Can incapacitate prey over time. Toxic saliva, level 5. Saliva contains venom capable of inducing sickness or weakening opponents. Inflicts fatigue, fever, and pain on targets over extended periods. Lingers in bite wounds, requiring medical treatment for recovery. Coordinated strike, level 3. Developed from pack hunting experience, allowing allies to focus on a single target. Plus 10% damage boost when attacking the same enemy as an ally. Increased precision and effectiveness of group attacks. Leadership and influence skills. Strategic directive, passive. Enhances Jannet's ability to organize and execute group strategies. Allies gain plus 10% damage resistance during defensive maneuvers. Increases group combat effectiveness by 10%. Tactician's vision, level 2. Highlights optimal positions for allies and identifies weaknesses in enemy formations. Improves battlefield awareness and planning. Kinship aura, passive. Boosts morale and group synergy when Jannet is present. Allies recover stamina and minor injuries faster in his presence. Environmental and utility skills. Camouflage, level 5. The ability to blend seamlessly into natural environments. More effective in dense foliage or shadowed areas. Reduces detection by predators and prey alike. Ingenious snare, level 4. Improves the efficiency and adaptability of traps. Traps last longer and are harder to disarm. Can imbue traps with minor elemental effects, for example, fire, frost. Empathy aura, passive. Promotes trust and cooperation among nearby creatures. Minor influence over the behavior of neutral or skittish animals. Titles. Pathfinder. Plus 5 to perception, 15% increase in exploration rewards. Catalyst of creation. Plus 10 boost to all attributes from Genesis Arts achievements. Harbinger of grace. Plus 5 to charisma and wisdom, plus 20% effectiveness in peace-building actions. Guardian of kinship. Plus 5 to charisma, plus 10% increase in ally loyalty and effectiveness. Kindler of innovation. Plus 5 intelligence, plus 10% success rate for crafting tasks. The den had transformed in the weeks since Baby Goblin joined the family. Jannet still referred to him as Baby Goblin. After all, what better name could he have? The lizard instincts coursing through Jannet's mind saw no need for complexity in names, and Baby Goblin seemed perfectly fitting. Their days had taken on a new kind of happiness. After the den mates had constructed a room for Baby Goblin, the little creature surprised them all by fashioning a crude cot for himself. It wasn't much, just some tied vines and bundled leaves, but the pride Baby Goblin exuded was palpable. He spent hours tinkering with it, adding bits of shiny objects he found around the den to personalize it. The cot quickly became a favorite spot for both Baby Goblin and Lil Guy. Jannet often found the two curled up together, sharing warmth in a pile of scaly and green limbs. Watching them brought a strange warmth to Jannet's chest. It was a family dynamic he hadn't expected but cherished nonetheless. Meanwhile, Rose's profile revealed a notable change. She had reached the mature stage, yet her species and level remained unchanged. She was still a Varanus Comodoensis at level 28. This anomaly perplexed Jannet. Why had Rose's evolution been different from number one's? It was something to ponder, but for now, the stability of their growing family was enough. Deep within Old Scar, the town meeting hall bustled with tension. Hunters, traders, and anyone with a stake in the town's survival had gathered. Joss and his companions stood at the center of attention, recounting their encounter in the jungle 3 days prior. The goblins weren't just moving alone, Joss spat, his voice rough with anger. They were defended by massive lizards. Komodo dragons, like the ones that killed my brother Marn. But this time, it was worse. Murmurs rippled through the room. Joss raised a hand to silence them. These goblins fed one of their lizards so much it leveled into a noble variant. I swear it. We all saw it. The other hunters nodded, muttering their agreement. The thought of a noble lizard was enough to make even the hardiest among them uneasy. Nobles were rare and dangerous, capable of outthinking even seasoned hunters. As the hunters debated their next steps, a peddler stood up to address the crowd. I'm heading to the ducal seat tomorrow, he said. I'll take the news with me. If there's truly a goblin stronghold with trained lizards out there, they'll send an eradication team. Knights, soldiers, men trained for war. They'll clean this mess up proper. The room hummed with grim approval. For now, Old Scar could only wait. Back in the safety of the den, Jannet found himself pulled from his thoughts by an excited Randall. The young lizard had developed a knack for collecting shiny objects and crafting with them. Using enthusiastic gestures and prodding, he urged Jannet to follow him to his room. Inside, Randall proudly displayed his latest creation, a large shelf he had carved and filled with his collection of trinkets. Among the shiny stones and bits of bone was a Y-shaped stick with 2 polished crystals wedged into its prongs. Randall picked it up delicately in his mouth and led Jannet to the cooking pit. The fire room was bustling with activity, the warm glow of embers lighting the lizard's scales. Randall positioned himself near a sun crystal that the group had embedded in the ceiling for light. Using the makeshift magnifier, he directed the concentrated beam of sunlight onto the fire pit. Within seconds, sparks caught on the dried tinder, and the fire roared to life. Jannet hissed in delight, clapping his claws together in approval. Randall, you genius, he said through mimetic nudges, his excitement infectious. Fire starting had always been a risky, painful chore. With Randall's invention, that task had just become safer and more efficient. As the fire crackled and the lizards gathered to marvel at Randall's ingenuity, the den buzzed with a mixture of tension and focus as Jannet and his crew prepared for the inevitable. The humans would come, and the home they had spent years building was at risk. Between the displaced goblins and the ominous silence in the north, Jannet knew this was no ordinary threat. Something was driving the goblins into their jungle, and the humans' arrival spelled chaos for everyone. Jannet sat in the main hall, baby goblin perched on his back, their tiny green fingers gripping his scales as they moved. Communication with the little goblin proved to be a challenge. Mimetics, so natural with his reptilian companions, didn't work well on baby goblin. Instead, the morphic resonance field allowed for a faint emotional understanding, a bridge that was just enough to convey simple ideas. The real breakthrough came when earlier baby goblin began drawing. With a stick clutched in their small hand, baby goblin crouched over the dirt floor of the den, their face scrunched up in concentration. Jannet had asked why the goblins were fleeing, and baby goblin seemed determined to answer. Lines and shapes emerged, rough and crude but unmistakable. It was a spiky ball, angry eyes glaring from the center. Jannet tilted his head, his tongue flicking in thought. A hedgehog? No, it's too big for that. He tried to recall anything from his past life or this one that matched the description, but nothing came to mind. Whatever it was, it terrified the goblins enough to abandon their homes and risk the dangers of the jungle. The group gathered in the war room, a new chamber carved meticulously into the den, Walls adorned with rough maps and pictures Rose and Jannet had drawn to depict the layout of their territory. Jannet communicated the plan, a fighting retreat. The humans wouldn't be met head-on, they were too strong, too organized. Instead, the lizards would rely on guerrilla tactics, feints, traps, and ambushes. It was a strategy Richard, Janet's father in his previous life, had drilled into his head with countless viewings of Red Dawn. Jannet couldn't help but smirk at the irony. His father's anti-communist obsession had left him prepared to fight a war of attrition in a jungle world as a giant lizard. Each member of the group took their assignments seriously. Rose would lead ambush teams. Number 1, now the largest and strongest, would handle direct confrontations to draw attention away from the others. Lil Guy and the younger lizards would manage traps and alarms, ensuring the humans couldn't advance without heavy costs. Make no mistake, Jannet conveyed through memetics, his tail thudding against the ground for emphasis. This is our home. If they want it, they'll have to bleed for it. In Old Scar, the arrival of the eradication force was met with pomp and celebration. Lord Fanfaron, a minor cousin of the Duke, sat tall on his steed, his polished armor gleaming in the sunlight. Behind him marched a retinue of knights, soldiers, and even a mage, a rare sight this far into the Borderlands. I will end the goblin plague, Fanfaron declared to the gathered townsfolk, his voice echoing off the ramshackle buildings. No longer shall these vermin plague our lands. The hunters who had encountered the lizards whispered amongst themselves, recounting the events of 3 days prior. They've got lizards trained by the goblins, one muttered. Big ones. One of them was massive, like nothing I've ever seen. Alpha of their lizard herd, another added, their tone grim. That thing's dangerous. Fanfaron dismissed their concerns with a laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Peasants' tales. Goblins are scavengers, not warriors. They'll fall easily enough. The mage accompanying the force, a thin and severe-looking woman, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Her eyes scanned the horizon, as if sensing something the others could not. Back in the den, Jannet watched as Baby Goblin and Lil Guy grew closer. The bond between them was unlike anything he'd seen before, a strange mix of sibling-like camaraderie and mutual admiration. Baby Goblin's dexterity and intelligence complemented Lil Guy's curiosity and enthusiasm. One day, Randall excitedly chased Lil Guy and Baby Goblin out of the fire pit room. Baby Goblin having seized the Y-shaped stick with 2 crystals lodged tightly into its crook and run it out to what amounted to the group's front lawn. Using the stick to carve into the dirt while the lizard group watched and began a strange, hopping dance, chanting softly in their guttural goblin tongue. Jannet tilted his head, unsure if this was a game or something more. To his astonishment, a muddy puddle began to form in the dirt. Baby Goblin squealed with joy, pointing at their creation with pride. Is that magic? Jannet thought, his tongue flicking out in surprise. Before he could ponder further, Lil Guy stepped forward, mimicking Baby Goblin's motions with a wide grin. His clumsy movements were a far cry from the goblin's precision, but after several attempts, the ground in front of him turned to mud. The den erupted in excitement as the other lizards gathered to inspect the muddy puddles. Janet's mind raced. Magic wasn't something he had ever considered possible for his group, but now. Jannet stirred, his body coiled tightly in the den's central chamber. The others rested nearby, their breathing a soothing rhythm in the background of his thoughts. The quiet was broken by a sudden, familiar ping echoing in his mind. System notification, evolution commencing. Stage, hatchling prodigy mature. Genesis arts threshold detected. Level threshold detected. Prodigy status detected. Calculating. Evolution commencing. Pain erupted like fire in Janet's core, searing through his muscles and bones. He felt his body stretching, his scales tightening and hardening. It was an overwhelming wave of agony and transformation, but deep within, a primal instinct surged forward, urging him to endure. His claws dug into the dirt floor as his vision blurred. Through the haze of pain, more notifications appeared, each one reshaping his identity. Profile update, rare evolution achieved. Species, Varanus comodoensis. Stage, mature. Variant, sovereign. Title, Primordial Fang, Sovereign of the Scaled Tide. Jannet felt the changes as they took hold of him. His body expanded, muscles coiling with immense strength. His scales darkened, taking on an obsidian sheen that reflected the faint light filtering into the den. His eyes burned golden, a glowing beacon of power and authority. The pain ebbed, replaced by a terrifying, intoxicating sense of control. Jannet raised his head and let out a deep, guttural hiss that echoed through the chamber, waking the others. New abilities unlocked. Venomous Majesty. A toxic aura radiates 30 meters around the Sovereign, sapping enemy stamina and poisoning them over time. Allies are immune and gain increased attack speed. Primordial Bite. A devastating bite inflicting primordial venom, which reduces armor, weakens healing, and deals paralyzing damage at higher stacks. Scaled Juggernaut. Obsidian-like scales provide immense resistance to physical damage and reflect 10% of melee damage. Below 50% health, the scales emit fiery embers that harm nearby foes. Earthshaker Charge. A powerful charge that tramples enemies, creating fissures that release toxic gas to slow and damage foes. Command of the Cradle. The ability to summon Komodo dragons, including noble variants, to fight alongside him. Allies gain venomous buffs in his presence. Apex Resurgence, ultimate at 10% health, the Sovereign fully restores summoned allies' health, grants them temporary invulnerability, and enhances his own regeneration and attack power. Jannet rose to his full height, now towering over the others in the den. His transformation had reached its peak. The golden glow of his eyes swept across his companions, who stared in awe. Even Rose, who had always carried herself with quiet strength, lowered her head in deference. Baby Goblin toddled closer, his eyes wide and glinting with awe. Lil Guy skittered to his side, his tail flicking nervously. The younger lizards looked to Jannet as though he were a deity made flesh. Janet's throat rumbled with satisfaction as he gazed upon his family. The power coursing through him wasn't just his own, it was theirs, forged through years of survival, innovation, and growth. He reached out with his tail, gently nudging Baby Goblin closer, and the little creature clung to his obsidian scales like a lifeline. "We are stronger now," Jannet conveyed through mimetic nudges, the resonance carrying an undercurrent of reassurance. "But we will need every ounce of that strength. The humans will come. The goblins are running. Something greater is stirring." The room fell silent as the weight of his words settled over the group. Janet's transformation wasn't just a milestone, it was a rallying cry. The battle for their home would be unlike anything they'd faced before, but Jannet was ready. He would lead them, not just as their companion but as their sovereign. In Old Scar, the eradication force was finalizing their preparations. Lord Fanfaron stood at the head of his army, resplendent in gleaming armor. Knights polished their swords, soldiers adjusted their shields, and the mage scrawled sigils into the dirt, her lips moving in silent incantation. "The goblins won't stand a chance," Fanfaron declared, his voice booming over the gathered force. "Nor will their so-called lizard pets. By the Duke's name, we will crush them." The hunters who had first encountered Janet's group exchanged uneasy glances. They hadn't exaggerated the size and strength of the lizards, but Fanfaron dismissed their concerns as cowardice. His pride blinded him to the danger ahead. Profile Summary. Species, Varanus comodoensis, Komodo dragon name, unnamed variant, sovereign variant. Stage, mature, Primordial sovereign title, Primordial Fang, sovereign of the scaled tide. Age, 7 years. Size, 15 feet from snout to tail. Level, 1. Strength, 140. Dexterity, 120. Endurance, 135. Intelligence, 110. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 115. Heart Bond, Level 5 Cycle Breaker, Level 5 Cooking Mastery, Level 5 Ingenious Snare, Level 6 Cartographer's Insight, Level 6 Tactician's Vision, Level 4 Kinship Aura, Passive Empathy Aura, Passive Command of the Cradle, Level 5 Camouflage, Level 7 Venomous Majesty, Level 4 Venomous Majesty. Primordial Bite. Scaled Juggernaut. Earth Shaker Charge. Command of the Cradle. Apex Resurgence. Titles: Pathfinder. Catalyst of Creation. Harbinger of Grace. Guardian of Kinship. Kindler of Innovation. Primordial Fang. Chapter 13: The Jungle's Teeth. The banner was heavier than he'd anticipated. Its pole was splintered wood, wrapped in layers of iron at the joints, and it seemed to draw heat from the sweltering jungle air. Garrick adjusted his grip, the fabric of the banner clinging to his sweat-soaked gloves. He cursed under his breath, the weight of both the banner and his plate armor pressing down on his shoulders like an anvil. It was always hot in the jungle, even in the sparsely vegetated stretches where the sun beat down mercilessly. The scattered patches of dry shrubs and brittle grass offered little shade, and the ground beneath his boots alternated between cracked earth and patches of deceptively soft mud that could suck a man's foot under if he wasn't careful. The soldiers trudged along in loose formation, their polished armor glinting like beacons under the harsh light. The mosquitoes were the worst. A constant, whining cloud of them hovered around the group, darting past helmets and plate gaps to bite any exposed skin. Garrick slapped at his neck in irritation, his gauntlet leaving a streak of crushed insect and blood. He gritted his teeth and tried to ignore the heat, the bugs, and the discomfort of his armor. Lord Fanfaron rode at the head of the column, his pristine plate polished to a mirror finish and his horse strutting as if it were on parade. Garrick watched the man with a mixture of envy and disdain. The noble was smug and self-assured, often pausing to extol his plans for glory and recount tales of imagined valor to the knights riding at his sides. His voice was like the braying of a donkey, rising above the hum of the jungle. "The court will speak of this expedition for decades," Fanfaron exclaimed, his voice carrying back to the foot soldiers. "The goblins will scatter, and their lizard pets will cower at my blade. I'll have their hides flayed and presented to the Duke himself." Garrick resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The men around him were less discreet, muttering curses and complaints about the noble's endless thirst for self-praise. Fanfaron, oblivious to the grumbles of his underlings, raised his chin and spurred his horse onward, his spirits buoyed by the extra water rations his men had been forced to give up for his comfort. The column pressed on, but progress was slow. The jungle was full of obstacles. Pit traps, crude mud slicks, and snares had claimed several men already, their shouts of alarm and pain punctuating the otherwise monotonous march. Some traps were so crude they seemed laughable, yet others were terrifyingly effective. Garrick had seen a man snared by a hidden noose, the rope tightening around his ankle and hoisting him into the air before he could react. By the time they cut him down, his leg was broken, and he had to be sent back to camp. The worst were the sound traps. Hollowed logs or carefully strung lines of vines would emit eerie, hollow notes when triggered, echoing through the jungle like ghostly wails. Garrick couldn't shake the feeling that the goblins were using them to track their movements. The eerie cries followed them wherever they went, heightening the sense of being watched. The soldiers were on edge, their movements growing more erratic as the traps slowed their progress. They began to mutter superstitions about goblin shamans and lizard gods, their nerves fraying with each passing hour. Yet Fanfaron only seemed emboldened, declaring the traps proof of a nearby stronghold and imagining the accolades he would receive when he crushed it. By nightfall on the second day, the expedition was exhausted. The soldiers set up camp in a small clearing, their tents clustered together as the men gathered around weak campfires. Garrick dropped the banner pole and collapsed onto a log, too tired to care about the mosquitoes that swarmed his face. He chewed on a piece of hardtack, the dry biscuit crumbling like ash in his mouth. He thought about home, a simple cottage far from the borderlands, where the jungle's heat and horrors were little more than stories. He dreamed of cool breezes and fresh bread, a life without nobles or banners. But that life was far away, and tonight, his reality was the stifling heat and the omnipresent hum of insects. The camp was quiet when he drifted into an uneasy sleep. Then the screaming started. Jannet crouched low in the underbrush, his obsidian-black scales blending seamlessly with the shadows. Around him, the group waited in silence, their patience as reptilian as their forms. Rose crouched on his right, her eyes locked on the humans' camp with predatory focus. On his left, Number 1 loomed like a coiled spring, his massive frame tense and ready to strike. The traps had worked beautifully. The sound snares had kept the humans on edge, their movements predictable as they avoided pits and mud slicks. The spike traps had claimed several victims already, their cries of pain and fear echoing through the jungle. But tonight wasn't about traps, it was about sending a message. Janet's tail flicked once, a silent signal to the others. The group moved as one, their movements fluid and synchronized. Baby Goblin and Lil Guy were stationed further back, their mud-covered slingshots loaded with venom-laced shrapnel. Randall had meticulously prepared the projectiles, ensuring they would inflict maximum pain and infection. Janet's heart thrummed with anticipation as he watched the humans shift their guards. The campfires cast flickering shadows across the clearing, illuminating the men's tired faces. They were vulnerable, their focus dulled by the heat and exhaustion. It was time. The attack began with a blur of motion. Jannet surged forward, his powerful legs propelling him across the open ground in a flash. His jaws clamped onto the nearest guard, his primordial bite sinking deep into the man's shoulder. The venom worked quickly, the man's screams cutting off as his muscles seized. System notification. Congratulations. Your party has defeated a level 25 human soldier. Rewards. Experience gained, 650 EXP shared among party members. The familiar system chime was annoying right now and Jannet pushes it out of the forefront of his mind. Rose followed suit, her massive form striking with lethal precision. She knocked a knight off his feet, her claws raking across his exposed throat. Number 1 roared as he barreled into the camp, his sheer size and strength sending men scattering like leaves in a storm. The humans were unprepared for the ferocity of the attack. They scrambled to grab weapons and shields, their shouts of alarm mingling with the guttural hisses of the lizards. Jannet moved with deadly efficiency, his claws rending armor and flesh as he tore through the camp. But the humans were many, and they were armed. A flash of light caught Janet's eye, and he turned just in time to see a fireball hurtling toward him. The impact was like a hammer blow, searing heat washing over him as the spell detonated. His health bar plummeted, the numbers ticking down alarmingly fast. Pain racked his body, but he pushed through it, his instincts screaming at him to fight. Health, HP, 500-640. Health, HP, 410-640. Health, HP, 240-640. He barely had time to recover before a piercing scream tore through the chaos. Jannet turned to see Number 1 staggering, blood gushing from a severed arm. The man who had struck him sat astride a horse, his halberd dripping with gore. Janet's vision blurred with rage as he lunged toward the knight, but Rose was faster. She leapt onto the horse, her powerful jaws crushing its throat and sending the knight tumbling to the ground. Retreat! Jannet screamed through mimetics, his tail lashing as he issued the command. The group began to pull back, their movements calculated even in the chaos. Jannet swung his tail into one of the campfires, scattering embers and flames into the tents. The distraction gave them the cover they needed to escape. Health, HP, 220-640. Jannet fled into the jungle, his sides heaving with exertion. Behind him, he could hear the shouts of pursuit, the humans crashing through the underbrush in a desperate attempt to catch them. The traps worked as intended, the sound of bodies falling into spiked pits brought a grim satisfaction, but more humans pressed on. Rounding a dense thicket, Jannet saw Baby Goblin and Lil Guy waiting with their slingshot. Baby Goblin let out an excited squeal as he aimed, releasing a volley of venom-laced shrapnel. The projectiles struck the pursuers with brutal efficiency, the sharp sticks embedding in flesh as the venom took hold. "Run," Jannet hissed mimetically, urging the group to keep moving. They disappeared into the night, their figures swallowed by the jungle's shadows. After some time the group regathered and the trek back to the den was silent, save for the labored breathing of the injured. Jannet felt the heat of his wounds with every step, his vision blurring occasionally from the pain and exertion. His health bar lingered at a dangerous low, its red glow pulsing like a warning beacon in the corners of his mind. Yet he pushed on, the weight of leadership and survival anchoring him against the overwhelming fatigue. Behind him, Number 1 limped awkwardly, his balance uneven without his severed limb. Rose stayed close to him, her own flank streaked with blood from shallow cuts. The others followed in a tight formation, Baby Goblin clutching tightly to Lil Guy's side, his tiny form quivering with fear but his eyes darting alertly to the shadows around them. The jungle seemed quieter than usual, the distant chirps and rustles muffled as though the world held its breath. The moment the group crossed the threshold of the den, tension exploded into frantic energy. Randall scrambled to retrieve moss and herbs from their storage nook, while Lil Guy guided Baby Goblin to the safety of the rear chamber. Rose hissed low and guttural, a sound of reassurance and command as she nudged Number 1 toward the largest resting alcove. Jannet collapsed near the fire pit, his body finally giving in to the strain. It was only then that the system intruded on his consciousness, its bright notifications flooding his mind. System notifications. Congratulations. Level up. Level 1 Level 7. Level 7 Level 12. Jannet blinked at the glowing text, his lizard brain sluggishly registering the milestone. 12 levels in one night. It would have thrilled him once, the promise of power and growth tangible in his mind. Now, it felt hollow. What good were levels when the group was battered, their strongest member maimed? He pushed the system aside, focusing instead on Number 1's wound. The stump of his foreleg had already stopped bleeding, the edges hardened in a way that Jannet hadn't expected. His reptilian instincts whispered something odd, limbs regrew. Was that a feature of the system, or just a quirk of their biology? Regrowth. Jannet muttered to himself, the thought sparking a sliver of hope. If Number 1 could heal fully, he wouldn't be out of the fight for long. But it wouldn't happen overnight, and they couldn't afford to wait. Not with the humans likely regrouping by dawn. Once the initial panic subsided, the den grew quiet. Randall and Baby Goblin huddled in a corner, the little goblin watching intently as the lizard attempted crafting something intricate from vines and sticks. Rose stood sentinel near the entrance, her massive frame tense but steady. Jannet lay sprawled near the fire, his mind racing as he formulated their next move. Phase 2 would have to be decisive. The humans were likely in disarray after the night's attack, their morale shaken and their forces spread thin by injuries and fear. But they would regroup. They always did. If Jannet had learned one thing from his previous life, it was that humans were tenacious creatures, driven by pride and ambition. He flicked his tail, summoning the others. The group gathered around the fire pit, their shadows dancing on the dirt walls. Even number 1, despite his injury, dragged himself into the circle, his eyes sharp and unwavering. "We'll rest tonight," Jannet conveyed through mimetic nudges, the resonance carrying a mix of determination and urgency. "Heal where we can. But tomorrow, we strike again." The plan unfolded in Janet's mind as he shared it with the group. Phase 2 would be a continuation of their guerrilla tactics, but with a twist. They wouldn't let the humans regroup and return. This time they would attack them while they are weak. As the fire crackled softly, the group settled into a wary rest. Randall worked tirelessly to bind number 1's stump with moss and resin, his nimble claws moving with practiced precision. Baby Goblin hovered nearby, offering small pieces of vine or stone when prompted, his wide eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. Rose cleaned her wounds with slow, deliberate motions, her tongue rasping over the gashes on her flank. Her golden eyes flicked toward Jannet occasionally, a silent reassurance that she was ready for whatever came next. Jannet himself remained by the fire, his mind restless despite his body's exhaustion. He couldn't stop replaying the battle in his head, the fireball that had seared his scales, the halberd that had severed number 1's arm, the humans' sheer numbers and the cold, calculated way they had fought. They weren't just a random group of hunters. This was a force with resources, discipline, and a clear goal. War, like Jannet had predicted, men were always the same, seeking escalation. Or Sky, Jannet thought bitterly, the name dripping with disdain. The man's clear arrogance would be his downfall, but only if Jannet played this right. Morning came with a soft glow filtering through the den's skylights, the light diffused by the leafy grates Jannet had crafted long ago. The group stirred slowly, their movements cautious but deliberate. Despite the night's rest, tension hung heavy in the air. They all knew what was coming. Jannet stood in the center of the den, his obsidian scales gleaming faintly in the soft light. He glanced at each member of the group, his golden eyes conveying a silent command. They were ready, even if number 1 would sit out this phase of the fight. "Stay here," Jannet nudged to number 1 through mimetics, his tone firm but understanding. "You'll be our last line if they reach the den." The others nodded in agreement, their resolve clear. Lil Guy and Baby Goblin took their positions near the traps at the outer perimeter, while Rose and Randall prepared to lead the initial skirmishes. Jannet himself would be the lure, hopefully drawing the disordered humans into the densest part of the jungle where their traps would do the most damage. As the group moved out, Jannet felt a strange calm settle over him. The pain of his wounds faded to the background, replaced by the clarity of purpose. This was their home. The humans had no right to it, and Jannet would make them pay for every step they took into his territory. Little did the humans on that expedition know the battle for the jungle had only just begun. Chapter 14, Sovereign's War. The air in the human camp reeked of decay. Morning had come, but it brought no relief to the soldiers. The screams of the wounded echoed in the clearing, mingling with the buzzing of flies that clung to every open wound and discarded bandage. 7 men lay dead, their bodies hastily shrouded in tattered canvas to keep the rot from spreading. Another 10 sat in grim silence, nursing injuries that would likely kill them in days. Feverish sweat clung to their brows as the infected wounds festered, the venom-laced shrapnel ensuring no clean deaths. Garrick was dead. The soldier who stared at Garrick's shrouded form felt a pang of guilt twist his gut. Garrick had been a good man, a friend in the misery of this sweltering jungle. His name was Osric, a young soldier conscripted into the Duke's forces only a year prior. Garrick had been one of the first to take him under his wing, showing him how to lace his boots properly to avoid jungle rot and sharing tips on rationing water in the sweltering heat. They weren't close friends, not exactly, there wasn't time for that out here, but Garrick had been a steady presence, a reliable voice in the chaos of the Borderlands. Osric owed him more than he'd ever managed to say. When their unit was dispatched to Old Scar to assist with Fanfaron's expedition, it had been Garrick who eased the tension among the soldiers. "Just another posting," he'd said, slapping Osric on the shoulder with a reassuring grin. "We'll knock some goblin skulls together and be back before you know it." Now, Garrick lay beneath a shroud, his body motionless, his humor silenced. Osric felt his throat tighten as he glanced at the mangled leg that jutted out from beneath the canvas. That same leg had carried Garrick through ambushes and scouting missions, had marched beside Osric's own across countless miles of jungle. Yet, Lord Fanfaron seemed more distraught over the loss of his prized horse than the men who had fallen. He paced near the edge of camp, his polished armor still pristine, barking orders that no one wanted to follow. Lady Cineros, the mage, wasn't having it. "This is madness," she hissed, her fiery hair wild as her temper flared. She stood in stark contrast to the Lord, her robes scorched at the edges from fire spells cast during the night's chaos. "Do you not see what we're facing here? You've lost half your fighting force, and yet you want to press onward. A mere setback." Fanfaron barked back, his tone as arrogant as ever. "We've wounded beasts, not gods. The rest of the soldiers can continue while the injured return to Old Scar. The goblins and their lizards will fall." "They're not mere beasts," Cineros interrupted, her voice sharp enough to cut through the noise of the camp. "Do you even know what we're dealing with? I've seen it with my own eyes. I cast Identify on one of the largest ones during the battle." Her words drew the attention of the soldiers. They leaned in, their fear making them eager for any explanation. "What I saw wasn't a noble variant, my lord," she said, her voice steady but grim. "It was a sovereign variant. Mature. A primordial sovereign." The camp went still. Fanfaron sputtered, waving his hand dismissively. "Legends. Myths of drunken scholars. Sovereigns don't exist outside of dragons." "They're rare," Cineros shot back, her eyes blazing. "So rare that most think they're a story. But I know what I saw. It's not just a lizard. It's something far more dangerous. And it's only level 7. Her final words landed like a blow. Level 7. If it could do that much damage now, what would it be like at level 20? Or 30? "I've read the texts in the Duke's library," she continued, her voice lowering as she glanced around the camp. "A sovereign is something unique. They emerge only under the most peculiar conditions, a confluence of life, leadership, and dominance. No one has confirmed their existence in centuries, but if the legends are true, we're facing a creature that commands its domain in ways we can't comprehend." The soldiers murmured among themselves, the weight of her words pressing down like a storm cloud. "We're leaving," Fanfaron declared, though his voice wavered. He glanced toward the corpse of a man who had died moments ago, the fever and blood loss claiming him in broad daylight. The sight seemed to unnerve him more than the screams of the night or the mage's words. "We'll return to Old Scar and regroup. This expedition isn't over, it's merely delayed," he said, staring at the corpse. The trek back through the jungle was slower than expected. The remaining soldiers moved in a ragged column, the injured carried on makeshift cots or dragged along with grim determination. The once proud knights kept their heads low, their nerves fraying with every rustle of the undergrowth. "Something's out there," a soldier whispered, his eyes darting to the dense shrubs. They were right. The humans had grown paranoid, their movements jerky and disorganized. As venom-laced shrapnel hits the men in marching order. Just then a man in the front of the column is drug-kicking and screaming into the underbrush. His screams don't last long. "Stay together," a knight barked, his voice cracking. Moments later, a spear launched from the trees, striking one of the remaining horses in the neck. The beast reared, throwing Lord Fanfaron to the ground in a tangle of limbs and mud. His shouts of panic filled the air as he scrambled to his feet, his polished armor now smeared with dirt. "Retreat," he bellowed, his voice trembling. "Fall back to Old Scar." The soldiers broke into a disorganized run, their retreat more a rout than a retreat. Janet's tail flicked as he moved silently through the dense underbrush, his obsidian black scales blending seamlessly with the jungle's shadows. The group was spread out, each taking their assigned positions with the precision born of years of survival. Baby Goblin and Lil Guy had taken to the trees, their agile forms almost invisible as they moved branch to branch with their slingshot. Below, Randall crouched near the bush's edge, carefully loading one of the makeshift spears into the Y-shaped aiming stick while Michelangelo and Raphael prepared to fire. Rose and Jannet led the assault from the ground, their hulking forms coiled and ready to strike at the humans' exposed flanks. The jungle around them pulsed with life, the distant cries of birds and the rustling of leaves masking the faint creak of leather and metal from the retreating humans. The plan was simple: harass the humans, spread confusion, and bleed their forces as they fled back to their nest. Every trap, every ambush, was designed to sow panic and disarray. Janet's reptilian mind churned with focused simplicity. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about dominance. The humans had come too close, encroaching on their home. Now, they would pay. The first strike came from the trees. Baby Goblin let out a tiny chirp, signaling Lil Guy to pull back the loaded slingshot. The mud-covered projectile, a venom-coated bundle of sharp stones, sailed through the air, striking a cluster of humans at the column's rear. The sharp crack of impact was followed by screams as the jagged shrapnel tore into flesh, the venom seeping into their wounds. "Perfect," Jannet hissed to himself, watching the humans scramble like frightened prey. Michelangelo and Raphael, stationed further along the column's path, worked in tandem with Randall. As Randall loaded the spear, a sharpened branch tipped with fire-hardened points, the two lizards aligned the Y-shaped launcher. With a flick of their powerful tails, the spear shot forward, piercing the neck of a horse. The horse fell with a cry, gasping as the wound gushed, braying in pain as the group around it hesitated, unsure whether to help or flee. Its rider stuck in the mud, panic clear on his face as he shouted monkey-like noises in fear. From his perch above, Baby Goblin giggled as he prepared another shot. Lil Guy mimicked the sound, his enthusiasm contagious as they pulled back the sling's cord. The next volley struck the center of the group, peppering the soldiers with venom-laced shards. The humans' formation fractured further, their attempts to regroup hampered by the unrelenting strikes from above and the ground. "They're scattering," Jannet thought, his tail twitching with satisfaction. This was what he wanted, to push them, to break their cohesion, to make them fear the jungle itself. As the humans scrambled to retreat, Fanfaron's polished armor caught Janet's eye. The man stumbled in the mud, his once pristine appearance now smeared with dirt and blood. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the fear in the air. This one would be a prize. The man screamed in a pleading monkey-like tone, the language not registering with Janet's lizard thoughts. He looked a little like Richard, so pathetic and weak like this. His cries were silenced with a single skull-crushing bite, and despite being such a weak man, Jannet thought he didn't taste half bad. Dripping with gore, Jannet lashed his tail into a nearby tree, sending a rain of leaves and debris onto the already panicked humans. Rose roared, a guttural sound that reverberated through the jungle, driving the last humans into a full rout. The chase continued like this for a day, the lizards harrying the humans all the way to the edge of Old Scar. From the tree line, Jannet and his group watched as the humans stumbled into the town, their shouts of alarm echoing off the ramshackle buildings. Old Scar was unlike anything Jannet had seen before. A sprawling collection of wooden and stone structures nestled within the jungle's edge, it teemed with humans moving in organized chaos. To Janet's reptilian mind, it was both fascinating and horrifying. A human nest, this close to their home, was an existential threat. He studied the town with cold calculation, noting the watchtowers, the gates, and the clustered groups of soldiers. This was no simple camp, this was a fortress of human life, a place where their numbers and strength multiplied. "We'll need more," Jannet thought, his eyes narrowing. "More traps. More fighters. More power." He turned to his group, his golden eyes gleaming with determination. The battle had been a victory, but the war was far from over. As they retreated into the jungle's safety, Janet's mind raced with plans. They had won this skirmish, but Old Scar was a reminder of the humans' resilience. To truly secure their home, they would have to grow stronger, smarter. The jungle's teeth had bared themselves, but the humans had not yet felt their full bite. The world outside Old Scar had never felt so treacherous. Osric leaned against the jagged wall of a half-collapsed ruin, his breathing ragged as he surveyed the broken remnants of his party. From the 25 brave men who had marched out under the Duke's orders, only 6 remained. Their armor was dented, their faces pale, and their spirits crushed under the weight of the unimaginable. Only one knight sat nearby, remarkably unscathed, his polished armor barely tarnished. His pointed mustache twitched as he scanned the darkened tree line, still glinting with an air of self-satisfaction despite the carnage. Next to him stood the mage, her wiry frame hunched but uninjured, a shimmering barrier of protective wards still flickering faintly around his cloak. "We need to regroup," a soldier said, his voice steady and composed. "The Duke will need to hear about this. Whatever foul creatures attacked us were no mere goblins." "No kidding," Osric muttered bitterly, wincing as he shifted his arm. The gash there, just below the shoulder, throbbed angrily. It was no ordinary wound, dark veins spidered outward from the cut, and the flesh around it burned with infection. He gritted his teeth, trying to ignore it, but the truth gnawed at the edges of his mind: this wound wasn't healing. "Goblins," they'd said. A routine extermination of a troublesome horde near Old Scar. Easy work for seasoned soldiers like them. But what had emerged from the shadowed woods that day was far worse. Too intelligent. Too organized. The massacre had been swift, brutal, and utterly unexpected. Osric's gaze shifted to Lady Cineros as she mounted her horse, her silhouette framed by the dying light of the evening. She had insisted on leaving immediately, determined to bring word back to the Duke herself. Her sharp, calculating eyes swept over the ragged group one last time. "This wasn't goblins," she said, her tone firm. "Something else is out here. Something bigger." Osric caught her words and shivered. The infection in his arm seemed to throb harder as if agreeing with her. He clenched his jaw, pushing away the dizzying wave of nausea that swept through him. Across the clearing, Joss crouched over the carcass of a horned rabbit, a hunting knife in hand. He wasn't part of the expedition, just a local hunter who had come across the survivors by sheer chance. His weathered face was pale, his usual easy demeanor replaced with a haunted look. The stories he'd heard from the soldiers were enough to shake even someone like him, who was no stranger to the dangers of the Borderlands. Joss muttered something under his breath as he worked, his movements tense and hurried. Osric didn't catch all of it, but the words lizard and cold eyes stood out. "Did you say something?" Osric asked, his tone sharper than intended. Joss glanced up, his knife pausing mid-cut. "Just thinking out loud," he said, his voice tight. "About something I saw in the woods a few weeks back and then years before that when my brother died. Something strange." Osric raised an eyebrow but didn't press. There was something in Joss's expression, an unease that mirrored his own. The hunter had been one of the first to warn the townsfolk about the dangers lurking near Old Scar, but no one had taken him seriously. Now, with half the expedition wiped out, his warnings didn't seem so far-fetched. The den was alive with the warmth of victory and the comforting aroma of roasted meat. The group gathered around the central fire pit, their scales gleaming in the flickering light as they tore into freshly cooked blade chicken and strips of roasted water buffalo. Even number 1, propped up on a moss-padded bed of vines, joined in the feast, his hulking form relaxed as his wounded limb began the slow process of regrowth. Randall, Michelangelo, and Raphael sat close together, chittering softly in satisfaction as they gnawed on their portions, their tails flicking with delight. Baby Goblin and Lil Guy, their usual boundless energy now softened by the safety of the den, huddled together with their meal. Baby Goblin's hands darted in quick movements, occasionally offering a piece of meat to Lil Guy, who responded with a pleased chirp. Rose's presence was as steady as ever. She sat protectively near number 1, her eyes flicking between the group and the den's entrance, ensuring their peace was undisturbed. Though her claws and scales bore faint marks from the recent battle, she looked unshaken, her posture calm yet vigilant. Jannet watched her for a moment, his chest swelling with pride and gratitude for her unwavering strength. The fire crackled as Jannet took his place at the head of the group, his obsidian-black scales shimmering faintly in the firelight. For now, he let the celebration continue uninterrupted. The victory, though small in the grand scheme of things, was a significant triumph for their family. They had driven the humans back, protected their home, and lived to tell the tale. But Janet's reptilian mind was restless. As much as he relished this moment, the image of Old Scar loomed large in his thoughts. The human nest, with its towering walls and organized chaos, was a threat too close to ignore. If they wanted to secure their territory, and their future, they couldn't rely on these small victories alone. More chicken. Baby Goblin squeaked language not needed for the meaning of his words, his tiny green fingers waving at Randall, who obligingly tore off a charred piece of meat and handed it over. The scene brought a flicker of amusement to Janet's otherwise serious demeanor. He let the group enjoy themselves a little longer, their laughter and light chittering filling the den with a warmth that was rare in the harsh jungle. When the food was nearly gone, and the lizards began to lounge in post-meal satisfaction, Jannet raised his head. A faint hum of mimetic resonance spread through the group, catching their attention. All eyes turned toward him, their bodies still and waiting. Even Baby Goblin quieted, his wide eyes fixed on Jannet with a mix of awe and curiosity. Jannet began slowly, his golden eyes sweeping over the group. "We've won a battle," he conveyed through mimetics, the resonance tinged with pride and caution. "But the war is far from over." The group's focus sharpened, their tails twitching as they absorbed his words. "That human nest," Jannet continued, his tone carrying the weight of what he had seen, "is a threat. A nest of their kind, with walls and gates, with more of them hiding inside. They will not stop. They will return, stronger, and they will not rest until they believe they own this jungle." The weight of his words settled over the group. Rose straightened, her claws flexing slightly as a low growl rumbled in her throat. Randall tilted his head, his usual light-hearted demeanor replaced by a rare seriousness. Lil Guy and Baby Goblin glanced at each other, their bond apparent even in their shared silence. "But this jungle is ours," Jannet declared, his tail slapping the ground with finality. "And we will make them respect it." He allowed the statement to linger, the mimetic resonance reinforcing his conviction. "To protect what's ours, we need more. More strength. More numbers. More of our kind to stand with us. The humans have shown us their strength, their cleverness. They build nests with walls and gates to keep themselves safe. We can do the same." Baby Goblin's eyes widened as he interpreted, his small hands mimicking the motion of building as if he understood the concept on some instinctive level. Lil Guy nudged him, chittering softly, and the two exchanged a glance that was almost conspiratorial. "We've come far," Jannet continued, his hiss softening slightly as he looked at number 1, whose arm was already showing the faintest signs of regrowth. "We've survived because we've worked together, grown stronger together. But now we must grow again. We must become something greater." He turned his gaze to the den, the place they had built with their claws and cunning. "This den is our home, But it's not enough. We need more space, more defenses, and more allies. Randall let out a soft trill of agreement, his tail flicking as he exchanged a look with Raphael and Michelangelo. They had grown skilled in building and crafting, their ingenuity a cornerstone of the group's survival. The thought of expanding their home seemed to ignite a spark of excitement in their eyes. "And when we're ready," Jannet concluded, his golden eyes burning with determination, "we'll take that human nest. We'll make it ours. They'll come to fear us, to understand that this land is not theirs to take." A ripple of agreement spread through the group, their body language shifting to match Janet's resolve. Even baby Goblin, so small and fragile compared to the others, let out a tiny hiss of approval, his determination evident in the way he straightened beside Lil Guy. For a moment, Jannet let the group absorb the weight of his words. Then he stepped back, the mimetic resonance fading into a softer hum of reassurance. He watched as the group began to chatter amongst themselves, their energy renewed by the idea of growth and victory. Jannet turned his gaze to the den's entrance, the dark jungle beyond beckoning with both promise and peril. They had won a battle, but the war for their home was only just beginning. But first, they would need to prepare. The jungle was vast, and somewhere within it, more of their kind waited to be found. Chapter 15: The Foundations of Civilization. The morning sun pierced through the canopy, casting a warm, dappled light over the den. Jannet stretched his powerful frame, his obsidian scales catching the golden rays as he surveyed the awakening family. A series of notifications hovered in his vision, and as always, his sovereign instincts urged him to take note. System notification, evolution updates. Baby Goblin, Adolescent Goblin. Randall Varanidae Kinji, a blend of Komodo dragon and frilled lizard, with heightened intelligence and frilled displays for communication. Lil Guy Saniwa Orsmalensis, a prehistoric variant with a massive tail, glowing pineal gland, and a new parapineal eye. Jannet tilted his head, his tongue flicking out as he absorbed the updates. The transformations hadn't made anyone smaller, if anything, the group was growing larger and more formidable. Even Baby Goblin, now standing just over 4 feet tall, seemed steady and confident as he examined his new frame. Still growing, Jannet mused as he watched the goblin move with a combination of curiosity and awkwardness, his longer limbs and slightly bulkier form giving him a gangly but endearing appearance. The den bustled with activity as everyone took turns caring for number 1, whose wounded limb was now swathed in moss. The group had meticulously cleaned and replaced the moss daily, ensuring the regrowth was healthy. Even with their injuries, the family remained vibrant, and the air was filled with their soft trills, chirps, and occasional hisses of satisfaction. Janet's golden eyes scanned the group, his pride swelling as he observed their progress. They had faced overwhelming odds and not only survived but thrived. Now, there was work to be done, and the faint hum of potential filled the den. Far away in the heart of the duchy, Duke Phaeron sat on his throne, his brow furrowed as Lady Cineros delivered her grim report. The opulent chamber, with its high ceilings and tapestries depicting the kingdom's victories, seemed to grow darker with every word she spoke. "A sovereign variant," she said, her voice steady but laden with gravity. "Not a dragon, my lord, but something just as dangerous. This creature is unlike anything we've faced before, and it's only the beginning." Phaeron leaned forward, his fingers steepled as he listened. "And my third cousin?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Dead," Cineros replied bluntly. "Along with most of his men. We the survivors saw lizards larger than anything we've seen, coordinated attacks, and venom that festered wounds overnight. I myself lost a ring of identification in the chaos. But no one saw a goblin. The shamans, if they exist, are far stronger than anticipated." The Duke's jaw tightened. He had heard of goblin strongholds before, but this was something entirely different. Your recommendation? He asked, his voice low. Signoros stepped closer, her fiery hair catching the light. This is no stronghold. This is a burgeoning goblin empire on our borderlands. If we do not act swiftly, it will grow into a threat that could destabilize the entire region. The Goblin King who controls these shamans must already be vastly more powerful than we could have imagined. Phaeron sat back, his mind racing. He knew what must be done but hated the thought of the toll it would take. Summon the War Council, he ordered. Inform my son along with the king, let him know in case things begin to spiral out of control. And begin conscripting the locals. This is no longer a border skirmish, it's a war. 5 months later. Time had transformed the jungle and its inhabitants. Jannet's den, once a modest hideaway, had grown into something remarkable. Thick walls of interwoven vines, mud, and hardened clay surrounded the perimeter, fortified with sharpened stakes. Watch posts, cleverly camouflaged, allowed the family to survey the area without being seen. The den itself had expanded into a network of chambers, each serving a purpose. There were communal areas for eating and planning, private nooks for rest where Rose and Number 1 often lingered, and even a nursery near the hot springs. Jannet had personally dug a sprawling egg nest after seeing Rose and Number 1's fondness during his healing. His sovereign instincts urged him to ensure it was safe, warm, and undisturbed. But it wasn't just for their sake. Jannet's group had grown larger over the last 5 months. He found his new sovereign abilities made mimetic idea transfer much easier even with some reptiles outside of the family's original lineage. It was too difficult to name them all, so Jannet called them by which tribe and their appearance. Like the one he looked at now was Rose's spotted eyes. Within the den, life flourished. Baby Goblin, now an adolescent, had attracted a small group of younger goblin refugees who idolized him. Their number continued to grow as goblins poured from the north. However, their nimble fingers were invaluable in crafting and fortifying the den. Randall, Michelangelo, and Raphael had taken on leadership roles among the new lizard arrivals, their ingenuity and strength driving the group's projects forward. Rose, ever the matron, had her own following, a cluster of younger females who mimicked her every move. Her bond with Number 1 had deepened during his recovery, and Jannet's sovereign instincts whispered of a growing family. Soon, there would be eggs, and the thought filled Jannet with a fierce determination to protect them. Outside the walls, a new project had taken shape. A garden, though not in the traditional sense. Jannet, drawing on fragmented memories from his human life, remembering that pests seemed irresistibly drawn to tended gardens, had created a hunting ground disguised as a vegetable patch. Traps lay hidden among the rows of leafy greens, ready to capture any creature lured by the tempting bait. The garden served a dual purpose, providing both food and security. With the sowing of the last seed, Jannet looked out from the den's entrance and felt the familiar ping. System notification, achievement unlocked. Achievement, Foundation of Civilization. Against the odds, you have laid the first stones of a settlement, creating a sanctuary for your people. What began as a simple walled fort marks the dawn of organized living, trade, and community. You have forged the cornerstone of an era. Rewards. Title unlocked, City Founder. Plus 10 Charisma and Leadership. Plus 15% Productivity in Settlements. Skill reward, Architect of Prosperity. Enhances settlement management and growth. Civic order, plus 10% structure durability and plus 15% defense effectiveness. Jannet hissed softly, satisfaction rippling through him as the achievement's words faded from view. This was more than a den, it was the beginning of something far greater. He turned to the group, his mimetic resonance spreading like a warm tide. We've come far, he began, his golden eyes sweeping over them. But this is only the beginning. Our home is strong, but the humans have nests of their own. If we are to survive, to thrive, we must grow stronger still. The group responded with trills and hisses of agreement, their loyalty palpable. Even the younger goblins, who had begun to integrate seamlessly, raised their voices in support. Janet's tail flicked as he continued, his mind tone firm and determined. We are not just defending a den. We are building a future. This jungle is ours, and no one will take it from us. Together, we will become something the humans cannot ignore. Together, we will create a civilization. The group erupted into cheers, their hisses echoing through the fortified den. Jannet felt a surge of pride as he looked at them, his family, his people. They had come so far, but the path ahead was clear. The hall of Duke Phaeron's council chamber was far less grand than the throne room, but it was no less imposing. A long oak table stretched across the room, its surface littered with maps, reports, and hastily scrawled notes from the scouts. Phaeron sat at the head, his face shadowed by the dim candlelight as his fingers drummed rhythmically on the wood. Around him, his advisors murmured in low, worried tones. Lady Cineros stood at his right, her presence a steady anchor amidst the chaos. 5 months, she said sharply, breaking the murmurs. Her fiery gaze swept over the council. 5 months since the disaster at Old Scar. And what have we achieved? Scattered reports and a handful of missing scouts. One of the counselors, a wiry man with thinning hair, raised his hand nervously. My lady, the scouts have located something. He glanced at the Duke, who nodded for him to continue. They've found walls in the jungle, fortifications where none existed before. A jungle fortress, built in the same region where your cousin, my lord, he added, addressing the Duke, met his end. The Duke's lips tightened into a thin line, but he said nothing, letting the man continue. It's unlike anything we've seen goblins build before. They've used the terrain to their advantage, thick walls of earth, clay, and sharpened stakes. Some scouts report what appear to be smaller goblins working outside the walls. But most of the scouts have seen nothing at all. He hesitated. And several haven't returned. The room fell silent at his last words. Lady Cineros broke the tension, her voice sharp. It's clear this isn't a mere goblin stronghold. Whatever this tribe is planning, it involves remaining hidden, my Lord Duke. They are deliberate. Clever. Another counselor, broader in stature and with a booming voice, leaned forward. Clever or not, they're still goblins. A full assault will crush them before they become a true threat. The men we've conscripted are farmers and tradesmen, not warriors. Lady Cineros snapped, cutting him off. They'll fall apart in the jungle, just as Lord Fanfaron's knights did. And this isn't just goblins. This is a sovereign. The word hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. Duke Phaeron finally spoke, his voice low and measured. I understand your concern, Cineros. But I won't have this escalate beyond my control. Calling on the king for assistance would invite scrutiny, and scrutiny is something I'd prefer to avoid. The Borderlands have been stable for centuries. I will not have my family's reputation tarnished by this anomaly. He gestured toward the map, his finger tracing the Borderlands. The men we've conscripted will suffice. We'll send a second scouting party, larger and better prepared. Once we've confirmed the scope of this threat, we'll act decisively. Cineros crossed her arms, her expression grim but silent. The Duke's decision had been made. But as the council dispersed, Duke Phaeron remained at the table, staring at the map. The thought gnawed at him, why now? Why here? For generations, his family had ruled the Borderlands with relative ease. Orc raids, goblin skirmishes, these were nuisances, not threats. Yet now, a goblin king with a sovereign Komodo dragon threatened his province. He glanced at Cineros as she lingered by the door. What are the odds this will grow beyond our control? She didn't answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet but firm. "If we underestimate them, my lord, the odds are absolute." The sun filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the jungle floor with light. Jannet prowled along the perimeter of the den's territory, his keen eyes scanning for movement. His group's new recruits had been busy since the days of battle, scavenging the remains of the human forces. Bits of armor and metal had been collected and repurposed. Some were added to the walls as crude reinforcements, while other pieces had been handed to Randall and the goblins for tinkering. Randall had grown into his new form with remarkable ease, his frilled display flickering as he inspected the human scraps. The goblins had proven invaluable, their nimble hands crafting traps, tools, and even rudimentary mechanisms that Jannet could never have imagined. Progress, Jannet thought as he watched the goblins and lizards work together. The den's defenses were stronger than ever, and the additions to their population ensured they had the manpower, or lizard power, to maintain them. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of one of the newer lizards, Greensker Scale, one of Number One's disciples, a lanky creature with vibrant green markings. The lizard bounded toward Jannet, excitement radiating from its body. In its mouth, it held a shiny object. Curious, Jannet lowered his snout to inspect it. The object was a small metallic loop, a ring. A fragment of his human mind stirred, recognizing it immediately. "A ring," Jannet muttered mentally, his tongue flicking out. "Where did you find this?" Greensker Scale hissed in response, gesturing back toward the human trail. Jannet tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "Put it down," Jannet conveyed mimetically, nudging the ring with his claw. When Greensker Scale complied, Jannet reached for the ring with his own clawed hand. As soon as he slipped it over his finger, the metal began to shift. The ring resized itself, fitting snugly around his digit. A familiar ping echoed in Janet's mind, and system text scrolled across his vision. System notification, ring of identification equipped. Item effect, identifies objects, creatures, and individuals within a 10-meter radius. Jannet blinked, flexing his claw as the text faded. The ring felt cool and light, almost unnoticeable. Yet its potential intrigued him. He glanced around the den, his gaze sharpening as he tested the ring's abilities. Interesting, Jannet thought, his reptilian mind churning with possibilities. The group gathered near the fire pit, their scales gleaming in the light as they listened to Janet's mimetic hum. The scavenging efforts had been fruitful, and the defenses were stronger than ever. But Janet's vision extended far beyond the immediate safety of the den. "We've come far," he conveyed, his golden eyes sweeping over the group. "But we're not finished. The humans will come again, stronger and better prepared. We need to be ready." Randall chittered in agreement, his frills flaring as he exchanged looks with Michelangelo and Raphael. Baby Goblin and Lil Guy, perched on a low branch, watched with wide eyes, their youthful energy tempered by the weight of the moment. "Greensker Scale found this," Jannet continued, holding up the ring. "It's a tool, a reminder of what the humans leave behind. We'll use their scraps, their tools, their knowledge, and we'll turn it against them." The group responded with a chorus of hisses and trills, their resolve evident. As the group dispersed to continue their work, Jannet stared at the horizon. The humans would come again, of that he was certain. That's what humans do, they take and take and take, and Jannet knew that better than any lizard. The jungle stretched out before them like a living maze, every shadow and rustle a reminder of the dangers lurking within. The group of scouts, 5 men in battered leather armor and patched tabards bearing the Duke's crest, moved cautiously. They had been dispatched to confirm the reports of walls deep within the jungle, a claim that had stirred unease in the ducal court. Their leader, a wiry man named Captain Braille, paused and raised a hand, signaling the group to stop. The other men crouched low, their eyes scanning the dense foliage. Ahead, Through a break in the trees, they could see it, the walls. "By the gods," one of the scouts muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The structure loomed before them, a formidable fortification of packed earth, sharpened stakes, and scavenged metal. It was unlike anything they had expected. Goblins were known for their crude, slapdash constructions, but this had purpose. The walls were tall and sturdy, reinforced with scavenged plates of human armor and shield fragments. "Goblins did this?" another scout asked, incredulous. "Must have had help," Braille replied, his tone grim. "Something's behind this, something bigger than we've seen before." As they crept closer, they spotted movement on the ramparts. A lizard, smaller than the massive beasts described in the earlier reports, perched on the wall. Its head turned sharply, as though scanning the jungle for threats. "There's one," a scout whispered, knocking an arrow to his bow. Braille hesitated. "Hold. Wait for my signal." "We time the volley." The men waited, their bows drawn. The lizard shifted, oblivious to their presence. Braille counted silently, his fingers tapping his thigh. "Now." The arrows flew, 3 shafts slicing through the air with deadly precision. The lizard let out a sharp, guttural hiss as the arrows struck, its body jerking back before it tumbled from the ramparts. "Again," Braille ordered. The lizard struggled to rise, its legs trembling beneath it. Another volley of arrows struck, silencing its movements. The jungle echoed with the sound of its cries, a keening noise that sent a chill down the men's spines. "That's enough," Braille said, his voice tight. "We've stirred the nest. Let's move before more of them show up." The scouts retreated, their steps hurried as the eerie echoes of the jungle followed them back toward the safety of Old Scar. Janet's tongue flicked out, tasting the air as a sharp, metallic tang reached him. Komodo blood. The hisses of alarm from the outer perimeter sent a ripple of tension through the den. His golden eyes narrowed, and he rose swiftly, his powerful legs carrying him toward the source of the commotion. Rose was already ahead of him, her claws digging into the packed earth as she sprinted toward the walls. Randall and Lil Guy followed close behind, their frills and tails bristling with unease. When they reached the base of the ramparts, the scene before them made Janet's chest tighten with a rare, alien emotion, sorrow. Spotted Eye, one of Rose's most promising disciples, lay motionless on the ground. Her scales, once vibrant with green and black patterns, were dulled with blood. Arrows jutted from his body, their shafts quivering slightly in the damp air. Rose let out a low, guttural growl, her body tense as she nudged Spotted Eye's lifeless form with her snout. The young lizard didn't move. The group fell silent, their reptilian instincts struggling to process the loss. Normally, death in the jungle was a part of life, and the fallen were consumed to sustain the living. But this felt different. Jannet stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Spotted Eye's body. The arrows were unmistakably human, their crude fletching a harsh reminder of the enemy's presence. This wasn't just an attack, Jannet conveyed mimetically, his thoughts heavy with anger and grief. This was a message. The group watched as Jannet began to dig, his powerful claws tearing into the earth. The act was deliberate, almost ritualistic. The ground was soft from the jungle's humidity, and the hole took shape quickly. This was meat they would not eat, Jannet thought to the group. When the grave was complete, Jannet lifted Spotted Eye's body with surprising gentleness, placing him into the earth. He paused, his tail flicking as he searched for the right ideas. "Spotted Eye was one of us," Jannet conveyed, his mimetic resonance carrying a weight that silenced even the smallest movements. "She grew with us. Built and fought with us. She earned her place in our family." The group gathered closer, their bodies tense with a shared sense of loss. Even Baby Goblin, who usually fidgeted with boundless energy, stood still, his wide eyes brimming with understanding. Jannet covered the grave with soil, his movements slow and deliberate. When he was done, he placed a shard of broken human armor atop the mound as a marker. "This land is ours," Jannet conveyed, his voice a growl of resolve. "And the humans will pay for every drop of blood they spill." A ripple of agreement spread through the group, their hisses and growls carrying a righteous anger. The jungle seemed to echo their resolve, the rustling leaves and distant cries of animals amplifying the moment. Jannet turned to the group, his golden eyes burning with intensity. "They think they can take what's ours. They think they can break us. But we will show them what it means to trespass in our jungle." The group bristled with energy, their tails slashing through the air as they prepared themselves for the fight ahead. The humans had made their move, and now it was the lizards' turn to respond. As the jungle settled into an uneasy silence, Janet's mind raced with plans.